Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your hosts, Steve Matthes and Kris Keefer. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Coming at you! It's Monday, January 27th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Lots to get into. Anaheim 2, third round, Monster Energy Supercross Series. It's been good, man. The racing's been really good. The series has been great. I have lots to get into tonight. Ken Roczen with the red plate. He will join us tonight. Thank you, Kenny, for coming on. Phil Nicoletti will call in. Ross Blankenship from Dirtworks, because we did have some whoop talk this weekend with rolling and non-rolling and two sets of whoops. So Ross from Dirtworks will come in. Cody Webb in studio. Just signed with Blue Crew, hard enduro rider, enduro cross champ. Cody Webb will come in studio later on tonight. And then the founder and CEO of Stark, Anton Was. Love the Stark. Wrote it a couple months ago. Keefer's got a lot of experience in it as well. And Anton's going to come by and flew into Vegas just to come on the show to talk about Stark and the direction they're doing and racing and all of that. I asked for questions on Instagram for Anton. So we'll get into that and more tonight on the show. 702-586-7857. You want to talk Anaheim 2. You want to talk Stark. You want to talk off-road. We got it all. We talk everything here. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin, FMIP. Keefer and I will break some news tonight to you. Hopefully you're listening. Cherby's, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Pro Filter, Cardo Systems, Guts Racing, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Weisco Piston, MTX Braking, Ethica, Luxon, Troll Training, Fox Factory Vehicles, Factory Chassis Parts, all on board with us. The codes to save are PulpMXShow.com, and then you can see the logos of the sponsors that we work with and the codes to save. So whether it's Works Connection, Guts Racing, Intense Cycles, Weisco, MTX Braking, all of those, et cetera, we have codes to save with those companies. So thanks for the support over the years and currently in 2025. Thank you for that as well. We've got lots to get into tonight. Jam-packed studio, jam-packed show. Later on, we believe that Mr. Side will come in, sit in, and we're going to do a little segment called Living with Dark. But to talk about that segment and more, from RacerX Online, from Keefer Ring Testing, the Kris Keefer. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hello, Steven.
Thanks for coming in.
I'm excited.
So you brought Dark with you? He
yes.
Just happened
he
to
asked
need
me
a
like 3 times if he can go.
Yeah.
And I just like,
he was just in last week as a co-host.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to stay by himself.
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, come on board. He came with me and Greg. So yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll have Dark on maybe later on.
Good segment coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Really jam-packed show.
It's going to be a good show, I feel like.
We're going to be a good show. We're going to have a good show. I feel like we're just telling ourselves like it's going to be a good show.
Well, you got a nice blend here. You got some off-road. You got electronics. You got a points leader. It's like a well-rounded show tonight, I feel like. And you even got a guy in a tractor.
Yeah. Yeah.
All kinds of shit going on.
Yeah, we do. Absolutely. Lots to get into when Kawasaki dropped some two-stroke news.
Big two-stroke
People are
news.
excited about that.
So excited.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got to calm the fuck down. I mean,
Dude,
we'll talk about it, but calm the fuck down.
The tweets that I got for the two-stroke, unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that should tell you something, though. Like, people want it.
Yeah. All right, well, lots to get into tonight. Taking your calls over there, holding things down in the corner. Very excited for Cody Webb.
Oh, yeah. He already saw a glimpse of him.
Yeah.
And he almost didn't make it in the front door.
The Talon Taylor.
What's up? I was actually thinking about just coming back when he comes on. Like, Nick can handle it for now. We're good. And then I'll just be back when Cody comes here.
He's edging right now over there. It's edging hard.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I didn't even need a Red Bull today. I'm good.
A Red Bull.
And working the cameras, working the video, not working on the PulpMX app. That's not his department.
No.
The Nick Powers. Hi, Nick.
What's up, boys? How you doing?
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Strong name, by the way.
Nick Powers? Yeah,
I feel like that's like a
name.
nice porn name.
True.
Nick Powers.
I think it's just a great name anyway. It's just Nick Powers, dude.
My name is Nick Powers.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
Nick Powers.
Nick. Have we got, how many times are we going to say dark and a stark tonight?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll all work, too.
Yeah.
All right, let's get Phil Nicoletti on the line if we can, Talon. And 702-586-7857, Anaheim 2, to talk about I do want to talk to you, Keefer, a little bit about the HRC bikes that we saw made a massive improvement. I talked to the Honda guys a little bit about that.
Good.
And then also Kenny, new suspension company doing his stuff, and then transmission as well. I think we're going to ask Kenny himself, of course, coming up here, but talk to Kenny a little bit about that as well, because I think that those are two. I think that under this Lawrence's not quite being precise are HRC bikes, and then Kenny being precise is the stuff he's working on his bike, I think. So we'll talk to Kenny about that and more.
I also want to talk about how it's not good for Suzuki that they're in the points lead.
Okay.
It is not.
Okay, let's get into that. We're going to have the Race Tech rant later on tonight. Thank you to Race Tech. Cody Webb's a Race Tech guy. And then, Keefer, you might want to take cover.
I need a duck.
Yeah.
Am I dark in this? Am I the dark side in this?
Yeah, possibly.
I need to feel what dark side feels sometimes, so it's only fair.
X-Brand tear-offs, and as well as motorsport.com tweet a talent segment as well. And so lots coming up tonight on the show. And we got lots to get into for sure. So Jet's back, right?
Back-ish.
Back-ish.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought same thing as you. Like, some of it was Jason Anderson being like a little cautious with Jason Anderson and just making sure that pass really stuck. But still felt like his bike was not quite there in the whoops to me, and at times, not quite there.
I think also the track lent itself to you got to be careful anyway because it was slick for the guys in the main event, and the Jason Anderson factor, of course. But I also think that Jet kind of knows that this year, like, hey, there is some guys raising their level, and it's a little bit closer than mine. I still don't think anyone else is at Jet's level, even with what we're seeing, the problems that we're seeing. But I think he understands it, and he's taking his time, and it's early. I mean, he's only 7 points back now?
I don't know.
So, I think we, as the media, are all, like, jumping to conclusions a little bit and getting crazy because hasn't won until this weekend. So I think it's not as big as a deal as we're making it out to be right now.
Massive bummer that Tomac spun off the start because that heat race was amazing.
Top field dragstered off of the start.
Well, dude, he's throttle happy on any surface. So
I tweeted that picture out earlier.
Yeah.
And then JB, did you see what JB said?
No.
JB commented and said, hey, that gate was good all night until it started raining. So I think, from
the landing of the bridge, and then it got beat up that way?
Yeah, and I think some of that was running off, a little bit. But it got slick, so he managed to get the same gate, I think, that he wanted.
Yeah, that was the gate he wanted. He took it from the heat race.
And then it was slippier than we thought. And I don't know, from what I can tell and what I've asked around, no one changed anything as far as the setting for the engine, as far as the track being more slick. So I think he still had the same ECU setting delivery that he had in the heat race.
Yeah.
And that could be something too.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's get our first guest on here. This gentleman brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Honda HRC. The winners this weekend in the 450 class using Wiseco pistons. 2-stroke, 4-stroke, cast and forged. PulpMX 25 is the code to save with Wiseco. We thank them for coming on. And if you need a piston, use that code to save. It's Phil Nicoletti. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Phil.
Steven. Keefer.
Hi.
Great live show on Friday night. That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually fun. I actually had some proper laughs, so it was good.
Anytime
nice, a lot of shit talking.
Anytime you get to tell RV to get fucked, it's always fun with me.
Which is a lot, but no, it was good. It's RV can take the hits pretty well, and he conditioned pretty good too, which is good.
Yeah, it is crazy. Like I said on the live show, he doesn't care about like being fast on a dirt bike anymore. Like it doesn't bother him. Like whatever, he's just riding. And then he doesn't have any ego about his career either. Like he knows he was a bad dude, and we all know he was a badass. But yeah, he can take it like no problem. Like, if you want to,
yeah. Like you can make fun of him for shit, but then at the end of the day, it's just like, how many titles do I fucking have?
Right, like the loop out. Like he literally got he got made fun of the loop out on Thursday night and Friday night.
Yeah. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, like, who gives a fuck? He has millions in the bank, but at the end of the day, motherfucker, you still looped out, okay?
Exactly.
And, it was cool. It was a good crowd. beers were good. I did catch a little bit of a buzz there at the end. But I'm glad I didn't end up in North Hollywood with Randy Richardson and shit.
Are they even alive?
Concert.
Did they make it out alive? Do we know?
I don't know. I asked him the next day. I'm like, yeah, what time do you guys get back? He's like, fuck, 3:30 in the morning. I'm like, dude, you are fucking too old for that. But hey, he likes to ride the rev limiter, which is cool.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Phil. So you were at the race. You came to California. You're in California now. And I went out on track walk with Phil, and we stood on basically the first jump to track walk that you came out of the tunnel. And I'm not kidding you, dude. Keefer, every rider that walked by just fucking punched him, pretended to punch him, made a joke about, like, what the fuck are you doing here? What do you think? This is Supercross, get out of here. Like, it was just.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like 15 people in a row. It was just classic Phil, like everyone taking shots at Phil.
That's great.
It was good to see everyone. It's crazy how, and I try to stay away and this and that for as long as possible. There's so many people in the pits that, you don't realize, who you talk to throughout the whole year. And then when you only have one day to see and talk to everyone, it's like, holy fuck. Now I think about, like, how many people I missed and stuff, I kind of, because a lot of people are pretty awesome and always been cool to me. So, not enough time in one Saturday at the track. So, but it was nice. It was nice to be back and be in the thick of things. But
did you have a truck to go to? You didn't really have a truck to go to. Did you go to club? Did you just hang out at club?
I hung out at club. I hung out at Triumph. I hung out at Bar X. Saw the KTM guys. I don't know. Okay. Everyone's nice. Everyone, hung out at Rock River. Like, everyone feeds me, lets me get coffee, which is.
It's like Canada for Phil. Like, Canada, everybody goes to everybody's trucks.
Everyone in the pits likes Phil. I mean, every rider likes Phil and respects Phil.
That says something,
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Yeah. I went to Dr. G's today, and I was in there, with Enzo, and Mookie came in, and Juju came in, and it's I don't know, it's cool. So it's nice to have, like, a relationship with everyone where you can just talk shit. So it's fun. It was nice to be back to watch. But I tell you what, when it started raining down there for the main events and stuff, I was like, boy, I'm glad I'm not down there with that fucking stress at the moment.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Goggles are on and shit. Yeah, fuck.
Let's talk about that. What would that be like to try to ride that track? Because, we know Anaheim. We know the way it gets the dirt. And by the time the main events hit, like, there's some sketchy shit out there. How would that be in that rain?
Ultimately, the main thing is starting map and goggles at that point in time. Everything else is kind of self-explanatory, but when it comes down to it, starts the biggest key. So, I don't know. You can tell kind of people that had proper rain start, hard, slick start maps in their bikes, and the guys that didn't. Because if you didn't, you sat there and you left a fucking serious burnout, dude. Like I saw Eli and I saw Coop. But then I saw J. Coop, which I think J. Coop might have had a different starting map in it, because compared to Coop and Eli, he was fucking next level, And I know J. Coop's a good starter and he could probably read the dirt, but at the same time, when the dirt's like that, you still need a little bit of help to be able to execute something like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if J. Coop had a slick map in his bike. You
don't think they would have said, "Hey, Coop and Eli, do you want to do this, or we're going to do this"?
I don't think so. Okay. There's no way. Not with the way I saw those bikes at a burnout on the starting line. There's no way that they had those in their bikes.
18th gate pick from out there. Yeah, maybe Phil. Maybe you're onto something. Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
No, I'm telling you. I watched the replays and stuff, and just the way J. Coop's bike track compared to everybody else's, I would almost guarantee it. And even Jet's bikes had some sort of traction control on it as well to where it hooked up. Because he started next to Coop, but he just fucking left him. So, but I tell you what, I think on track wise, I think I think Anderson's bike was the best. But I just think they have a lot more development just from riding the tracks out here with the power to the ground. But
and that too, Phil. Like quote unquote, rode that bike at some point, and how smooth.
I don't think he wants to admit that.
I think we talked about it already.
Yeah, but I don't think Phil wants to talk about that.
No, he did say something.
Phil said?
Yes.
Okay.
right, Phil?
I don't know.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
why?
see?
Why is it so secretive? Then you're done. Why is it? Who cares? Like, why is it a big deal?
Okay, just move on.
Anyway, okay. So anyway,
Anyway.
the Kawasaki is a smoother type of power anyway. Even if you
Yeah.
add horsepower to it, it's still very smooth,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Yes. And the way Jason rides, too, I think it was very apparent that the Cowie was very good on that track Saturday night. You know?
Phil, what's something we were talking about before you got on was, yes, Jet won. Yes, he rode great. I still don't think the bike is there yet. Do you agree?
Not yet, but
Yeah.
but it's still getting a lot better. Even in the whoops, he had a couple little squirrely moments. But it is getting better. But I was really surprised. I mean, Jet was really, really nice with Jason, both in the heat race and in that main event.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
he was really, really like, hey, man, I'll let you have it for a while. He showed a fender a few times, and he was just like, he was super temperamental. And I don't know, maybe J.A. kind of respected it a little bit. But you never really know with Jason, too, you know. Like, you can play nice all you want, and then all of a sudden the dog wants to bite you, you know. So, but, it was kind of cool to see Jet kind of pick and choose when he was going to stick it to Jason, because he could have a little bit earlier, but he was very, very patient.
do you think something has to do, and you would know more about this, Phil, like J.A. not retaliating or not maybe being as aggressive as we normally see him? Is it something like, hey, he feels like I could be in this for the long haul, so I'm not going to fuck with
Yes.
other guys, so I'm not going to chill
Yeah.
out this year, you know?
Yep, I think so. Jason's actually been really good this year so far with most of his passes and stuff. So I think he feels like he's you almost have to consider Jason almost a title threat at this point in time. You know, I mean, the way everything's going and the way he's been riding. I know San Diego didn't really work out, but he was sick as shit. So I don't know. He looks like he's kind of back to 2022 form.
Yep.
You know,
Riding for a contract,
we're coming
too.
around to
Yeah,
that.
he's riding for a contract,
Time for a contract. I mean, it's kind of crazy. There's a lot of people up for contracts, especially at the Austrian brand. So I think they're all out there for throats at the moment, but they all seem to be pretty good with each other. So there hasn't been any blatant shit at the moment. So I don't know.
I asked about somebody that would know about Jay Coop's start map, and they said, not really. He just had a fluffy gate way outside.
Which kind of it makes sense a little
They said
bit too.
not really, though. So does that mean
Well,
something?
maybe just in general, maybe his ECU thing is his ECU
Yeah,
setting is different.
maybe.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, Jay Coop took off. I mean, how much fluffier could it have been out there? It's not like it's fucking
Southwick.
Glen Helen.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, come on, you know. I can guarantee you he was spinning out there, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Lots to get into with Phil Nicoletti here, brought to you by Wiseco. Pulp25 is the code to save. Go to Wiseco, a website, and whether it's Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, Pulp25 code will save. Phil Nicoletti on the line. Phil, Tomac rode great in that heat, obviously. If he gets the start, like, do you think he takes off? Because we're just talking about Jet being a little uncomfortable. I think Eli's had Jason covered. Like, did Eli blow that with that start? Or do you think it still would have been a battle royale?
I don't know. Harder for Jet, but I don't. Between Jet, Kenny, and Jason, they all seem like they're pretty spot on. But it seemed like Jet was a lot more comfy out front at this point in time. You know, like he got his 2.5 second gap, 3 second gap, and he just kind of maintained it. Whereas for him. And he didn't bum rush anything. Like, he was so patient with everything, you know? Like, there was no extreme level of urgency whatsoever.
Well, and also, too, like, Jason gapped him a little bit in the main, and then Jet came back. Like, it wasn't so.
Yeah. The only kicker, like, I really wish, I don't know, it's kind of hard, but for me, Jay Coop was really I don't know what was up with Jay Coop in the whoops. He doubled him, tripled him all day long. He wouldn't skim him at all. And he was one of the greatest jump.
Yeah, he's up there with Marv. Yep.
Yeah. Like, if he could have got through those whoops a half a second faster each lap, because those first couple laps, 8 laps that he was leading, he would gap those guys everywhere else. But as soon as he lost finally came around to where the guys could skim him a little bit faster. He lost that little bit of edge.
Mm-hmm.
But if he could have just got through those loops, I think he could have been a game changer night for him. But
I don't know why he was so bad in them. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I don't think he skimmed them one fucking time all day.
Talking about those whoops, I did think you mentioned this earlier. I think Jason Anderson was maybe the best through them consistently. Like,
yeah,
there was maybe say like I saw a couple times that Jet looked amazing, but he couldn't do it every single time. If you just think consistently, I think Jason was the best guy through the whoops, both sets.
Yeah. I think that night, Saturday night, for sure, the Cali was the best handling bike without a doubt. I mean, the Honda was still good, but I think Jet was just able to cover up the bandages of the issues that he was having. But Jason for sure had the best handling bike without a doubt.
Sexton's race, he never got in front of Kenny, Jason, Jet. He never got in front of him. He would get close, and I thought it was coming. And I'm like, here it goes, because we know his fitness and everything else. And then he would make a mistake. And I saw 2 mistakes in the rhythm after the first turn, which to me is like one of the easier ones to do. But he fucked that up a couple times, and just it seemed like he could never quite pounce. He would get close and then screw up.
Yeah, I don't know. I disagree. I think that rhythm after the start was probably one of the harder ones for those guys.
Why? Because you're coming at an angle? You're turning?
Yeah, coming at that angle, going over that little, from little to big to get that downside, and then to get over that tabletop perfect to get that 3. Like, fuck, that takes a lot of bike skill, which I do not have. So I that was a key section, but I don't know, to be honest with you.
Honestly, when you come out of that first corner, there wasn't nothing to bank off of. So you're on the edge of your tire.
No. Yeah.
So when you're on the edge of your tire trying to set up for a rhythm like that, I bet you, and I don't know because I've never done it, but like I would imagine that would be very, very difficult.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, what do I know?
And like I don't know. Like I really thought Chase was going to. Like, those guys were in a 5-man wolf pack for a lot of laps.
Yeah.
And I thought they were going to wait for, lap 12 to finally start really picking things up. But over time, those top 3 guys started to drop, Chase a little bit and Hunter over time. And I don't know why that is or why Chase lost the gap. Because it's not like he made huge screw ups. I mean, everybody else missed rhythms in that little wolf pack too. So it doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know if something happened throughout the race that kind of caused that. I don't know. It didn't make sense on why Chase lost that, because those loops were made for Chase too. I think he's one of the better ones in the loops as well. So it doesn't make sense.
And Kenny's got the red plate. I don't think we talk enough about him. He's coming on here right away on the show, and he's got the red plate. First time for the HEP team that he's had it. And, I mean, look, one of the things Kenny's been weaker at than his competitors is late in the race, right? I saw nothing this weekend. He was strong, strong the whole way through.
Yeah, Kenny's been really impressive, and that's like Kenny-type track as well, a little hard and slick with a lot of throttle and bike control. So Kenny's been good at every round this year so far. So I don't know. I think everyone underestimated Kenny, which, I mean, at this point in time, like, obviously, yeah, he's capable of winning races, but to go 20+1 like that toe to toe is, it's impressive.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think what we got to look for is, like, we're early in the season, right? We know Kenny is strong, but how long can he be strong for,
Yeah,
So once we're over halfway, then let's see where we're at, you know?
No, I agree. But I think it's still cool for him and the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, we talk about everyone else, and we kind of just go over Roczen, because we just know he'll have his moments of brilliance. But like Phil just said, first 3 rounds,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a gamer every single one, and even with the heat races and stuff like that. But I mean, it's kind of I'd really like to see where Kenny is come Daytona. I'm sure even for himself. But he stated, Anaheim 2 is a really weird one for him just because of his past, and I don't care how many years go by, that sort of shit still lingers in your head. So to come over something like that and be able to pull something out like that and come out with the red plate, it's pretty sick. And everyone, I mean, history shows how fucking dominant Kenny is at Glendale. I mean, how many times has he won there? 4?
Yeah, him and Tomac are both really good there. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I'm sure he's kind of got a little bit of a hard on going into Glendale this weekend, thinking, hey, he's a key player.
What about Coops night? That's not ideal. Didn't get a start, and never really didn't really move forward.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I actually had lunch with Coop today, and I was talking to him about some stuff. But those guys are just so fucking gnarly. If you start 5th, and you can really only, or you start 10s, you really only work your way up to 5th. It's kind of tough. I mean,
Chase started 6 or 7 and worked his way to 4th. Like that was it.
Yeah, like that. I mean, not for nothing, but that class is so competitive. It's just become so start dependent, and everyone says, the race is, the start's 70% of the race. Like right now in that class, I truly believe it is, you come out of that first corner and you're 15th, like, dude, forget about it. You're already 15 seconds behind, it almost feels like, after the first lap.
Let me ask you about this, Phil, because you know about this. You get good starts, and when we hear, hey, he needs to get a toe, I guess explain what that means to people, because I don't think a lot of people know what that means, because when you start, let's say, 8th or 9th, you lose a 10th here, a 10th there, the first 2 or 3 laps because you're bunched up, and you got the first 3 to 4 guys, going for it with, kind of a free track. So I guess explain what a toe means.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, but like, dude, the most time you can lose is on the first lap. Realistically, it's literally the most time you can lose. Like, if I start 2nd and I can be, versus starting 12th, I've already given myself, no joke, almost a 10-second advantage just on the first lap, And obviously over the next couple laps, that 10-second advantage, comes down a significant amount. But, like, dude, it's hard to make up that time from starting 2nd or 3rd versus starting 12th on the first lap. Like, you get pulled along. It's the same with me in outdoors. That's why it's just like, one of my strong suits. Like, if I can start 3rd or 4th and get that toe and get pulled along and carry that pace for the first 4 or 5 laps and bridge from the guys that are just a tad bit faster than me, a second a lap, dude, there's no way that they can catch me. It's the same with those other guys.
It's weird because like what he's saying, you have to get a good start, and then you get that toe, and then maybe Phil's back in 5th or 6th, right?
Right.
And then what happens is he can rest the rest of the race, right? So you're not in this clump of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're just racing the guy behind you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, let's say you're 10 seconds ahead at that point in time, and you got seven laps to go, and they're half a second a lap faster than you, or 3/4 of a second faster. Like, who gives a shit at that point in time? The race is fucking over,
right.
And at that level, 3/4 of a second, it doesn't seem like much, but that's a lifetime at that level, And you can physically see and feel that. So it's really not that big of a deal, but I'll fucking tell you what. It was lap 12. I was looking at the lap times. I was sitting up there in the press box saying nice and warm. P1 to P10 were all at a 1 minute point 2 to a 1 minute point 7.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, fuck me, dude.
That's point. Yeah, it's half a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, half a second. And there's 10 guys doing that. I'm like, dude, where are you getting that time?
And I think it's crazy because we think in the world of all of us involved in racing, a second is huge.
Yeah.
But then if you really think about what the fuck it is, it's nothing.
It's nothing. But let me tell you what, when you're in the zone, like, Kenny and those and Jet and Hunter and Coop, half a second, you see it and you feel it at that point in time. Like, and that shit compounds after 2 or 3 laps.
A couple things before Roczen gets on here. I said, so nothing for weather on Jay Coop's map. And this source said nothing specifically for weather, just a different map. So then I'm like, so Phil is right, a different map. And then this person replied, Phil's drunk. So that's where we're at on that.
Yeah, well, I heard from somebody different from today. So
okay.
I don't know.
And then also, before we get Kenny on, there's tough days, and there's rough days at a Supercross, and then there's Marshall Welton's day.
Oof.
Are you kidding me?
Dude, every time I looked up, he was on the ground.
I didn't know it was that bad.
All
honestly.
day long, dude. All day long. Marsh.
Fuck, dude. Yes. So after the start, you go over little to big, and then table over single, 3 out.
Fuck.
He fucking ejected off that. I don't know, lap 3 of first time qualifying.
Yep.
Okay, ejected. Okay, gets up, and I'm like, fuck, dude. He gets up, he goes to go, and then comes around, rolls that lap, goes to go for another burner lap, comes around to that lap. Same section, same thing, ejecto mundo, dude.
What? The same
2
thing?
laps. Yeah, 2 laps back to back, same section, same jump. Adios, amigo.
What the hell happened? Is he hitting is there a kicker out there or something?
No, I don't. I mean, it was a tricky section, but I don't know, dude. He went fucking OTB. And then in the heat rate, or LCQ, he basically chopped his dick off. Like, he was fucking hurting. And then the picture he showed, I mean, you've probably seen his Instagram, dude. It looked like he just got drugged behind a fucking train.
Dude, Marsh had a day.
He sent me those pictures.
Yeah.
He's like, Phil's right. He's like, my dick got cut off. And he's like, but I'm not going to send you a dick pic. I'm like, okay. I didn't really know that was real.
Yeah, he had a day.
He come walking back, and like, I knew he was hurting because he kind of like had a little bit of tears in his eyes. Like, everyone knows how it hurt. Dick area is sensitive. You know what I mean? He's like, dude, I don't know. He's like, I thought I lost it. Like, it's all black and blue. Like, I'll pull it out and show you if you want to see it. I'm like, no, dude, I don't want to see it, dude.
I would have been in. I would have been want to see it. I was like, let me see.
Welton had a day.
Yeah, he had a day. But I don't know. He's a tough SOB. He can hit a fucking concrete wall and get up and keep trucking.
All right, let's get to our first guest here on the show. Phil Nicoletti is going to stay on the line for a little bit. Brought to you by Wiseco Phil is, and brought to you by Renthal. Renthal.com. The new lock-on grip is out. It's the only grip that you don't need to modify your handlebar for. And, of course, mountain bike products, chains, sprockets, and then the bars. Twin wall bar, fat bar, all of that available at Renthal.com. Super informative website. Let's get the red plate holder for Supercross on. Ken Roczen. What's up, Kenny? How are you, man?
How you doing, gentlemen? I'm good, thank you.
Red plate. You said at the press conference, you're like, I think you said, and maybe I'm getting it wrong, but you're like, I'm not really a title contender. I'm not. I don't know what you said, Kenny, at the press conference for A1.
No. Okay. I didn't say that.
What'd you say?
If somebody would have told me I had the red plate after 3 rounds, I would have been like, are you sure?
No,
That's
I mean A1 press conference before A1. You made a comment. You were like.
And it's sarcasm.
Was it sarcasm? Yeah.
No. I mean, if you look at it in the last few years, right? I mean, last year was going pretty decent. But I had actually a terrible first half of the season. Like, I was riding really well, but just like went down and just had a bunch of stuff happening, and then I got hurt in Nashville, so wasn't really in the run there. And then years before that, I just was never really in the run. So it's like, it's just been a long time. So I don't know, considering myself title contender or not at this point, I'm just keeping it low key and see how far it takes me.
Yeah. All of us in the media talking about Jet and Chase and all of it, Eli. And there's Kenny with the red plate. It's got.
Don't doubt me, man.
I know.
Don't doubt me.
I know. Hey, Phil here was. I was just talking about Sexton making mistakes in the first rhythm out of the first turn, and it was a little unusual to me. But then, like Phil brought up here, that section was really tough. Kenny, out of the first turn, do you agree?
Yes, I agree, and especially in the main, because out of that little inside, a rut developed, right? So then the takeoff technically got lower and lower. So I always blipped it over, and you basically smash into the takeoff of the single right there, and then have to give her the berries to get over. It was, for how little the jumps were, it was tricky. And actually, I was talking to Anderson afterwards, and after I passed him, there was actually a line inside of the rut where I feel like you didn't have to think much. You had a higher takeoff. I'm like, man, why didn't I take that? It's just another area that, because you have to be so precise in that rut and really slow down and flip it over. So it was a tricky section, I'm not going to lie. It didn't have a kicker on it. I heard you guys talking about Marshall, but the way it kind of hammered you into that single, and then, if you don't keep your body tight, it just kind of sacks you a little bit,
It definitely looked gnarly, and poor Welton. He had a night. Ken, we talked about your transmission before the year. Suzuki got you some taller first and taller second gear, which is great. And then you switched suspension companies, REP as well. Keefer, Mark really well at REP. You've tested a ton with them. I'm guessing, Kenny, that you just, between the transmission, which I know as a mechanic every rider loved when I was a wrench guy, and then Mark's knowledge and Mark's suspension, I'm guessing you are stoked with your bike right now, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy, and it's funny. So I tried something this week. We put a new shock in because I wanted to work on a little area, and I switched back for the second qualifying session. And basically, every main event that I've raced so far this year, I've pretty much been on the same setup, and I've kind of just came to. I mean, that was my base, right? Mm-hmm. But now it's a lot more confidence building when you've kind of raced, the same setup, all three mains. I've done pretty good so far, and but that's the benefit of just having a base. It's easy to try something and then just go back to what you know.
How crazy was it with the rain? Like, how tough was that, or gnarly was that? Or, I mean, like, Phil, you made up a good point. Kenny's such a great rider with the RPMs and everything that maybe the rain didn't even bother you. But
I was so mad before, honestly, though, because, the track's hard pack and, like, everything's been good so far. It wasn't supposed to rain till 10, and then it just came down, and I'm like, no. I'm normally all for the rain, but in that very moment, I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was just praying for it to stop, just because, like, what do you do? Roll off, not roll off. It's just like one of those games, right? So I'm glad that it actually, in the long run for the main event, it actually made the track pretty good. Yes, it was slippery, especially in the beginning. But if you look at the footage, like, later on, it was pretty damn good, I thought. You know what I mean? Yes, you had slick areas, and I was very, not cautious, but curious how the whoops were, because they were obviously pretty baked. And then in the sight lap, my bike had really good traction, so I'm like, okay, here we go. Like, this is solid, so let's do this. But yeah, you just have to watch out. But the good thing was, I think, that we had going for us, track layout-wise, I really liked it. It was a lot of obstacles in the lap. But we had so many bold turns, which made it so rad. Normally it's the other way around. We have a lot of flat turns, maybe one or two bold turns, but we had bold turns like everywhere, so that made it a bit better. And yeah, I mean, it ended up being a good racetrack.
How was that, Kenny? That the turning quad and then you single left, that triple out of that corner. All you guys were doing it, but I swear you were hitting that thing slower than everyone, but almost making it the cleanest out of anyone. I don't even understand how that's even possible. Like, I swear it looked like you were just going to double the thing.
Really? Yeah, I don't know. I was just careful because the takeoff was pretty close into the turn, right? And you just have to make sure that when you, especially in the beginning, when you hit it, you want to hit it straight. So you just don't, when you get one of those seat bounce high sides, those are not good. Yeah, I don't know. I just sat into that bitch and just try to be cautious out of the turn, not opening the throttle too early. And yeah, it wasn't that bad, actually.
Did you change anything on your start or no? Just run it from whatever you had in the heat race?
No, I ran whatever I had. So it was a little bit of I was debating whether I go, outside of Eli somewhere there or on the inside. And then I don't remember who I asked. I don't know if it was AP directly, but he obviously went to the inside. And I said, like, are you going inside to chase? And I heard somebody said, it was maybe him or something. I said, yep. So then I'm like, okay, I'm going to go inside of him because that rut out of the gate was actually pretty good. I didn't like the one next to Chase, which is the one that I ended up starting in, because I had immediately shiny stuff right out of the gate, and then it was kind of crooked, like somebody high-sided off of it a little bit and went into AP. So it wasn't, I ended up going on the inside and then came around and I saw there was a spot in between Chase and AP, and I'm like, no shit, but I ended up making it happen. I just got wheel spin out of it for sure, but overall my start wasn't too bad, and I thought inside was just a safer bet.
Talk about Sorry, Phil. Go
ahead, Keith. No. I was just, because I was telling these guys earlier, Kenny, like the first 5 or 6 laps, like in the 450 class, like it's crazy when the track's kind of slick or whatever. It's like everyone's super smart, like you guys. Like no one's like really bum rushing everything. Everyone just kind of waits for the race to kind of settle in. Like everyone is in a tow, but no one's like super aggro. Whereas like the 250 class, dude, they would be fucking ass over tea kettle the first 5 laps. It's just like complete different mentalities. Like, and you can actually see it when you're all watching. Like, you all literally just kind of take your time, get through the first couple laps, and like wait for the track to break in. Whereas, like, dude, I'm telling you, dude, the 250 class would be fucking left, right, and center, into hay bales, into the concrete fucking walls. Like, they don't give a fuck, dude.
No, for sure. And honestly, like, the first lap, the track almost looked better than what it gave you in a sense. And the reason I say that was, first off, some of the shiny areas were kind of like, I think they may have backbladed it with the skiddy. So we know that, right? Like there's a little bit of loose stuff on top. But the rhythm lane we were just talking about with the quad in it. So we come out of the turn, Chase double, we all double, AP doubles, and then Chase ended up going double again, but I sent the triple, and then I went over the tabletop, and I really paid attention to, because you come in with so much speed, or, you know, you go 2 and then 3, you have quite a bit of speed, and then flipping it again over the tabletop, you have to be so precise, because if you overshoot that a little bit, you're probably not going to jump to 3 into the turn, or if you case that tabletop a little bit, you're going to double 2. So I made it perfectly, and I jumped to the inside of, I think it was Dylan Ferrandis, and I landed, and as I landed, the bike, like, slowly unloaded, went into the turn, and my front knifed so hard, and I went right, like, basically touched Ferrandis a little bit, not on purpose, but it's just one of those things, you know, you go in there thinking it is going to be fine, and I landed, and my front just went whop, like, really quick, you know what I mean? So I got to, you can see it on the broadcast, but you would have to focus on me.
We talked about your base setting earlier, and when you say that, and a lot of people maybe don't understand what that is, how old is that base setting, and where do you create it? Do you create it back at home in Florida? Okay, this is what I like, or how old is this base setting?
Yeah, so yes, I'm full-time Florida, so I've done all my testing out here. I went to so we had Mark come out on a Monday or Sunday, and then I rode Monday, and I really, you know, he brought a setting, and then I rode that, and then basically that was pretty much what I went with to Australia. Well, then, you know, you ride one day, and then you fly to, you know, the other side of the world, and then I struggled in Australia. It just wasn't right. The track was super sandy, and it just wasn't like how I liked it. So that's where the WFX rounds were a little bit difficult, because I'm the kind of person that I need to, even if it's not perfect, but I want to know my bike. I want to know everything that it does, you know, as much as possible. So then I went to Abu Dhabi, and we tinkered with it just clicker-wise to get in a direction. So in the end, we didn't do that much testing. We went back to Florida, and that's when we tinkered for like a few days or a week or something like that. And then I changed my forks a little bit. I think my shock is pretty close to what it was in Australia. And then I basically just rode it, and I did a little bit of clicker stuff, but I really just left it the same the whole time. Going to Anaheim, I was pretty happy there. We manipulated it a little bit. For, you know, when you go to the race, you most likely have to do some changes, but I was pretty happy with how it was. And then, so yeah, I just had a few weeks on it, 2-3 weeks or whatever on it before going into Anaheim 1, and then that's how my base kind of established. I left it alone for the most part, and even though I thought it could do something better, that's, in the end, I went to San Diego with the same setting because I didn't want to stress about it. I didn't want to open up another can of worms, you know what I mean, because I wanted to get a couple of races under my belt. And then basically from track to track that I went to, I noticed the same thing that I wanted to change, but good. Also like wanted to leave it at the same time. And then I stayed in California last week, which was the first time in forever. I just haven't been there at all since 2022. I sold my house there. And then, yeah, that week I tried one shock, and I thought it was pretty good at the track. And yeah, that's in the end what I went with into Anaheim 2. But I just ended up going back to what I know, and it was definitely the right call. I also made we were playing around with mapping a little bit with Jamie Ellis with Twisted Development. He's done a phenomenal job to you know, really put my vision and what I want on the bike, and it's been really fun to play with that. So just a little tinkering, you know what I mean? There's still something that I want to try, but I am going to keep my bike the same for now because we are going to Glendale, and it's I don't know. I feel like we've ridden tracks lately that have been pretty, you know, hard pack, and everything has been working pretty good. So for right now, I'm leaving it the same until I want to make the change, or until the time is right to try something again. But whenever that comes, or if that comes, you know, if I keep doing good or whatever, I'm kind of just like pretty relaxed and not really worried about it right now. It's crazy because you got two really good guys. You got Mark, that is like a beautiful mind when it comes. Like every time I worked with him, and you speak to Mark, he looks like he's looking through your fucking soul, like when you're talking and you're downloading some stuff. Like, and he's a very like analytical. He thinks like you can tell he really wants to make your stuff better. And then you have Jamie, which is like a wizard with ECU stuff. And it's just funny because I was testing with Jamie the day before he went out with you, and we were talking about some stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, I got to get Roczen kind of by myself because when he's with Mark, there's more chassis stuff and suspension stuff going on than there is ECU." So Also, I'm a full-time job.
Yeah.
Not sure if you guys know. I'm a full-time job in itself, at home and at the track. So
That's actually maybe the most accurate thing that you've ever said, Kenny. I agree.
Yeah, and I've been pretty mellow, not gonna lie. Like honestly, even throughout the last few years, like it was a little bit of a confirmation. Obviously, when I first got on Suzuki, we had to do a bunch of change. It just wasn't ready to win by any means. You know, it was good. It had good bones, good structure. But we had to really figure out what makes this bike tick. And if you're fighting for that little bit of extra, you know what I mean? You've got to be super in tune with your bike. But then honestly, like, it was the complete opposite than when I was at Honda. Like, I haven't messed with it much. Once I was somewhat happy, I left it the same. Like, I feel like I've been actually pretty easygoing. But back to your point, yes, in general, I'm a full-time job.
Jamie was asking me about when's the last time a aftermarket motor tuning company held a red plate in 450 Supercross, and I couldn't think of any other than Mitch with Chad. Maybe I don't remember if Chad had the red plate back then, but congrats to Twisted, for this. He's happy. Yeah, it's absolutely.
Yeah, the whole crew, like everybody that we work with, right? Like it's a very small amount, and I think maybe that's why it feels so special, because I only deal with Peyton, my practice mechanic. Obviously Billy, my race mechanic, and then Larry, and now Mark. You know what I mean? Like it's a very, very, very tight group. It's very small, and I think that's why it feels so personable when we get these little victories.
What is?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. What's the most rewarding thing about what you, besides going winning races? Like we know that's the ultimate goal, but like as far as this whole thing, if you can look at the whole pie from racing, testing, training, all these things that you do to be a professional. What do you like most about it besides winning? What do you look back on and be like, dude, I love this fucking part about dirt biking?
Well, I don't know. What's so rewarding is that just in the past few years, like I've been pretty much on my own. You know what I mean? Like I don't have a trainer or anything, where in the previous years, right? Like you always listen to somebody and they tell you exactly what to do and when to do it in a sense. And I don't know. I've just kind of been on my own, and I feel like that's how I am the happiest when it comes to the training side of things, because I'm actually very I love tinkering with stuff. I go in the gym very frequently and just work on my body, keep it balanced, and just little stuff. But now I do it because I'm paying attention to myself and I want to do it. And where before, I don't know, it just became a little bit of a drag when somebody always tells you, what to do it. So I don't know. And then at the races, like when we're down at the track, like Larry is a bit of a coach as well, right? Like we always make a plan. We go down, we talk before the race, like where we start, and we execute whatever we talk about. And then, I don't know, I just think because it is such a small group of people, and it's like, it's like going down to the track with your dad in a sense, and I don't know, it's just, that's what makes it really rad. And now I'm older too, you mature more, and I have a family at home, and you just come back from the track and you focus on other things. It's almost like sometimes, in a good way, it feels like moto is a little bit of a side job, but I mean that, I obviously want to win and whatnot, but like you kind of, whatever I need to make myself to put myself in the right headspace, to go out day in, day out. And then just in the older ages, like, you have other things to focus on. We actually just got back 30 minutes ago from basketball with my son, you know what I mean? Like you do those kind of things. And then, I'm going out to the track tomorrow after a good day of being at home.
Go ahead, Phil.
No, because I wanted to go back to the Jamie thing. Like I'm really good friends with Jamie, and like I was talking to him on Saturday, and he said he had one out with you in the week. But like trying to come up with start maps and stuff like that for you, Kenny, have you never really done that sort of stuff, like in the past, like at Honda, and kind of like really fine tuning it specifically for you, or not?
No, up until this point, I've always been a full power guy, and I'm just going off of my feeling. I've always trusted that the most. Having said that, with Honda, I tried a start map before, but I didn't like the characteristic of the start map. Like I had to like hold it wide open and it cut off at a certain RPM, and it didn't really function with my brain and what comes naturally to me. So then now, and honestly, I've been wanting to try a start map for a long time, but I didn't think that we could with our bike. I don't know why. Like I just thought that wasn't really an option until Larry brought it up, and then I'm like, dude, I've been thinking about that. You know what I mean? I didn't know we could do that. So we ended up messing around with it, and it was just really cool. We ended up developing kind of my own. I tried a few different ones and ended up developing my own, and just how he put it, whatever I wanted, and then translated it into the bike was really cool. I don't have much experience with it, so I want to tinker with it a little bit more because I think we can get it better. And like I said, this is the first time I've really been messing around with start maps and stuff.
Yeah, that's why I think it's so cool because, obviously, you rode for factor teams and stuff like that, where it's just like they kind of give you the package on what, they think is correct and how it should work off traction control or whatever. Whereas Jamie goes off of what you feel and how you manipulate the bike, because everyone manipulates the motorcycle different, from weight to clutch to throttle. Like, I don't know. That's why I always liked him. Like, every map that I've ever done with him, and I've had multiple starting maps with him through the years, where it's just like, it's almost down to, to perfection, from clutch release to throttle to RPM to shift points, to where, like, it's literally customized strictly for me, and I can bang that out fucking in my sleep, whereas, like, I don't think I don't know if the factories really do that, or like they're against that. They always kind of push I guess I shouldn't say that. It's always like a certain agenda, whereas Jamie's never had his own agenda. It's always like, hey man, you talk to me and I'll try and pull out the best sort of thing I can for you and put it into the bike, and you let me know if it's yay or nay,
For sure. And the biggest thing is now, for the past few years, like, we all in the team, we pull on the same string, and that's the only way you're going to get to, results and your vision, really.
Ken Roczen here, brought to you by the folks at renthal.com. Please check the website out. Honda, Kawasaki, all of that available for you. Kenny, we do have some phone calls for you as well. Let's get into that. Mike's on one. Go ahead, Mike. What's your question for Ken Roczen?
What's up, guys? Hey, Kenny.
Hey, man.
Hey, I got a question. So, this week it seemed like race pace for everybody was a little bit closer outside of what everybody talks about with the three guys. Like, Kenny, you were on an unbelievable pace. Anderson was on a great pace. And when we see Jet make that move, there wasn't much of a gap pulled. And when you look at lap times, they were all really close, even all the way up, to Malcolm in ninth. Do you think that was a track, specific thing, or it was weather, or do you think some people have really elevated this year and kind of made it harder for those top three to run off?
I think it's definitely that just so many riders, I feel like, are on their A game. For the most part, I've talked about it before. For the most part, I think everybody got super healthy through the off season, and I think everybody's on their A game, and that's just what you get, right? Like, it did rain, but it was a big track, as in, like I said, a lot of obstacles. So there was a lot of room to mess up as well, So, and I really, truly believe that everybody is just really good right now, and that's why the racing has been so close, really, weekend in and weekend out so far. And then, I said it, we were basically in a battle for the lead with 5 guys at one point, you know what I mean? You just didn't have that in the past.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Jason's on 2. Go ahead, Jason. What's your question for Kenny?
Hey, first off, congratulations on another solid night of racing.
Thank you.
But my question is, going back to your 2 arm injuries and the amount of surgeries that you went through, especially with that first one, and then all the rehab that it took and the stuff to get through it all. Fast forward to now, you're still here getting podiums and leading the points. So in your honest opinion, do you think that would have ended some of your other longtime competitors' careers, like everything that you had to overcome to get back to this? Do you think everybody could have went through that?
That's a tough one. I don't think so. It definitely required a certain something. And then also you got to think about everybody is uniquely themselves. You know what I mean? Like, certain things that bothers one guy doesn't bother the other guy. So I feel like everybody is different and everybody approaches things different. But just not to bullshit, like, to the extent that I had my arms like messed up, I don't think it was for just anybody. So it's just a tough question. And I do believe that now I think people maybe want to have that kind of like hard mindset more often, after injuries, where up until this point, like, besides RV, like with his leg, like, you just haven't really seen, I feel like, maybe injuries to that extent and then keep going. But yeah, it's just a unique situation. And like I said, everybody is different and everybody handles it different.
Thanks for the call, Jason. Appreciate it. Yeah, Kenny, it's, it without a doubt costs you a lot of wins and maybe championships. You have such a legacy now with outdoor titles and all of that and all your wins, and you have a great legacy. But there is no doubt what could have happened had you not had that crash. It was. Yeah, but
I just think the biggest thing is that when that happened, I was on my absolute A game, right?
Yep.
So then you get pushed down. It's really hard, even though I had that mindset of, I'm going to come back better than ever. I feel like you have to have that to even inch close to where you want to be, because if you just don't have that mindset, I just feel like you're leaving stuff on the table. So, but then I came back, and then the 18 one really did a big damage just because I needed seat time, race time, and I didn't get that. And then you just feel lost, and you start a little bit out in the middle of nowhere type thing, And then also, like I said, in 2017, I secluded myself from the sport a lot because I didn't know if I was going to be able to race again. So then when I came back at Anaheim, I just felt like I was gone for 5 years, because I didn't watch any racing. I didn't mess with the sport at all. And then you came back racing, and I felt a little bit, like I have to kind of restart the career a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I want to change the subject because I don't even like talking about it.
Okay.
Because that bugs me. Glendale, Kenny. 4 times we won there. 4.
I like the chuckle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew that was going to come up as soon as, when you said Glendale, I knew where you're going.
Yeah, I mean, come on, dude. Come on.
Well, what the funny part is, Glendale, even Indy. I think Supercross, and with how ruddy Indy gets, for example, is super gnarly, and it's not necessarily my favorite. You know what I mean? Just because you're going for the prayer every single lap to make it through, in a sense. But I don't go to these races that I've done really good at, thinking this is me. This is I almost treat every single venue that I go to the same. Obviously, now after a few years, there has been a pattern of that I did really good. Like Glendale. And of course, it's good to, I guess, think about, and you go into the race with a little bit more comfort, I guess.
I don't know how. I'd fucking walk into Glendale with fucking flexing like no other. Be like, yeah, this is my fucking place, boys.
Yeah, I think part of that is I grew up with those conditions. My track, we didn't have water systems back in Germany or in Europe for that matter. So I literally rode dusty concrete. I could have put a supermoto tire on, and I would have probably been faster. So that's what I grew up with. Granted, now it's been a really, really, really long time since I've been around that. But at the same time, those kind of things kind of burn into your character and burn into your, what you just grew up doing. Same with mud races, right? In general, people always say, oh, you're good in the mud. And I'm like, honestly, I've been in the U.S. for 15 years now. I've ridden just as much mud as everybody else. It's been a long time. But from growing up and the environments, it's the same as when I was little and I was riding a 250 at the age of 11 or whatever, and I would tip over in the corner. You think my dad came over to try and help me to get the bike up? No, he didn't. But it's those kind of things that shape your pathway a little bit down the road,
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same thing with track conditions. I just have ridden it a lot when I was younger, and they're not my favorite by any means, but for some reason I end up, doing decent there.
Pretty cool moment at 100% on Friday at San Diego. I went to 100%, and David Bailey and I were talking, and David Bailey's like, if anybody wants to know how to ride a dirt bike, I would show them Kenny.
Yeah.
I would show them Ken Roczen. That's how you ride a dirt bike. That's how you ride a 450. He's just so good, so perfect. He mentioned Jet also, but he was like, I would just show somebody, do what Ken Roczen does. That's what David
crazy.
Bailey said.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I would have never guessed that, to be honest. I know back in the day or before the injuries and stuff, I was definitely a bit of a different rider. But no, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I guess that's really cool that I can offer those things. So
Yeah, for sure. All right, last call for Kenny from Tony. What's up, Tony? What do you want to talk to Ken Roczen about?
Well, thanks for taking my call, guys. That's awesome. I was just listening to Roczen talk about growing up riding in the mud and doing all that. That's awesome. That's what I grew up doing too. And just want to congrats on the red plate, and just a shout out for always keeping it core. I mean, your Instagram posts with the punk rock and rock and roll, kind of keeping it old school, kind of McGrath era. I just, it's so cool for the true Roczen fans out there like myself, and especially back in the RCH days when you weren't afraid to go out to the hills with and film with Twitch and the boys with Chasing the Storm. That was awesome. It's just incredible career. I'm pulling for you. My family's pulling for you. I just think it's so cool.
All right.
So good
Thank
luck,
you.
man.
Well, I do what I want to do, so.
Yeah, you say what you want to say and you do what you want to do. That's pretty much been your thing, for sure, Kenny.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else for Kenny, Phil, before we let him go?
Nope. I don't know. It's impressive, Kenny. I mean, I asked Barsh this last week, and obviously with Eli, and you are getting older too. I mean, how long do you think? Because we got a bunch of you badasses here. Not that timing out, but time is running out. How much more time is there?
Dude, I don't know. I'm a little bit afraid of retiring, but having said that, in the last few years, there was many times where I was like, I'm so over it, maybe I should just be done. But I also marinate on that a little bit, right? So I honestly don't know. There were so many times where I'm like, man, I want to, be done. I don't know. I want to be at home. I've become a lot more of a homebody than I used to be. And so I don't know. Now we got 2025. I'm turning 31 in April, and it's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. I wish I could tell you if it's a year or 2 years or if I'm on my way out. I may have to decide that a little bit on a whim like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, next year. I mean, obviously, obviously you're a gamer every single time the gate drops, and next year there's a lot of musical chairs going on. I mean, would there be a sense for you to come back and go to a factory team if you wanted to do a full Supercross, motocross, and SMX, or are you truly cooked on doing a full 31 races?
I'm not doing a full 31 race. I'm really happy with what I do at the moment, and to be fair, it's not like I'm just doing 4 races and that's it for the year, because at the end, with the 17 Supercross, an outdoor here and there, plus the SMX, and then with WSX as well, I'm still doing 20, mid-20, high 20s races, so it's still a lot of racing, you know what I mean? But having said that, no, I'm honestly not in love with moto anymore. I don't know what happened. That's what I had the most experience on, and I was in general a motocross guy, but I don't enjoy it as much anymore. Not gonna lie, even just being out here and practicing, it's not my thing anymore. It doesn't really get me fired up anymore. And every now and then, maybe for an outdoor race or so, like how it was, last year was a little bit of a catastrophic with my results and stuff. But like the year before, I purely did it because my son wanted to go. I felt ready. I felt good, and I will probably continue just doing that. Having said that, with teams, I don't know, man. I haven't even thought as far as next year because my deal got done really late, like in December or something like that for 2025. So I have no idea what's going on next year. I do know there's a lot of spots that become open, and I guess it's more so just fun seeing what's going to happen and the unknown a little bit, But in general, no, I'm going to stick to racing Supercross and stick with that.
And your WSX, you are committed for this year, I believe, right? This is the last year of your deal as far as doing that? Yeah. So
yeah, it's the 4th year this year, I believe, because the first year wasn't part of the contract that I signed. Okay. So technically this year is the last year. But then, again, I don't really know what's happening in the future.
And then there's probably zero chance, Phil, we see Kenny on a 250F at a motocross national, maybe. I think
well, I wouldn't say 0% chance. Okay. I mean, come on, Steve. You know me. I'm always down to kind of stir the pot. It all depends on how I feel and how into it I am.
I watched you at Ironman. I'm like, I don't think he's having much fun out there, man.
No, that was shitty timing. I don't know. It just was not. Like, once I committed to it, and then a couple of things happened, and it was definitely a tough one. I wish I would have done something like that maybe in the year before. I just felt a lot more ready for it, even though I didn't ride outdoors at all and just kind of like went to the race, after a day or two.
Yep.
But I just, in general, I was in a different mindset, and everything just, felt more right than it was this year. But I still think, before I would have gone back after my knee, back to just SMX, I still think it was good to get some gate drops in.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah.
I just want to give a tip of the cat to Courtney. I know we talk about home life and all this shit on the show.
You're big on home life, yeah.
Courtney's a solid woman, great for Kenny. I think vice versa, and all this stuff that we talk about, it starts at home, Kenny. And like if you don't have that base at home.
100%. Yeah, and she's more into racing than I am. That's kind of like what got me into the 250 deal, to be honest. So thank her.
Yeah, thank her. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. All right, Kenny, thank you for the time, man. I appreciate it. Congrats on the red plate. And like Phil said, Glendale's also good to you, so I look for another great race this weekend. So
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Later.
thank you, man. Thanks.
See you, Kenny.
Bye.
That's Ken Roczen, everybody, and yeah, man, it's awesome. It's a really cool story. It's just great. Like I'm not going to start yelling that he's got the title or anything, like, you know what I mean? But it's really, really great story. And
Can we say why it's not good for Suzuki, though?
why is it not good for Suzuki?
Here's what I feel. Suzuki, I'm not talking strictly the Japanese side
Okay.
of it.
Hold
They
on, let me
see-
call Chris Wheeler before you say
No,
this.
honestly, he might agree with me on this.
Okay.
Like, I feel like they have the red plate. They haven't developed the bike in how many years?
Mm-hmm.
They're probably going, hey, look,
Oh,
we don't fucking need to develop the
Shit.
bike. Look at it. We're winning, and we haven't done fuck all in how many years, right?
okay.
Like, I
Yeah.
feel like that's not a good thing.
Every manufacturer comes out with a new bike every 3 years is shooting themselves in the foot, saying, "What the fuck are we doing?"
Right.
now?"
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I heard the new president of Suzuki, this is his first U.S. race he's ever seen, was this weekend.
Great. We're fucked.
Yeah.
Well,
But I've
anybody
also
wants a
heard-
new
I've al-
Suzuki, thank Kenny.
I've
We're
also
fucked.
heard in the past a lot of times with Suzuki, the president of Suzuki really likes racing.
Yeah, I've heard that too, Phil. Yep.
You know, I've heard that many
Kenny
times.
wins the championship on Suzuki.
Yeah.
C'est la vie, new bike. That's it.
Um,
Done.
Well, yeah, I'm with you too. I had somebody who was high up in U.S. Suzuki tell me that they're done. They're not there anymore. But they were like, oh yeah, the new guy, he's all in on racing. He's all in. This was years ago. And I wrote a Racer X feature about it and everything.
That's what I thought. Yeah, the previous guy was the same way, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, which I mean, all that I don't know. That's all just hearsay. But you want to know what I wanted to ask Kenny? I didn't know because I didn't want to take it off him. But I wanted to get his opinion on Prado and in what he thinks about him and where he stands, leaving the GPs and coming here and go to the 450 in Cowie and kind of getting banged up preseason, getting banged up this weekend. Like, I don't know how he thinks he's doing or where he thinks he should be,
Yeah, jumping in 450s is tough. We've always seen, the guys jump into 250s and get their feet wet and learn it, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to get his opinion just because, I mean, he's kind of a leader of, MXGP guys coming here and stuff like that, so, but yeah.
All right,
pretty
Phil,
cool.
thank you for the time. You'll be at Glendale this weekend, right? And
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, all right. Well, let us know. Thank you for the time tonight, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sounds good. See you, fellas.
All
See
right,
you, Philip.
That's Phil Nicoletti, everybody. Phil Nicoletti, and thanks to Ken Roczen and Phil for coming on board. Also, thanks to Cardo Systems. We partnered up with Cardo this year, cardosystems.com, PulpMX code to save. Pack Talk Edge phones are waterproof, dirt-proof. They allow you to communicate with a range up to a mile away. And they fit on any helmet, crystal clear JBL sound system. Really cool to talk to rider to rider or rider to coach.
Did that at Triumph on the 450 intro.
Oh, you did?
They hooked us up with Cardos.
Yeah.
And we got to talk to each other while we were riding.
It'd be cool to have you. I wish you would have had a Cardo when you and Dark were in the hills when he threw his goggles. That would have been great.
Fuck.
So that would have been fantastic.
Great.
Use the code PulpMX to save at Cardo Systems. So big news this week in the industry. I would say it overshadowed maybe the race itself. Was the Lawrence brothers put out on social media that they parted with their ways with Lucas Mirtl, who's been a guest on this show a couple of times, friend of mine as well. And Lucas went back on social media and kind of talked about his side of things and the way he saw it. And it's kind of a shitty deal all around. I hate to say it from both sides, right? Because Mirtl has been there since the beginning with the Lawrence family and really helped them a lot, helped with a lot of riders. And WMG Wasserman put out a social media as well. And now we kind of wait and see. But I did feel cool to talk to Mirtl earlier today about maybe coming on and talking about it. And so he agreed to come on and sort of talk about his side of the story. And he's on right now. Lucas Mirtl, what's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, Mertz?
Hey, Steve. Chris, how are you guys?
We're good, but I guess the bigger thing is how are you, man? Like, how are you doing? Like, we're good friends. I'm not as tight as some people with you in the industry, and I had to ask them, like, how's he doing? Because you weren't texting me back, so.
Yeah, no, but obviously when it happened, it was completely out of the blue, but it was rough. That probably worst experience you could imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, right? Tougher for your friends and people. And family and whatnot, but this week we're kind of back into it, and we've got to address the allegations that were made, and a really unfortunate situation that, quite honestly, never saw coming.
Yeah, you'd said that on your social that you were kind of blindsided by this, and truthfully, I found that strange for sure, Mirtl. Like, I'm like, wait, he didn't know? Like, you didn't understand what was going on until you saw that? Like, that's got to be WTF.
Yeah, I was. It was just another day. 100 phone calls and stuff to get through. And I started receiving just these wild termination and another termination, and then it's online. And there was just no way to even compute at that moment, and even for 24 hours, I was talking to everyone leading up to when I went to bed the night before, and then this really hit. Honestly, it's the closest thing, like feeling like in a nightmare, or you're going to wake up. So, completely unaware.
So, for the record, as you said in your social, you deny these allegations that funds were. You deny these, and obviously you're working with a lawyer, I'm guessing, to work through these next steps.
Yeah, not a criminal attorney. No, there's certain stuff on employment law and what is due. I'm out a big sum of money, and due to the way that was handled, and still haven't heard anything from anyone involved or an outside source or anything. It's all I know is the allegation that was put out there. That's the only thing we know at this point. And there's my clients, right, outside of the Lawrences that are involved in this situation. They're getting talked to, and every other agent, my former agency, are trying to do what they need to on that side of things, but nothing from anyone.
I was pretty surprised because, look, I've been in the sport a long time, and a lot of things happen behind the scenes. Teams not paying riders not fulfilling sponsorship, things like that, and it's kind of done privately. So I was surprised at the public part of this. I mean, if they decide to do this and it comes out, and then we just say, hey, where's Mirtl this weekend? And then we kind of find out that you guys parted ways. It was a little surprising to see it out on public like this. Mirtl, I'm guessing you're feeling the same way.
Yeah, I don't know how that came to be at all, like how that passed any sort of boardroom, or, hey, this is probably a good idea. It's unprecedented, right? I can't find anything to attach to, I would do this way. So really, really still, and everyone close to the situation or around it or near it, it is baffling, right? Even in criminal law, right? Like, they don't do a press release and say we got our guy, but we'll get him here shortly, right? Like,
no,
it is baffling, but.
So no, you haven't heard from authorities. You haven't heard from any authorities.
No,
that goes?
No, and I don't expect to. Right, there is on my side of things, absolutely baseless, and
right. Have you heard? Do you talk to your other clients?
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Have you talked to other clients? Do you have guys that are saying they're gonna stick with you, or how does I don't even know how that works, because there's obviously WMG contracts with these guys. So how does that work?
Yeah, it's a touchy situation.
Okay.
Right. There's stuff I'm happy to I will talk on, right, and stuff that's going to have to play out either through litigation on my side or whatnot, right? Like, seems inevitable at this point when something like this major happens. But yeah, I've spoke to all of those guys, and it's tough for them. That's the not about really how I feel. It's what affects you on this is, like, a lot of people are very close to me, and we've got a lot of history that was pretty much doused in flames, right? In the blink of an eye. That, just as I was caught off guard, so were they. And that's the part that's personally, and anyone should be able to relate to, is how it affects other people around you.
Yeah, I would imagine like other clients that may not even know what's going on that you had, and they're like, I really like Mirtl. Well, now I'm kind of SOL on that.
Yeah, I don't know how that works, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, I've spoken to them, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to face this head on, right? I'm not staying silent. I've argued with different people on the staying silent. I'd be like, that's what guilty people do, right? No way. I owe it to a lot of people who've been in my corner to stand up and fight. And the day it happened, it doesn't feel quite that way. I promise you. You want to disappear, but you have to. Right? I've got a 2-year-old son that I'm responsible for, and too much collateral to just let the story end right here like that. No way. No way.
So for you haven't talked to Darren, Jed, or Hunter since this?
No one.
And so on the show here, you're gonna be back at the races. You feel like you'll be back representing people doing what you do.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not going anywhere. No.
Okay.
If I was guilty or if I'd done something wrong that would affect my ability to be at the races, I would say it, right? But no, I'm very much. It's what I know. It's all I know, and it's time to stand up and fight, right? Like, do I understand why and how we got here? No, but I'm sure over time I will, and everyone else will.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're friends. We're not like tight friends, but we're friends. I consider us friends. And when the Lawrence Instagram went out, I was shocked like everyone else in the industry. And by the way, you fucked me out of a mountain bike ride because I couldn't go because I was too busy texting and talking to people trying to figure this out. So, because it was such big news in our industry.
That's also been worrying me a lot. Sorry about that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
But when the WMG, when Wasserman, who was such a big, when they put a statement out, I was, and I'll be honest, Mirtz, I'm like, that is not good for my friend Lucas Mirtl, that statement. Like, riders can say whatever, and I don't know the truth, and I don't know what happened. I know I'm in the dark on this, but when Wasserman put that out, Lucas, I was very much like, oh boy, so. Yeah,
I can't talk on behalf of why or how they did it, or the way.
But you can see my point there, right? If you're me, you're like, holy,
Oh yeah, no, it don't look good. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. It was laser precision.
Yeah.
On it, like there was no miss on the message portrayed. There wasn't a miss there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give it that, right? And the feedback on it is all justified because that's how it went out there. It looked that way. So I'm not even here to persuade public opinion, right? You're already guilty in their eyes because that's the only thing to go off, right? All I can do is stand defiant in the face of those allegations and tell it how it is on my side.
Is it too early to think about like your work with the Lawrences and the things you've done for them and the VIP program? And look, they ride the dirt bikes, they train. You're not the reason they're as great as they are, but other stuff. Is it too late?
I don't think it'd be healthy for myself to go, look at all this.
Well, I was just saying, are you proud of that? Are you proud of sort of,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, absolutely. I'm proud, and it's not just the Lawrences I'm proud of. I'm proud of everything I've done with a lot of athletes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because that one takes a lot of eyeballs on it because it's been so successful. But there's deals that I'm as proud of and more proud of,
okay.
and it's like helping someone, or it was one that was really good. So it's not all. The proud factor isn't always tied to the dollars and cents of a deal. It's like It's like creating something out of nothing can mean 10 times more than signing the biggest deal in the history of the sport.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right, man. Well, hey, we'll let you go.
I appreciate it. Sorry, Maverick.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
Good for the last
I
hour.
look forward to you hopefully getting through this and back at the races, and it's not good for anybody.
We'll get through it. I appreciate the time and reaching out, and sorry about your mountain bike ride.
Yeah, it's okay, buddy. I'll get through that.
I'll figure that out. How to fix that for you soon.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Maybe you can work on Phil's boot deal or something. Hey, thanks, man. Hang in there.
Nuts.
And, thanks for the statement.
Appreciate it, boys. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Talk to you
All
soon.
right, see ya.
Bye.
That's Lucas Mirtl, everybody. Yeah?
It's a fucking weird deal, dude.
I mean,
It's just weird. Like,
it's a huge deal in our sport.
I know we
for
didn't
sure.
talk about it much.
Yeah.
But like, it's weird that like, they came out and had this statement, and he doesn't know about it. So how does that even come about? Like.
I'm with you. I mean, they said, funds are missing, misappropriation of funds. And again, like, I like Darren Lawrence and the boys. They're great. They've been good to me. I don't have a dog in this fight. But when I saw that, as I told the Mirtz, when I saw the WMG release, I'm like, that's not good. Wasserman Media Group is a billion-dollar industry, a billion-dollar company.
Obviously, Wasserman Media Group has seen this and have notified the Lawrences, and then the Lawrences would be like, okay, this is what we're doing. Because WMG would be like, hey, we're getting rid of Mirtz, so anybody attached to him, either you bail from us, or how does that work? Is that breach of contract, or?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how those athlete agency agent
Yeah, I guess maybe
work.
they don't have a choice. Like, hey, we can't even leave and go with you if we wanted to because we're into this.
I don't know. I know if you can leave an agent and your fees for commissions still go to the agency, even if you're with another agent, you can leave any time. But the contract that agent at Wasserman did for you stands up, and the money goes to Wasserman and the agent until that deal is done.
Okay.
I do know that. But, look, Mirtz reached out and said he wanted to come on and just talk a little bit, and I'm happy to give him the platform, just like I would Darren or Jet Lawrence or Hunter Lawrence. So.
You're in that situation too, right? You're in the middle. Be like, hey, you got to let both sides.
Yeah,
talk.
yeah. I'm not going to tell Lucas, hey, he can't come on. It does not look good. The statement from WG does not look good. But in this country, we're innocent until proven guilty.
Which is not always what happens, but
no, but we are, and so he's happy to come in, and like I said, Mirtz is a friend of mine. So I'm not one of those guys that I texted him the next day after it all dropped and just said, hope you're doing well, hang in there. He never replied.
The thing I worry about is, like, let's paint this picture. He's innocent, right? And then WMG tells the Lawrences, hey, this is what's going on. The Lawrences go with that. And now you have this friendship that was built for how many years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you wake up, like you said, and then you're like, what the fuck? I thought these were my friends, and now it's gone, right?
And even Jacob Hayes is caught in the middle. Lucas brought Jacob into it,
Exactly.
and Jacob was working with Mirtl, and obviously Myrtle's social post kind of went after Jacob and Travis, another guy that's been at WMG forever. And, Lucas taught Jacob everything he knows on working with a rider and representing Jacob. Obviously had a great career as a motocross and arena cross champion. And now that's done, right?
Yeah.
So that's also, it definitely shook the industry.
There's a lot of pieces falling down, right?
It shook the industry. I mean, and Mirtl represents Tom Vial and Masterpool.
The Coonan brothers.
The Coonan brothers.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm missing some people in there.
Voland,
I don't know if he still does Voland, but yes, absolutely. A lot of riders in the industry. Oh, Chance Hymas.
Yeah.
Joe Schmoda. Right.
Yeah. So he was the power guy.
Yeah.
He was the agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he comes back, man, it could be incredible. Could be like a movie of the week.
Right.
So thanks to Lucas for coming on. By the way, Troy Lee Designs doing something really cool for the victims of the LA wildfires. My buddy Sam Jones, one of them.
He texted me.
You did a really nice thing for him.
He texted me a really nice text.
You did a nice thing for him.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
So Sam Jones and others in LA lost their houses in the wildfires. And so Troy Lee Designs is doing a helmet auction. They're getting all the helmets for Anaheim too, for all the guys, putting them up for auction. All the money goes to the wildfire funds to help people out. So please check it out. This is through Supercross and through Troy Lee. Troy's awesome. And so check that out, please, if you can, and help out if you want one of those helmets. There's some people that are like super loaded out there that would love these helmets. that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is cool.
So check that out if you can. Also, Michelin. Speaking of FMIP, new Michelin mountain bike tires are out. The E-Wilds are a copy of the DH and the E-Wild combined. It's like they had a baby. It's like the DH and the E-Wild.
They did it?
They did it.
Ooh.
And then they had a baby, and the baby is the new E-Wild tire.
Wow.
Stiffer sidewall, E-Wild pattern. I really like it. It's great stuff for your mountain bike. And, of course, the Starcross 6s as well. I use those tires exclusively to beat dark bad at the Glen Helen World Vets.
That you did.
Never even saw the guy all day long. Even he had race gas. I didn't have race gas. But he still won. Or I still beat him, I should say. So Michelin Starcross 6s. Michelin.com/motorcycle to learn more. And they got a new product coming out soon for not dirt bikes, but stay tuned. FMIP and everybody else cooking things up at Michelin.
Spent some time with FMIP the last couple of days.
And the Wolfpack.
Stayed at the house. The Wolfpack stayed at the house. We had a good time. Lots of action. Let me say, just nonstop action. From the time you wake up, from the time you go to bed, it is nonstop action.
I wouldn't want to wake up and have FMIP doing a production in my face as I wake up. So
he ramps up.
Okay.
He gets the coffee.
Yeah.
And then he starts ramping.
Well, we got something to talk about with FMIP later on.
Yes.
In regards to his
big
demands.
news.
Big news. Yeah. So we're gonna talk about that later on. So again, thanks to Ken Roczen and Phil Nicoletti and Lucas Mirtl for calling in earlier. And the next guest coming up here, Renegade PulpMX 25. It is the race gas company to ship directly to your door. Go to renegaderacefuel.com to select the products you want. Enter the PulpMX promo code, PulpMX 25. And within a few days, you'll have the world's best race fuel at your door. Cleanest, coolest, most consistent race fuel out there. And listen, the other gas company had some issues with their gas a little while ago, and Renegade really stepped up, and they told me the sales were fantastic. So good for those guys, I guess, at Renegade Race Fuels. You've tested them. You like the stuff. So
it's good.
PulpMX 25 is the code to save with Renegade. Bringing you our next guest on the show. He's a dirt jerk, he's one of the funniest guys around at the races, working hard. Ross Blankenship. What's up, Ross? How are you, man?
Hey, Steve Keefer, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Ross?
Thanks for coming on. You were on last year, and you really good interview. I give you guys a lot of shit, as do the racers. You must feel like, Ross, as far as a track builder goes, you can just never win because no one is going to say, I love this track. 100%,
yeah.
You know?
You got 5 guys that say it's the best they've ever ridden, and then you got 5 other guys that are like, man, this is terrible. It's like, what? Your sample is pretty varied, you know?
Well, even last weekend in San Diego, I ran into Jordan Smith. He told me he couldn't believe how slippery the track was. It was unbelievably slippery, this and that. And then I go to interview guys, and they're like, dude, traction was great.
yeah. I saw JT in the tunnel, and he said, this is the most traction I've ever seen at a San Diego Supercross. I said, yeah, man, it turned out great. Our watering guys hit it spot on, and it was great. And then, Jordan says it was like ice. It's like, what are you talking about?
Jordan comes from good dirt, okay? So it's like he comes to the West
Very
Coast,
true.
so everything's slippery to Jordan.
Yeah, maybe, right?
Yeah.
So, Ross, a couple things to get you on the show. By the way, praise before.
Are we gonna decide who was right here?
Are you gonna
me or you?
Well,
suck your own penis right now? Is that what we're doing?
I have some complaints, but I'm going to start with a praise, though. I'm going to start with the praise to build Ross up.
To him. Praise to him.
Yeah, praise to Ross,
okay.
and then I will tear him down.
Okay.
First 3 tracks of the year have been really good. I've been critical of the easiness of these tracks in the past, and start cross, and the start's still super important, don't get me wrong. But I think, Ross, the first 3 tracks have been really good. Anaheim 1 was basic, but it was the most better basic track of Anaheim 1 we've seen in years. And then I think the last 2 have been great. I really think there was a quad, there was a 10th whoop. This weekend we had a couple of big rhythms and 2 whoop sections back to back. Like, I have been really thinking these 3 tracks have been good.
It really has been. It great racing. Can't give it up to the crew enough. Everybody in our crew is just killing it, working their asses off, and we're huge race fans too. We want to try and put on the best race that we can for, with the best track that we can do. So it's been a good year so far. We actually slipped out of California with a tiny bit of rain. So it's made a huge difference not going in with super wet dirt the start of the week to build. It's been a good change of pace from the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's been good. All right, let's talk about what I don't like. And
that was short lived, man. That was about 2 minutes of
No.
yeah, you're fucked now the rest of the interview. So good luck to you.
And I like how Ross said like he's got to give it up to the entire crew, but meanwhile on a text, Ross is telling me he's responsible only. He and he alone is the only reason these tracks are any good. No, I'm kidding. No. Here's what. How do we build tracks with the starting gate where the 4 or 5 gates are going straight into the backside of a berm? And San Diego had the first 2 that you couldn't go straight out of. Like, we got to fix this.
You're always going to have a start bench. Our gate's 82 feet wide and our first turn's 45. So you're always going to have a pinch. It's just a matter of how big the pinch, how exaggerated the pinch is on the length of the start.
I don't feel like you should make a main event and go right into a berm. Your gate literally,
that puts more emphasis on qualifying, though. When qualifying heat races, it puts some emphasis on that to get a good, not just be lackadaisical. I'm like, I'm just going to coast it in here. I'm in the night show.
I disagree, sir. I disagree.
We talked about it in that group chat that we should go to just a staggered start.
Well, I'm like, why not? Like, I know AMA, like
staggered start.
Yeah, like let's do a second row. Let's do a back row.
Oh boy. Yeah. Sorry, not staggered.
Let's do a back row.
Really,
dude? You can get a whole other lane in if you went to a back row.
It would save a lot of space. Yeah, you'd create a lot more space.
Yeah, that would start a shitstorm. That would not.
Well, okay, sure. Fair, shitstorm. But I would counter with, I would counter with that there was 5 or 6 gates this weekend that were unusable.
So you're telling me 10 and 10? 10
12 and 10?
Oh. That'd be 11-11.
11-11?
Okay, 11-11.
12-10? I don't know. Like, whatever. Yeah. Like, whatever. I think you could do so much more with track design and track build and track ingenuity and all that.
That'd be really, Yeah, that'd be really cool.
They do it in Europe all the time. European Supercrosses have a back row all the time.
That's not. I feel like that doesn't look professional as far as our end. I feel like if you're talking to a guy that's in a professional main event and he's 11th or 12th fastest, that's an elite guy. 12th place guy. Look at the 12th place guy right now. Who's 12th? And you're going to put him in the back row? You're going to put Benny Bloss in the back row?
Look at it like F1. I mean, look how they do it.
God. Yeah, you put Benny. Benny especially.
Most.
Keefer just said Benny.
In the back row.
Yeah, Benny definitely goes in the back row.
That was bad as shit. I was hoping it would be like Barsha or something.
No, Benny goes in the back row.
You teed him up just right for Steve to take him down.
I'm just saying how important track position is to us nowadays at these tracks and how fast everyone is. Putting someone on a back row just doesn't seem feasible. I would take the risk on having those 4 shitty gates than a back row.
No, Keefer, if you stood there this weekend, and wait to my race tech rant, because that's me part of it. If you stood there on the gates, you were fucked. Like, you were just, and same with San Diego, the first 2 in San Diego. The tough blocks going, like, you may as well have been in the back row. I guarantee you, if you'd asked those guys in San Diego, the first 2 gates on the inside, or the 4 or 5 gates on the inside this week, if you said, guys, do you want to start here or the back row? They would have said the back row.
Well, I'd love to hear that.
Ross, are you with me on that?
I mean, what were you saying? Going to the back row,
instead of the top, instead of the 4 or 5.
A good gate back row is what you're saying.
Yes.
Good gate back row.
Yeah.
That'd be something we got to talk to fellas here and Mike about.
Let's get him on the line.
Yeah.
Ross Blankenship here, by the way, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. PulpMX 25 is code to save with those guys. So, Ross, also this weekend, a good set of whoops back to back, really good on that. You rolled the second set, something that Lars Lindstrom told me. He was talking to Mewey about that, and then I was talking to you about that, and Corey, the other dirtbag Corey, and so you guys tried it. You did it.
Yeah,
now,
I think you were texting Corey and I at the same time that Lars was texting Mewey.
I think
about about the rolled whoops.
Yeah, I don't bug Mewey because he lets block my number, but I'm not as important as Lars. But like,
so we'll shout out to Lars. Shout out to Honda and Lars.
Yeah,
they definitely. Yeah, you're not getting any light shined on it.
Yeah. So, what'd you think? Like, you and I got into a debate on press day and about it doesn't make a difference, and you guys didn't do it for the night show. Again, probably just to screw me over. But what did you really think? Now I had some people on. Now I called it a steamroller. It was not a steamroller. I know that, but whatever. Yeah. But people on Twitter were saying it needs to be a vibrating roller, which you said it was.
That's what we use. And Keefer, don't get any ideas. It was a double drum vibrating roller is what we use, and we use the vibrate on it. Now,
you like that?
Yes.
Yeah, Keefer's mind's turning right now.
Yeah, I'm shutting up. I'm shutting up.
And the reason we decided to go with the second set, the reason we decided to go with the second set is because you're going to be you're going to be on the throttle more through that than what you are the first set. So we thought it would be kind of a more true test to how they broke down.
Yeah, I said you screwed it up. You did.
You said you were thinking that we were kind of skewing the results.
Skewing it. Skewing it.
But I don't know. We've already had. It's probably 50-50 on what we have bull turns coming out of, whoop pads coming out of bull turns compared to having a double first into them. So we wanted to try it that way. And
what did you think? What did you think?
So what ended up happening is they started breaking. They were kind of chunking out and getting very edgy and cupped as compared to the set that's not. And I know that there's definitely a different entrance speed to it, but it was breaking down differently than what we typically see. A lot more, like I said, more edgy. It was just kind of chunking out and like weirdly, like the top wasn't really falling away as what it normally would.
Are you lying just because you're on the show, or is this the truth, Ross?
No, this is the truth.
Okay.
I mean, some of the guys in the Matthes group text, they were saying that who do we quote? Who was it? Was it Starling that said they were suicidal?
Yeah, they're just whiners. But
you got to know, motocrossers exaggerate a lot about things. Like, dude, I almost died. Like, no one almost died. You just almost crashed.
Ross was texting me and said, "Get down here after the main event. Come down here." But I was already in the pits.
Come down.
I know. I totally forgot. I should have. I was already in the pits. So Ross was going to show me.
That would have been nice.
Show me the road whoops breaking apart. Yeah. But so Ross, in the way, like, not as good for whatever reason. Like, that didn't quite work.
Not with that dirt. Now, I think it's going to be. We all kind of think it's going to be dirt dependent. Anaheim dirt was super dry this year because they haven't had rain in however many months until Saturday night. So the dirt was a lot drier than typical, and we processed it, got moisture in it for compaction and everything. You know, did it what we needed to do to get the compaction. It just broke out. It just broke down harshly. So I think maybe on the East Coast, we definitely don't want to do that at like Glendale because that dirt's already hard too. And I think we would get the same results of kind of just chunking out and just breaking out very sharp and edgy. So, you know, on the East Coast, it's, you know, we're not throwing the idea of the rolled whoops out completely.
Okay. All right.
We just think it's going to be dirt dependent, you know?
Right. Okay, fair enough.
So it's not just pitched and thrown in the weeds.
I'd like to see another test.
We do.
Yep.
Well, we were planning on rolling those before the night show after we fixed them, but the way they were developing, we're like, okay, let's hold off on this because this dirt is not the right not the right mixture of clay and silt and everything to keep doing it. I
actually talked to somebody from the AMA, and the second set of whoops, we saw some close calls and some crashes in the last qualifying session. And I talked to somebody from the AMA, and they said they talked to some of the very best riders, and we were standing by the Honda truck when he said this. And the gentleman said that the riders are saying, knock those down a little bit. So for all the people that are like, oh, you know, the riders want them tougher and this and that, like, from what I heard, some of the very best riders were saying, can you roll those a little bit?
Yeah, and I think some of that comes with the steepness of they were both sets were dozer whoops, and dozer whoops aren't as steep as loader whoops either. So the way that loader whoops and these rolled whoops kind of broke down, as the cups go through them, they get very steep, vertical, you know, almost inverted. So, you know, we try to roll them down if they're doing that, you know, through the practices. It's like, okay, let's try and roll them a little bit flatter, you know, to try and help. Because you're basically, the biggest thing on the whoops is how they are in the main event, right?
Yep.
The guys hitting them for 20 minutes. Like I've talked to Ken Roczen a lot with it and Chase, and they say like the biggest part is how these whoops are for the main event. Because, like, you know, we don't have time in the night show to go in there and fix a whole set in 12 minutes. You know, it's just impossible. So, you know, you kind of got to build them and prep them throughout the day to survive that and be good for the main event. So, you know, if it looks like they're getting super cupped and edgy before the night show and our big maintenance, we might roll them a little bit. Just kind of depends on.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was. We did see some sketchiness from guys and crashes. I mean,
and there was only 8. There was only 8 on that set.
Yeah, only 8. That's true. How many times are we going to see a 10th whoop? By the way.
It's going to vary. It depends on whether we have extra. If we have a little bit of extra room when we're laying out, we'll talk with Mui and like, hey, we got some extra space here that we can add one. So it kind of depends on the track design of that week.
So Harlan didn't ruin it because he crashed there.
No, it was very close though. It was very close.
Okay. All right.
Wow. Yeah, we had to do some sweet talking. Harlan almost just threw it away for all of us.
Yeah, for everybody. Way to go, Grant. Yeah, awesome.
When are you guys in Arizona now? Already started?
We didn't start yet. We got here yesterday evening. Kind of had a which is not typical for us. We had an off day, kind of reset. You know, doing laundry, stuff like that. We'll start tomorrow. We went and checked at the stadium on equipment, so our start day is typically Tuesday.
And it starts going across a little bit this week, not the long traditional.
It's not the typical full football length start, which is what Alex has been wanting to do, is kind of do an end zone start and have some really long lanes too. And we don't have any kink lanes this week. Trying to run the full length, but it'll be different. It'll be pretty cool. We're pretty excited about this one. See.
Ross Blankenship on the PulpMX show, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. PulpMX 25 is the code to win. Races that win, pour it in. Even Will Hahn won with Renegade Race Fuels. Wow. I mean, even Will.
Will Hahn's a good dude. I like that guy.
Yeah.
I'm kind of upset you guys are done with the flip-off contest because I helped Will get you on one.
I'm sure it seemed like everyone was against me. It's typical.
Yeah, it was Foxborough. Will was in the stands, and I was talking to you, and he texted me. He said, tell Steve to look up here.
Yep. Yeah, that was a good one, too.
Steve. That was really good.
When the dirt is stored, are you guys constantly watering it and mixing it around? Is that how you guys are prepping it? Is that when you're talking about compaction? Is that what you guys are doing?
Well, so for instance, Anaheim there, when we laid out the whoop pad and put the dirt in for the whoop pad, we took the blade of the dozer, windrowed it up, kind of broke it open, and then just kept watering it and flipping the dirt.
Okay.
Trying to mix it in there because it has been a dry year here in California. And same here at Glendale, we have to water. We got to process this stuff every year. So we'll have a guy on a water truck for 2 days just watering the pile as we're bringing it in, mixing it,
What, and we had you on last year. It was a good interview. Just for the new people or people who don't remember, can you explain dozer and loader whoops and the differences, and for the listeners, and because there's a constant source of debate with racers and riders on which ones they want?
Yeah, so we used to do just loader whoops all the time. And the only time that we would do dozer whoops was when the dirt was wet, because the loader on the pad trying to stack it and roll it would just get humps in it and low spots. And so the dozer would do it when the dirt was wet. But the biggest difference is the steepness of the face of the whoop that the tires are hitting. Loader are typically steeper. Dozer, you can only get it so steep. Your blade can only lift up so high. It maxes out. So that is the biggest difference, is just the steepness of the whoop. And once, all the whoop drama kind of started, like, well, we like these better. And it was with a dozer because it was flatter, because it was wetter dirt. And then, you can build steep whoops with a dozer if it's dry.
Okay.
But the consensus among all the top guys, I mean, everybody really is a little bit flatter. It's more forgiving, and like Kenny said, he goes, the steeper you go, the gnarlier it is in the main event with those cups, and more dangerous.
When you guys are done at the end of the night, main event, and you guys are tearing down, are those dudes there all night tearing the whole thing down? Or you guys take a break? Because I've always wondered. I see the post race show, and you guys are busting ass. So you guys there till 4 a.m. just taking everything out, or what's the deal on that?
It depends on if the dirt stays in the stadium or not, because Feld likes to try and get Monster Jam and Supercross to line up. We either follow them or we follow. Just depends on what the schedule is. If there's a Monster Jam there, the dirt's staying in. We'll be there for 4 or 5 hours, putting everything in piles, getting the gate out, and just kind of tidying up stuff for the Monster Jam crew to come in. But if we have to load the dirt out on Sunday, it's stay, like I said, 4 or 5 hours, pile everything up, and then we come in the next morning.
Okay.
About 7 a.m. and load out all the dirt. It's usually 10 to, depending on where we're at, it's 10 to 14 hours. So, yeah, typical race weekend, if we have to load the dirt out, it's about 30 hours over the weekend.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, you got to.
Would there be a possibility? I don't know what round. I would love to come in early with you guys and just see the whole process go down. I would love to do like an article or do some kind of video on this, because for me, this is an amazing thing. Like some of the times when I'm at the stadium, Steve's going to bitch about this, but when I am at the races and I watch these guys, that's a highlight for me, is how these guys operate on the machinery. They're fucking gnarly dudes, and they're so good at it.
Oh, it's down to it's so how do you? Everybody has a spot, has a place there. You got a loader and a dozer on this side building this side of the track, another one on the other side. You got guys in skid steers, guys watering. It's such a well-oiled machine, and our crew is just firing off on all cylinders. They're awesome.
Well, see,
they're
like,
some of the hardest working dudes there is.
So like Harlan and Benny and these guys, they say you guys don't know how to work the equipment at all. They say you're not good at all at this. So
did you see that video of Benny and the whoops with the skid steer? Come on
did,
now.
Yeah.
No, you see it too, Keefer?
Oh man, that's great.
I mean, okay, so you're telling me these guys don't know what they're doing?
Are all your guys' workers riders? Do they all ride?
Yeah, there's a background in every one of them has a background on a dirt bike.
Okay,
yeah.
It's got to make
whether
it.
They still ride or rode before. Yeah, yeah.
Because then I would see, like, okay, they know how to work equipment. They know about our sport. They've ridden, so they kind of get it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Corey actually beat James Stewart on a 50 at the Reddis.
No, dude. Corey is fucking good. Dude.
I'm not kidding. Look it up.
No, I've heard this story. I heard it. Yeah, it's unbelievable. But
so one of the only guys to beat James Stewart.
Is Corey the one that raced this last year and did really good?
No.
No.
I thought there was someone on Dirtworks that worked for Dirtworks that raced Loretta's.
Oh, Kenny. Yep, Kenny Henry. He did. So he's the guy. He works for Feld, and he sets up all the shows, equipment, dirt, everything.
Okay.
He sets up all of that stuff behind the scenes, and then he helps us out too. He'll drive water truck and stuff.
Yeah, Kenny rips, dude. Kenny hauls ass.
Ross, we had a caller call in and just wanted to ask us about the Lime stuff. Obviously, we know what happened in San Diego years ago, and I do feel like, okay, look, that was an obvious accident. No one meant to do that, and it sucks. But I do feel like we could bring Lime back at a little amount to help some of these tracks. I was, we had Lime for 20 years or 15 years before, unfortunately, San Diego happened, and for understandable reasons, Feld's like no more Lime. But like, do you think we'll ever see it come back and help these tracks a little bit?
No, I don't think. I think the ship's kind of sailed. Just kind of at the mercy of Mother Nature. And last year was bad, with Mother Nature. It was wet across the whole United States, and we got lucky here in California this year. But we have 5 open stadiums on the East Coast this year that it could be. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't bite us in the butt,
Oh, I felt so bad for you guys and the teams last year. It was just a disaster,
Oh, man, it's every week, it just makes a long season like that.
Nick's on 4. Question for Ross here. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, guys. Just kind of curious if there's ever opportunities to come in and help Dirtworks at all, and help you guys do tracks and things. I mean, I'm an excavation contractor myself, and so I've just been around equipment my whole life. And every time I'm at a race, I'm always the one, watching you guys run the skiddies and dozers, and watching you guys cut grade and things. And I've always just been intrigued with how to ever come help you guys, or if that's even a possibility.
I mean, you'd be better than Corey right away, I guarantee you.
Probably.
Yeah. What do you think, Ross?
Well, we've got it's actually a pretty small crew. There's only 6 or 7 of us at each race, and everybody is pretty locked in. Everybody likes to do pretty well the whole season, so it's kind of hard to get a spot. Now, we do use some guys here and there to help, like, load stockpiles and whatnot, but, yeah, it's kind of a tight-knit little group. It's kind of difficult to get in. And really, the system that we have for building doesn't really allow for just extra hands around,
So, Nick, it sounds like no. Like, these guys are all, yeah. Well, they make so much money, they're not going to let someone else in.
Gatekeepers.
They're gatekeepers. They're so rich.
To be a dick here.
It was worth a shot to
I'm
call
just
it
being
out.
honest. It's very.
Crew, you can't let anybody go.
Yeah, I mean, look, like Nick said, or like Ross said, it's tight-knit crew, and, you got to know someone to know someone to know someone to get in, right? Basically, kind of. But Alex is the owner, and he's around. So.
Yeah. If you were in a city that we're going to, we could always use a guy at a stockpile if we're loading it in or whatnot. I mean, send
so it's kind of like being a privateer mechanic. Like, hey, I help out a local guy, and then I got to know a privateer mechanic, and then he trusted me, and then he saw I wasn't an idiot, and then I. So you help with stockpile, and they see you know what you're doing, and you're not
Work
an idiot.
For free, yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm glad. I mean, I always come to Seattle every year, so that's kind of my home track.
Nick can do the stockpile. There we go. Nick's in for the stockpile.
It's kind of risky on our
part. Be the
part.
dumb dick loading trucks.
Yeah, he could be a dumb dick. Yeah.
No, it's kind of risky on our part sometimes. It's like you bring a guy into a multi-million-dollar stadium that you've never seen run a machine. It's like, oh God,
exactly.
I could only imagine.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Guys.
Yeah, the guy shows up and he's like, "Oh, sorry, man, I just ran into the scoreboard. My bad."
Yeah, you're like, "Oh, man, we kind of pride ourselves on not doing damage," and he just came in and like wrecked the dozer.
Hey, Ross, there's some like foam or bubbles coming out of the top of the water truck when you water. What is that?
So we call it water wetter. It's this thing you put in we mix it in with our water truck, and it breaks down the molecules of water. Does that make sense? It kind of like aerates it to where it's not. I'm trying to find the words to how to explain it. It breaks down the water to where it's almost like adding soap to water.
Okay.
So
is it just an additive that you put in? Just an additive that you put in?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of that before? Of people putting soap in water and water in tracks? Yeah. It's that same concept. It's just not soap.
Got it.
It breaks down the molecules and disperses. It definitely helps keep moisture in for sure.
This isn't your department, but my sources tell me that some of the riders got soaked with like lighter fluid from the flames above the starting gate this week.
Yeah, I saw that. I was standing right there, and Cade was one of them.
Cade,
one of the igniters wasn't working on the start.
Fucking privateer Cade. Oh, hey, Cade just caught on fire, everybody.
Well, I was watching it, and I thought, I seen Chase, do his little thing, look up, at the point of the sky, and Cade did it too, and I thought, that had to get on your goggles.
Yeah. Oh, poor Cade. Jeez. Okay.
Cade in the main, though. That's good.
Listen.
It was a good weekend for the group chat this weekend.
Cade made it. We just had that nasty Chiz crash. Poor Chiz.
Yeah.
Did you see that on his social?
Yeah, dude.
He's too old to do that,
but
man.
He jumped out of that thing so clean.
He did, yeah.
It was clean.
He's had 40 years of riding. He knows exactly what to do in that situation.
But I mean, for that being that old, I didn't think he was that limber to get out of that thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Either one, both of those are good points for sure. Well, listen, man, I hope to see the rolled whoops back. I still a believer. Let's find them, a little better spot. And
it's definitely not thrown completely out the window. There's definitely going to have its applications for it.
And look, I'm the first guy to hammer Mike Mewey Feld for 9 whoops. I don't like it. No dragon backs. I don't like it. I understand what they're doing. I understand they got data and all this, but with the rolled whoops and with the 10th whoop, they are listening. They're not just putting their fingers in their ears and going nah. So we're, they're trying things, and I like that. And honestly, I think the first 3 tracks have been really good. I've been happy, and the racing's been great. So
No, there has been. We're all excited for the season. All pumped on how it's going. And just like I said, we'll start tomorrow and try and get another good one in that stadium for you guys.
Try not to fuck up the starting gate, okay, into the backside of a berm, Ross. Okay.
I think we'll be pretty good this week.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Hey, man, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And fun to banter with you out there on the track about the different obstacles and all that. And let's, what do you got to do to the track to make Grant qualify? Like, figure eight? Like, what do we –
I think they call that a circle track? Is
yeah.
that what it is?
Can we get Grant? How do we get Grant in the main?
Circle track, maybe?
Okay. I don't know, man. Is
that possible? Could we do that on a round? We would have a lot of time off that week.
Maybe we could give Grant like a lane that cuts a corner out, and so he gets
just a secret Grant line.
Yeah, like
have a tough block kicked out, and that's just his line. He goes underneath of the turn.
He needs some help, dude. He's got to get something. Yeah. So, all right, Ross. Hey, thanks for the time, buddy. I'll see you this weekend. Thank you.
Yep. Sounds good. Keefer, hope to see you soon.
All right,
Haven't
brother.
got to get to see you yet at the track, but always good. Always good hearing from you guys.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks,
on.
Ross. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
That's Ross Blankenship, everybody, from Dirtworks, and brought to you by folks at Renegade Race Fuels. Ethica as well, ethica.com. PulpMX 20 is code to save with Ethica. Great sweatshirts, underwear, women's stuff.
Just use the code.
You did?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
PulpMX 20 is the code to save at Ethica. And Kris Keefer brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. PulpMX 25 is the code to save at Decal Works. Think how many bikes Keefer and Aiden have in that garage, and they're all Decal Works. And numbers and graphics and backgrounds. And PulpMX 25 is the code to save at decalmx.com. Red Bull KTM. All right, last question before we go to commercial. It's because you brought up the Suzuki question, or the Suzuki. Mm-hmm. So AJ has a Suzuki question for you for Kris Keefer. Go ahead, AJ.
Hey, Keefer, you do all the testing, and we've seen what Kenny can do with that Suzuki. And I've watched your test. You say the Suzuki is a good platform. Could Suzuki put decent suspension under that thing, because we know the suspension's horrible, give that thing an electric start and some horsepower? Would that bike compete head-to-head with the best from Honda and KTM, the current crop of bikes? And do you think that they will come out with a new bike now that they're spending so much money on other parts of their lineup?
To answer your last question, I don't think they're going to come out with anything ASAP. I opened my mouth a few years ago and said they are, and then they ended up backing out of that. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut from here on out. So
yeah, you got a little.
I heard from someone that they were going to do something, and they decided not to. So to answer your other question. Yes, if they did go back to some form of a different shock, that's the main issue. The BFRC shock isn't really great and very hard to dial in from track to track. What's happening is Suzuki's...
It's heavy too, right?
Well, it's heavy.
Okay.
But even with some weight, it makes the bike feel planted.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, if they add electric start, they're going to take some weight off somewhere. They're not going to, be over 250 pounds and win a shootout or whatever. But here's what's going on. All of these other manufacturers are going stiffer and stiffer and stiffer with their chassis, right? Suzuki's been sitting back for a long time with the same chassis that was already stiff.
Now they got the red plate.
Now all these other, manufacturers have gone that direction. And now when I get back on the Suzuki at times, it's not as stiff as some of these other bikes that are coming out. So what's funny, and we make fun of it, but it's kind of true, sit back long enough, other manufacturers will fuck it up, and Suzuki will be good again. So
yeah, that tracks.
There's some form of truth in that. Like, sure, they're going to have to do something at some point, but if some guy's like, hey man, I want a good 450, dude, you get a Suzuki, you get an RMZ 250 shock, you bolt it on, and there's nothing wrong with that. Even the engine, sure, it's not as powerful, but it's very tractable. It's easy to ride. Doesn't have a lot of hit down low, so it makes it easier to ride than other 450s. So I think it gets shit on a lot, and I shit on it a lot as well. I'm guilty of it as well. But I think there is a lot of points to that bike that still make it very fun to ride. It did lose some of its, cornering ability compared to now. Everyone's kind of caught up in that direction. But as far as comfort, straight line stability, engine, it's still in that ballpark. It just needs to work on a little bit of suspension and try to get a little bit more of a better cornering ability than it does have now. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool. Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Thanks.
All right. We'll go to commercial break here. Anton Was from Stark, CEO and founder. He's coming up. We're going to talk about the company, the new bike they launched, the future of electric bikes, and more. Looking forward to that. I asked for questions on Instagram as well, so we got some Instagram questions. Keefer, you're a big part of that Alta stuff, so I know you know these bikes inside and out. We both rode the Stark. Well, you've ridden it a few times, but I rode it about a month ago. So looking forward to talking to Anton. He's a VIP, very, very important person.
Is he coming in a suit? I feel like I'm underdressed.
He probably has a suit on. He does look really good.
He does.
He's dressed really good.
Well put together.
He is, more so than you and I. So we're going to commercial break, come back with Anton Wass from Stark. Cody Webb's coming on later on also, and maybe Dark. We're not sure. We'll see.
Maybe.
Yeah. See if he can find time for us.
He has time for us.
Yeah,
right,
if we can
right.
time for us. Kris Keefer, I'm Steve Matthes. Be right back after this.
God bless.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount. Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing powersports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other powersports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranjit, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motorsport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @MichelinMotorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling, looking for products as well. And as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGF.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, Go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, Fly Racing. By the way, if you go to flyracing.com, use the code PulpMX to check out, and that helps us out. Get a discount on Formula helmets, Evo gear, kinetic mesh, all of that stuff. It's great to have the Fly Racing guys on board. And I mean, Keefer, you're not a Fly guy anymore.
LA stuff looked good this weekend.
Oh, you liked it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like blue and high vis.
Well, your competing gear company, I didn't like that
Why
stuff.
are you talking trash?
I'm not talking trash.
You talk trash in the text message.
I did because I didn't like it. But when I like it, I'd say good stuff. But the Benny stuff looked like someone threw up all over it.
Wow.
So
wasn't that like that at all?
Okay, well I thought so. All right, listen, we have a very esteemed gentleman here in studio.
The guy looks great with a pony.
He does.
Not like Darkside.
And honestly, any video you see of him, he looks phenomenal.
Yes.
In all the social media videos and everything else. And, you know, Keefer, you've ridden the Stark a couple of times. I went out a month ago or so, and then we came back and talked about it. Look, I'm a Blue Crew guy, but I ride electric mountain bikes. I got an electric road bike. I've always been a believer in electric bikes. I think there's a spot for them. I think there's a place for them. I think they're super cool.
Yeah.
And if anybody hates on these things, like we said when we talked about it after Glen Helen, and if you rode one,
you change your mind.
You would not hate them anymore. So I'm really happy to introduce in studio here the founder and CEO of Stark. It is a pleasure to have him on, Anton Wass. What's up, Anton? How are you, man?
Thank you. Good to be here.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. Thanks for the invitation.
It's great. I'm really stoked you're here. So, you know, you sold 24MX years ago and decided you had this dream of an electric bike. It took a while to get going. The press has ridden it. Everyone's ridden it. They're out now. They're out everywhere. I see them at the local tracks. There's 20 of them at the World Vets. You introduced a new on and off-road model. How's it going? Like, how is your dream, your vision, your everything? How is it going for you?
No, I think it's good. You know, it's we started with of course crazy dream, crazy goals, but you know, now production has been going for almost 2 years, and we have thousands of bikes there, a lot of happy customers, which is cool, and you know, constant challenges, which keeps you busy. And now the next one is to start shipping out some street legal bikes. So that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, that's super cool too. You dropped that a little while ago. What has been the biggest obstacle that you didn't think about or you didn't calculate about as far as getting these out to the world or making them or anything? What has been the biggest thing where you're like, oh?
Oof, I mean, we have had so many challenges, but it's interesting what we didn't think about, because the hardest has for sure been supply chain. You know, when you start the factory, get all the components in, but we did think about that. So fuck, that is a great question. I think regulation has been much worse than we expected.
Okay.
So we had, for instance, huge delays in US with their first deliveries, and we underestimated how much paperwork that we needed to do, even though we kind of thought that we did assume it's going to be a lot. But we were super late with our first deliveries in US, and that really sucked. And I think that was something that we underestimated for sure.
Yeah, the very first guy, Brian, I had him on the podcast show. As soon as he got it, he was 001 or whatever, 004 or something, whenever you put the deposit down.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So he was a nice guy to talk to. What's been the reaction to the EX, like on-off-road? It's street legal. What's been the reaction to this?
No, amazing. But I mean, it's kind of expected because, you know, since the launch of the MX, this is what everyone has been asking about. So finally it's here. It took us some time to deliver it, but feels good, and I think the reaction has been amazing. Most dealers have sold out the allocation that they got, and I think people are just ready to start riding it.
Yeah, it goes in reverse. It's got a reverse mode.
Yeah, I know. When I was at Alta, I had that problem, and it wasn't supposed to be reverse.
Oh. Yeah, Kris, as you and Anton were talking downstairs before we got him on, I mean, electric bikes is you were deep in with the Alta guys and a lot of hours logged on these things.
Yeah, I was just telling Anton of all the stuff, the struggles that we had, and I would go up beat down by life up to San Francisco being like, oh my God, another week of this, but then, like I said, every time it was improved, and then I could wrap my head around it like, wow, there's a lot of capability. We can really do this. So, and then fast forward to now when I got to ride the Varg, I was like, holy shit, like this is just a way better version of what I was riding.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the components, the brakes, the chassis on the Alta were maybe holding it back. Motor was cool. The modes were good, but I felt everything else held it back. And when I got on the Stark, it wasn't valved for me. It was I'm a little heavier than what it was. It was this firm setting that you can get. But I'm like, this thing's so good. Everything was so good on it.
Yeah, like for me, the Alta was like an analog version, and now we have a digital version. Like it's just that's the difference. You know, like better power, more connection, a better chassis, even a lighter feeling. Even though we look on the paper how heavy the bike is. Yeah. On the track, it does not feel that way. So, and there's just, I don't know, what we call like track toughness in the world of testing. There was just more capability within this machine than there was with the Alta from different tracks.
So, Anton, when I ask you about the biggest obstacle to getting these things rolling and getting them out, what, on the flip side of that, what has been the most rewarding of this journey and the most, I mean, I imagine you've heard from so many people, customers and influencers and, all of this. What's been the most rewarding thing for you?
I mean, I think it's seeing some of the people that, because I've been a customer in this industry my whole life, and then seeing some people that you've been watching their videos and reading about them for so many years, and them posting and saying good things about our bike is really, can bring you to tears, that's, I think, actually, Travis Pastrana's review was one of those which, like, for me, I was, warm in my chest for a couple of days because it's someone that I've always looked up to since I was a kid, and he really liked the bike that we built, so that was super cool. What's
the coolest innovation for you of the bike? Like, I think the phone, and there's, I talked to Ryan, and he's like, I'm like, do these things get broken? Or he's like, not really. Like, they're pretty protected, and there's a phone on the Stark Varg, and you can literally be like, pull over the side of the track, tune your bike, put it in there, and go ride it. And I think that is so cool. Like, there's no iPhone needed and connection and everything else. It's instant, like, whatever you want to try. And the braking regen on it as well. I think that's the coolest part of the bike. But what do you?
Yeah, I think, the adjustability is super nice. And, you can just, when you do riding in one day, maybe you want to change just for this part of the trail, or maybe you get tired and want to bring down the power on the motor track as well, and you can just do it with the touch of a button. And I think that's really super cool. But now the next step is bringing out curves, so you can not just adjust like 10 to 80 horsepower, but you can also, and I want a little bit more bottom or whatever it might be. I think that's going to be really nice next step on that.
That's the next step.
Yeah.
It's really cool to do that, and man, you can tell a difference. You can tell the difference in the.
For me, it's like engine braking feel. Like if I want to adjust that, I can adjust it in or out or whatever. And for me, like you said, the adjustability of it. Just going back from when I was at Alta, there wasn't a lot of control with our power, and with this, there's a lot of control. Like you can adjust that.
Yeah. Have you heard or seen instances of people with backyard tracks that have these and they're able to keep riding, or tracks close by that they ride them to or whatever? Like, has that been a cool part of having this? Because again, the noise is a real issue in the industry. Tracks are closing, all of that. And I've had people tell me, man, I want to have a gas bike, but I want to buy a Stark for this property or this property that I have. And that's a great idea.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are so many people that have been riding dirt bikes their whole lives, and they have property, but they can't use it. So, I mean, we have, hundreds of those stories, and that is so nice. But also some tracks, that are open maybe, 5 hours Tuesday, 5 hours Sunday, and that's it. And suddenly they open 7 days a week for electric, which is also nice because the land is there. Yeah. And it was someone who said, I think it was someone from outside the industry, is like, wait, you're telling me that the motocross tracks are open only 2 times per week?
Yeah.
So like, if I wanted to go golf on a Wednesday, I couldn't.
Yeah.
And for us, we're so used to it. Yeah, of course, you have these slots, right?
Yeah.
But in every other sport, that's not the case. You
Yeah.
can do it whenever you want, basically, and that's how it is now. So.
How's the U.S. market been for you? All over the world you sell these things, but how's the U.S. market?
It's by far our biggest market.
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think very good.
And what's another strong one that you didn't really
that was
anticipate?
unexpected is Sweden.
Sweden? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Swedish.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're supporting their countrymen, right?
Yeah, but more than expected, though, because Sweden is a very small country, and it doesn't make sense. We're selling too many bikes there.
Yeah, yeah. Man, the Stark Varg, Anton Was in studio here, CEO and founder. Also, by the way, the 7 o'clock hour brought to you the folks at Acherby's, USA for the latest styles and colors. Acherby's is there for you, whether you need a new fender or you want to personalize your whole bike at Acherby's USA, bringing you the 7 o'clock hour here on the show. And the EX is available now for deposits. When are we thinking EX is going to hit consumers' floors? Hit the garages?
Europe, February,
okay,
and US, March.
March, okay. Oh, it's coming up then.
Yeah, it's soon.
What is different about the EX to the MX model? And obviously, we talked about the reverse a little bit, but is there anything else fundamentally different about it?
Actually, the MX also has the reverse.
Oh, okay.
But the biggest difference is
if I didn't know it had I would have asked Ryan to try reverse.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I would have tried reverse.
Next time.
Yeah.
We got to get you a bike so you can do some riding.
Play around with it.
Actually, as I just checked when I was here today, there are quite a lot of ARGs around Las Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
so what's different? With
what's different?
I mean, I think a big difference is the chassis. So the chassis has more flex of the EX than the MX. So we have done some changes there on the frame.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Then of course the suspension is different, which is a huge difference. It's a little bit softer.
Yep.
For that kind of riding, and of course the lights is another huge difference.
Yeah, and again, you guys, the lights on them are really cool innovation. Like it's really neat the way you did it, right?
Yeah, I mean it was one of those which should we take the easy path here and just buy something off the shelf, but we have a really hard time doing that, so we couldn't, and we had to develop something. But I think the benefit is that they are really, really powerful. So I've been doing some rides now before work. So usually I used to go out and run before work, or maybe a mountain bike or something like that. But now I've been doing like some 30 to 40 minute enduro rides in the morning. And in fact, that's so nice. Completely dark and
so fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But it's just scary though when you still need a helmet lamp, because if you do like a wheelie or something over an obstacle in the pitch dark, you forget that it's night.
Yeah, exactly, right.
You put up the front wheel and it goes dark. So
yeah,
I was telling Ryan at Stark that because we rode at Glen Helen, and obviously huge hills, right? And then you come down and there's some tight insides at the bottom of the hills, and so I think I liked 67 horsepower. I think was what I liked.
Like that's quite a lot.
That's a lot.
I know. Yeah. Well, I'm fatter, and I don't know. I liked it. I just grabbed a handful and liked it, cool. and the big hills, right? But then you creep down on the inside, and you're like, I was telling Ryan that, and I was talking to Bogle about this too. If you were just more aware and more time, bang those maps down as you come down the hill into a 30. As you get through the berm and the inside rut, bang it again back to 65. Like if you could just get good at that, and I'm sure people are, but I would love to be good at it to try that.
But that's a great question. I mean, I thought the same before, but I don't know anyone doing that. I don't know why.
Once again, I'm an innovator.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Keefer, no?
Yeah, I think
you're a better rider than I am. So
dirt bike, we're all wired one way, and when you're trying to go fast, you don't really think about hitting something to do that. You adjust yourself but that's the capability of electric power. Like you can adjust it through the machine versus yourself.
But come down.
Yeah.
30, creep around the inside, because Glen Helen's got that slippery, hard pack sort of stuff.
Yeah,
you don't want 65 horsepower.
When I do trail rides, I do it. So up the hill, I keep very low engine braking. And then down, I put high engine braking.
Sure. Yeah. And you're a handbrake guy.
Yes. Big handbrake.
Handbrake guy.
I love it. Yes.
I can see. I'm wired one way, like I said, right? But I can see the benefit in some aspects. Like when me and Steve were at Glen Helen, I had one with a handbrake, one without.
Yeah.
It took me a few laps, but I'm like, oh, if I could just keep this right foot right here, it does help in some corners, you know? Yeah,
and you can put your foot out, still brake.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like I said to you before we came up here, I met the guy at Glen Helen, the World Vet guy was like, once you get used to the handbrake, you never go back. Like it's incredible. It's amazing. This guy was just, I'm like, I don't know, man, it's too weird. Like it's too, and even Bogle told me, Bogle's so trained for racing that, and he gets in a holy shit moment, the foot goes down. Do you know what I mean? Just from years of So he hasn't. He said if he's full on racing, he still likes that foot brake because it's just trained to go.
Yeah.
Which I get.
Yeah,
but,
for sure.
But hey, you got the option.
Absolutely.
I guess. Yeah.
Electric technology that's what my son was brought up on.
Okay.
Every day after school, we had an OSIT, and we'd go in the backyard, and he would ride that. He would stand up, and he learned a lot of his skills through electric power. And for me, it just every day after school we could ride. We didn't have to worry about going somewhere to go riding. We could just do and have all this fun and have this learning experience right in our backyard. So for me, I am more on the side of electric than I am against it, just because I see the benefit in all these things that we can do with it, to keep us on two wheels.
Yeah, Anton, I there's a lot of things in this world that I don't understand, and if you don't like the electric bike, cool, man. Keep your CR250 two-stroke, like no problem. But to just have those people out there that just hate the electric brand Stark, why, I don't know. Like, hey, man, don't buy it. But like all the benefits and all the positives are there. Like, I don't understand that part, and I'm sure you get it a lot too. And I'm just like, all right, man.
But I have a fun story there, actually.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, I think it's quite enjoyable too. Like, some of the comments are quite fun, So it's like you also got to be able to laugh, right? But there was, I think there was like one guy in particular who was like a lot of aggressive comments, or so there was someone in the marketing department like, let's call this guy.
Okay.
We need to understand what's
That's
up.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And he ended up buying a bike.
Oh, stop it! No way.
Yeah, so that's like how how is that possible? Yeah. So that's just interesting. I don't know. Like, I was just told the story by the marketing guys. Like, it was this guy who never stopped commenting like really bad things. So
he bought a bike.
Yeah, he bought a bike.
Wow,
that's great.
I just I mean, hey, if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. Cool. Like, I get it. No problem. Like, I don't like green beans, but like, I don't go on a green beans company account and just start hammering them about the green beans. Like, dude, just settle down.
I think too. Me and Anton were talking about this on the break. When I was with Alta, they just wanted to hammer the combustion market. They wanted to go in. We're here to compete. We're going to take over. This is the future. And I don't see that with Stark. I see like, here's an option. Here's what you guys can have. Here's what we've built, and it's as fun as your combustion bike, and maybe better in some areas. But they're not hammering home like, here, we're here to take over, we're here to replace. And I think a little bit of Alta's marketing was a little bit aggressive, and I was like, whoa, we got to back that down. And I don't see that from them.
Yeah, interesting. Now, after we finish telling you how great the bike is and how awesome it is, Anton, here comes another question, though. Again, I rode it for 28 minutes. Battery was at 34%. Bogle is like, I can't really Bogle trying on a deeper track, can't really get a 30-minute moto in. And, if you're a great rider, Kris, you're the same way. Battery tech, that's maybe the drawback that, and I don't know about enduro loops. I'm not sure how long you can ride it for on an enduro loop or how good of a rider you are, but there's no doubt the battery length of time is a thing that you got to be working on or thought about. That's the negative to the bike I see. Not so much coming in and charging it, because honestly, on my gas-powered bike, if I do a 20, 25-minute moto, I kind of hang out for 40 minutes anyways, just because I'm old and I just want to talk to my buddies, right? So the length of time to charge, I don't feel like that's a big deal. But the time you can ride, where are we at with that? That's got to be an obstacle that you're trying to get better.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really different. Like, if for most amateurs, like, there's plenty of range, like more than your stamina. But then for fast guys and for short pro guys, that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is one of the areas that will continue to improve, and we will see every single year that we will reduce charging time and we will get more range out of the bike.
Is that so? That'll be like a model thing where like every model kind of.
We don't do yearly models. Like, this is like we have a Starkvarg MX. Now we have a Starkvarg EX. They're a little bit different. There will at some point come an updated MX. Not anytime soon, but whenever that does, it's because we feel that we have enough improvements that it's a new model.
Is that software or hardware to fix that?
Hardware. We have done a lot of software improvements to increase the range, but then that goes for all the bikes, so not just new ones. But if we look at battery cell technology, a lot is happening. So if you look ahead a few years from now, there will be a huge difference from where we are now.
Okay, so I was going to ask you, are there things in works? And there are battery tech.
For sure.
to me, that's the only negative. Like, Chris, your speed, you can't get 30, at a...
Yeah, I mean,
like,
heat, length of time, like all of that is a factor in battery technology.
Yep.
I was telling him earlier, like, I feel like from Alta days, it has improved a little bit, but it's not such a drastic change. You know, like, that is one drawback for what we do in the world of motocross. But on the flip side of that, I have gone trail riding or messing around with my buddies, and I've been out for an hour and a half, 2 hours on a battery.
Have you? Okay, I was going to ask, how long do you think
just depends how much you're riding, right? Like, if you're doing drag races up and down hills.
But like a B-level rider on an enduro loop, like, can you get it 2 hours?
I don't know about 2 hours, but you can. It depends how tight the terrain is.
Sure.
If you're riding tight terrain, you're on-off throttle, I think you can get hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, normal enduro probably, yeah.
Yeah.
If you do hard enduro, you can ride forever.
Yeah.
Okay, so I talked about my favorite setting, just at Glen Helen that one day. What do you ride at when you go ride moto?
MX, normally I'm around 55 horsepower.
55, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so we rode at Paris a few days ago, and I was at 55 and then 20% engine braking.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I started with, what did I start with? It was high.
Yeah, you're like 60.
Yeah, and then I told Bogle, and he's like, "Oh no." So we backed it way down, way better on the regen. Yeah, I think I had 30.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I liked it better. But again, what cool adjustability.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and then again, like, man, I hate to sound this like a fucking Stark commercial, Keefer.
I mean, so far it's been a blowfest.
I know. Well, I asked about the battery life. I did come in hot.
You got these comments like, "Oh, Steve's gonna take money soon."
Dude,
But you haven't said that electric is gay yet. I mean, I guess that's
I haven't said that. Here's another thing. Like, dude, your kid, your wife, 30 horsepower. Go ride around the yard, or like, another great thing about it. Like, So, I'm probably gonna lose my Yamaha deal over this.
Right,
the Yamaha's gonna take my bike, and
I will rent.
Okay, thank
I will
you.
give you a bike.
No, listen, I ride e-mountain bikes, and like I said, I just see the joy in this thing, and I see all the benefits of it. It's a high price. It's a little higher price of a bike, and the battery life is a drawback for sure. But other than that, man, I struggle to see a negative with this.
Like, for me, and I'm just going to be real. If someone said, "Hey, Keefer, you have a choice for the rest of your life. What do you want to rate?" Of course, I'm always going to go to combustion. That's what I love. I love the smell. I love the feel. I grew up with that. That's what I like. I don't think electric technology, no matter how good, I don't think it's ever going to replace that feeling for me. But if I want to add to my experience or feel something different, it's a little bit different enough to where I'm like, oh, and gets me excited about riding again, versus I don't have to really rethink how I ride. That's the benefit of it. I'm not hopping on a start going, man, this doesn't feel like a dirt bike to me.
Right.
Like, it feels like a dirt bike.
Yeah.
So
totally.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, until they really come up with something different, I'd love a combustion motorcycle. But I have a blast on electric technology as well.
Yeah, 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Anton Wass about Stark or the models or anything else, give us a call. We got some tweets for you. We got questions from Instagram. So, the fans have reached out.
We got Angry Guy?
The Angry Guy hasn't come in, no. There might be some angry ones. Racing with Stark. This is something you guys have dipped your feet in arena cross a little bit. There's a Stark-only class, and then there's a mixed class as well in arena cross. I'm going to Reno this Friday, by the way. Yeah.
Cool.
Glen Helen World Vets, they were there. Obviously, Seb Tortelli is sort of on that category. Justin Bogle.
A lot of freestyle guys are now on
freestyle
Starks.
Guys.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. At first, I'm like, let them race. Let the AMA check the tunability. Do I trust the AMA to figure that out? Not really, but we can figure that out. I was like, what's the problem here? And I did battle Davey Coombs a little bit, and he's a fan of everything, but I'm like, can you put him in the vet classes? Could you let him in the vets? Like, I don't see the problem with that. So on and so forth. And so I was 100% like, what's the problem here? Part of me was like, hey, you didn't write a big enough check to join the party, and that's part of an issue.
Sure.
But now, Anton, having gone to the World Vets, late in one moto, I'm in like 13th, and I'm cruising it home on the last lap because I'm tired, Anton. I'm pumped up. I'm going to take my 13th and plus 50B. And this fucking guy on a Stark, who I didn't even hear, blows by me and grabs 13th from me on the last lap. So, I was kind of angry.
There's a solution to that.
Well, and then I watched, and then in other motos going up the hill, I watched a guy cut over on a Stark and almost kill him twice because never even heard him, right? So, I went from 100% let these guys race to like, wait, we gotta fix the sound. We gotta get a noise on these things to let people know they're there, to protect my 13th. And I talked to Seb Tortelli at Paris, and he said that's something that's on the line, right? Like that's an issue. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to have it, and we are developing it so that that will come as just a setting on the bike. Do you want it to sound or not? But I think there's also something to that. Yes, you hear us much less than a gas bike, but it's not certain that you will hear a gas bike. You know, you get my point?
Yeah, yeah, sometimes, right?
I mean,
sure.
so
Yep,
like,
yep.
if someone comes behind you and they're not on throttle, you won't hear them. So I mean, if they're constantly behind you, you'll hear them now and then, and you're kind of, you know, know that they're there, but there's no guarantee that you will hear them. So like, if you do cross jump, you need to first look that there's no one behind you. It's not enough to just like, I haven't heard anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say most times, though, you hear them. Not a guarantee.
Yeah, most times,
Yeah,
yes.
not a guarantee. But that's something you're going to work on.
We are working on it, yeah.
Have you been... MXGP came out with an electric class, and you put out a PR that was like, we don't care. We don't want to race that class. I like the PR. It was great. But, yeah, it seems like the Stark company mantra is we want to race with gas bikes. We can, there can be regulations and noise. We can work on the noise. This is still your stance?
I mean, we want to be part of the sport. We are not here to replace gas, but we want to be part of it. And if we're going to be part of it, we should race together. And we do that today already in most countries in the world, and it's going very well. We have not had any issue. I agree, sound is a problem, but we have not had any real impact, as far as I know, from that. In terms of MXGP, which... Okay, that's the World Championship. So the best of the best should race here. The best bikes, the best riders. And today there is only one electric motocross manufacturer, and they published this championship without even talking to us.
Oh,
that's a little bit curious. How is that possible? And we have been trying to get into MXGP or just FIM racing in general, and that has been incredibly difficult. And one of the reasons is that the rules are in fact written by the MSMA, the Motorcycle Association, so the OEMs. They are the ones deciding what to do, what racing to do, what rules. Like, unfortunately, that's how it is. It should be regulated by FIM because they are the federation, but they have even told us they are just doing what the OEMs are telling them.
Yep, which I get to a point. They are your partners. Without them, you can't race. Like, I get that part, but maybe not writing the rule book.
I get it. Like, you need to listen to them. You need to work with them. Absolutely. But who should decide on electric racing? Now we have the gas manufacturers deciding what electric racing should be, and they don't even have an electric bike. So then it becomes a little bit strange. And I think a problem with FIM in general, if you look at electric racing, and many of the times, I think maybe even intentionally it has been made quite boring. I mean, I don't know if you guys follow MotoGP, which is...
I don't follow it, but there is an electric class, right?
They made an electric class and they intentionally made it boring, I would say. It's one manufacturer. The bikes are super heavy, low performance. They even, shut off the music when they ride to make it extra boring. And I could understand it there. There are no electric bikes that can race a MotoGP bike today. It doesn't exist. So, there's no discussion to be had. We can race a gas bike. We can race a 450. We are equally fast or faster in some cases. We do in some cases have a range issue. We feel confident we can solve that. I mean, in Supercross there's no problem. In outdoors it's very challenging. We would like to race outdoors against 450s in 26. Then we feel, okay, at that point, we have confidence that we will be able to, last the motos.
Yeah, you'll be able to do it. And especially at like 50 horsepower or whatever, whatever lower number you put
exactly. And it might be that, okay, this is this heavy sand track here, and we will have a big disadvantage. Fine, that's going to be one of those races.
Figure it out, right?
Yeah.
How much of it, though, like I mentioned earlier, like everyone writes a check, to Feld, to in front. How much of it is that? If you can you just write the check?
We haven't written the check.
No, but if you wrote the check, would the rules change?
I don't.
Is that part of it?
Yeah, because he's treading lightly right now.
Well, I mean, but like when I go to Anaheim too this weekend, you were there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just saw Suzuki banners and Triumph banners, and that's all just.
Ducati is now paying for something a whole year before they come racing.
Yeah. How about Ducati's parking spot?
I mean, it is. Of course, it's a business.
Yeah.
And I understand that. Like, if you're not contributing, right? Like, as long as you're not putting cash down someone's pocket, like that's completely wrong. If you are paying for this racing championship,
that's what I mean. Yeah,
sure.
No, I don't mean paying somebody. I meant sponsoring a series. Is that part of the issue?
I mean, there has not been like, you have to pay us $1 million and then we go racing.
Okay,
but we would be willing to pay as well as everyone else.
Okay, yeah. That's what I meant. So you'd be willing to do that.
Yeah.
To go to enter the private club of manufacturers if you have to.
Yeah, but we're not allowed in the room right now.
Yeah. Is it frustrating?
Yes.
Has it been frustrating? Yes. Yeah. And when you talk to MX Sports about amateur racing, AMA, I guess you would talk to AMA and not MX Sports, or maybe MX Sports. What's the pushback you get on vet class and AMA stuff?
I mean,
not professional.
I don't think there's so much pushback there. I feel that it's opening up a little bit slowly. It's opening up faster in other countries. But I mean, now we do have a mixed class sanctioned by AMA with Arena Cross, and that's not amateur. But in terms of Loretta Rins and these, I'm not enough into details to really answer that. We want to be able to enter for us and our customers, and
sure.
We haven't had a strong pushback against it. We have perhaps not done the work properly from our side.
Why? I don't think there's a CC limit for vet class. Is it like
it's open class? An open
class.
It's
just open class, right? So like,
great.
Just go ahead and race, right? You know what? I forgot about the AMA being Arena Cross being AMA, because I know there's a Stark only class, like we mentioned.
Yeah.
But there is a mixed class, and so you would have had to get permission to do that. Yeah. UK series and the other series that you do. How is the enforcement of the bike and all of that? How does that work? How does it do it? Like, they don't just trust you guys to be like, hey man.
Yes,
like,
we have a race mode on the phone on the app, so that we can lock the bike during a race weekend in a certain max limit. So there's an MX1 and MX2 limit.
Yep.
And MX1 limit is 60 horsepower, MX2 is 48.
Okay.
That can be changed per country, of course, but that's what it is today, and then the bike is locked and they're okay with it. And
they come and look at it once in a while, or how, do they walk over? I mean,
they have checked it. I think they have been especially thorough in France, where we have raced the X, but different. Chassis, like, it's strange how spot on we were.
Okay.
Like,
what did you guys start out with chassis to build on? Can you say that?
I mean, we bought all the bikes. We analyzed them, so we scanned them, all of them in 3D. We, see the geometry, the ergonomics, everything, and we measured center of gravity, we measured weight distribution, and then we built jigs to measure flex of all the chassis. So it wasn't like, we want this bike. No, we measured all of them, and then we kind of like, okay, this is kind of where we want to be, and then we set targets for, where do we want center of gravity to be, what do we want weight distribution, what kind of flex do we want. And then when we built the bike, we were more or less spot on our target from the beginning. I think it was, I mean, of course, I'm not going to say.
That's rare.
I think Paul, who's my co-founder CTO, is an amazing engineer, and he and the rest of the team did a really, really good job, but it was like almost too close to the target. So it was also like, for instance, the triple clamp, like the first one, very good, but then we tried, 5, 6 others, different, and no, the first one was the best. So it was pretty close, actually. What was it in a big change, really?
At Alta, we had a Honda, so that the frame was basically a Honda Sierra 450 frame.
Okay.
And this, the measurements were the same.
Right. Were you always going down the road of KYB? Like, that was just sort of what you thought would work best?
I mean, if you look at it from our position, I think KYB is known as, okay, this is the best suspension. That's what, more or less everyone's opinion. If you measured, KYB is number one. VP was not an option because, people don't like the suspension, and KTM would never want to work with us.
Yeah.
So then it's Showa or KYB, and we thought KYB was the best option for us.
Okay.
That's a good choice.
What's the one thing... battery life is obvious, right? But what's the one thing that you want to change on the next gen? If you could just do...
If we look ahead for the future, I really think the biggest opportunities are lower weight, more range. These are the two things you want to improve. But we are super focused on titanium. So this is one thing with racing where titanium is more or less not allowed.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make any sense at all. I think it's because the rules were written 40 years ago probably. But so we are super focused on titanium, not just shafts, but also in a full chassis and so on in titanium. And this can make a huge difference in weight saving.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be interesting.
Hey, Talon, we got a few questions at Twitter, right? At PulpMX Show Twitter for Anton. Let's have them.
Yes, we had one on Taddy that we covered. Voice of the Drunken People. He asked, "Do you use Formula E as a case study on how electric motorsports can be successfully policed and ran?"
No, he does not. It doesn't sound like.
No. No, I think Formula E is it's interesting from a technology perspective. We look at what is the energy density of those batteries and so on, and try to do something that's better.
All right, and then from Wingnut, he says there was some hope and anticipation with the release of the Enduro model that we might
started deliveries of the MX. A lot of people were also asking about the clutch for the MX. Now I think a long time since I saw a request for a clutch for the MX bike. In terms of the Enduro, I think what we see from our testing is classic Enduro, we don't see any advantage. Hard Enduro, if you look at the race that Eddie did in Chile, I don't know if you guys have seen that, but that's an amazing race where he raced against Billy Bolt, for instance, and managed to lap him. I think Billy had some issues, but he did incredibly well. And I think where we see that the clutch could be beneficial, there are some tracks in Super Enduro where if you look at Romania, the last Super Enduro World Championship race, Eddie struggled quite a bit, I think, and I think if we would have had a clutch, it would have helped him. Then, the bike is also heavier than it needs to be. That could also make a big difference, of course. I think a mechanical clutch doesn't make so much sense. On a trials bike that's electric, you do have it, but that's to load up power, because
to get up something or whatever.
Yeah, because if you spin up that high flywheel and release clutch, you have more than 100 horsepower for a split second, which is how you can, jump with the bike. We do have enough power on the bike, so it's just about how you control it. The mechanical clutch comes with weight and service and other disadvantages that we want to avoid. E-clutch is something that would make sense. We have tried, we have developed, we have some e-clutches. I think there are very few occasions where it is beneficial. If you want to continue riding as you're riding today, you want to continue using a foot brake, you might as well have a e-clutch lever there.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you instead retrain and use a handbrake, there are much more advantages riding with a handbrake. If you retrain your muscle memory with that.
Ride like Tomac. You got to ride like Tomac.
I mean, he will never do that. He doesn't even accept the hydraulic clutch, right?
Yeah. No, it's true.
That was so funny when he.
Yeah.
No, I think it's gonna depend a bit, but I think there is something that what people are used to, and there's something to that. So maybe there is a space for it to also cater for people that maybe don't want to change the riding style too much. I don't know what you guys think about the clutch.
Yeah, I don't see a need myself. I'm not good enough rider, but
I tried it back when I was testing.
Yeah,
and it just didn't work as well as I thought it would work on electric technology.
Yeah,
it wasn't
because it didn't get. I mean,
it wasn't enough pop.
Yeah, because you already have kind of.
So for me, it was pretty flat, linear, didn't make sense, and it added weight, just like Anton said, and it hurt the bike more than it helped. So that got chopped really quick.
All right. Anything else? No? All right. Anton Wass from Stark here. Maxima USA. Thank you to Maxima and ProFilter, by the way. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those companies. So if you need chain lube for your Stark.
No oil.
And just chain lube. No, SC1.
Okay.
MPPL.
All right.
Foot pegs and stuff.
All right.
There's a few products that Maxima has. Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima and filters as well. You do not need a filter, but if you're a regular dirt bike, you do. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys, and use the code to save at Maxima and Pro Filter. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. How long until you make big money offers for Lars and Oscar? How long until we see the Swedish...
I'm texting him every day.
Yeah. Oscar Werderman and Lars Lindstrom have defected to Spain to work for Stark.
Something about the Swedes, man. They're good-looking dudes.
Yeah,
all around.
Yeah,
we're out.
All right.
Maybe it's time.
What?
Maybe it's time for them to change.
Yeah. See, I know it. All right. Favorite Swedish hockey player?
Oof, I'm not into hockey.
Oh, really?
No. I mean, I think I only name Mats Sundin. That's the only name I
That's
can
the only
remember.
name.
Yeah.
Well, he was a Maple Leaf, and he was close to my heart.
Foppa, Forsberg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forsberg. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Where's that drop?
But I have never watched hockey in my whole life.
Are you serious? You're from Sweden. You never watched hockey?
I watched motocross. Come on.
Just want to hear the motocross stuff.
So, greatest Swedish motocrosser ever? Karlquist?
Bill Nilsson.
Who?
Older guy.
Oh.
He repaired I had a YC80 from 1971 when I was a kid.
Okay.
And he went to school with my grandmother, so he repaired it for free.
Oh, no way. Okay.
But I think he was...
Hey, we got this bike. It's got KYB, blah, blah. And I'm like, holy shit. So I never heard anything about it.
Yeah.
So,
That's tough to do.
Well, yeah, I mean...
But I think it's easier when you are no one, which we were then. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if you... For instance, now that you have Honda and Yamaha developing electric bikes, everything leaks out.
Yeah.
Everyone knows everything.
So. Yeah, my next question for you. What do you think of this Honda? Trey Canards raced it. I talked to Roger Harvey, who's the head of that electric department now. He's an old MX motocross guy, and they moved him over there. And it was at Majora when I went there this year. Checked it out. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's it's to some extent there's an issue with like going all the way there, and you kind of see it with some of the big OEM of cars. You know, like if you don't go all into electric, you will have some unnecessary compromises, and I think we can see that with the chassis and so on. Like it is a gas bike with an electric motor and battery inside, and that I think you should rethink it if you build an electric bike. But the bike seems to perform quite well from what I've seen and heard. That it's a good performing bike. I think an issue with that is that the battery capacity. From what we can see, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've been told it was less battery than yours and less horsepower. Like it's a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
lighter. It's lighter, but it's
I don't know if it's lighter.
Okay.
I heard that it's heavier.
Oh, I heard that it's lighter.
Oh,
okay.
Let's see. Time will tell.
But yeah, they have a range issue. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's I don't think that's the bike that they will start mass producing. I mean, I would assume it has maybe half our battery. Just from
looking at it,
right. So that's not good enough to produce. I would assume when they start producing something, it will be different.
Right, and you think Yamaha's got something coming?
I mean, they have posted some patents.
Did they?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
so
I didn't know that.
yeah,
Okay.
So something.
Why don't we know about? I'm a Blue Crew.
I've learned that this is what I've learned. I don't know if I can say this, but I've learned over the years when someone develops a bike, you got to use some different vendors. To put on your bike. Not everything's proprietary made. And when you go to a different vendor, you can actually see who's purchasing things from said vendor.
Okay.
So you can find your way around a little bit when you go to these certain vendors that a lot of people use and see who's getting what. And then you can kind of piece some stuff together. Yeah.
Kind of like what I did with Ducati. Troy was getting someone in the industry to make something for Ducati. And this gentleman who I'm a friend of said, hey, I think Troy's got the Ducati team because I'm making all this shit for him. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right, cool. Right. I mean, it wasn't that hard to put together, but same idea, right? Where you're like, oh, you got to make parts
for certain
for it.
parts of the bike that other people use, right?
Yeah. So, but I mean, I think Honda and Yamaha involved in this and getting into this is nothing but a positive for you, right?
I think it's great.
Yeah. Like you can't be like, oh shit, like.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this was the goal from the beginning. Yeah. To inspire the rest of the industry. So.
Where were you at when Alta was taken off?
I was at 24MX then.
Did you follow their journey a little bit?
Yeah, I was super excited. When I saw it, I was fuck, this is so cool. I want to buy this bike.
Yeah.
Did you have the idea of starting one or no? Nothing at all?
No, I mean, when I saw them, it was like, great. Because I've been thinking about it since before. And there needs to be an electric dirt bike, and then they come out. It's like amazing. They're doing it and it looks like they're doing a pretty good job. So now I was just excited, and then a bit sad when they went bankrupt.
Did you ever get to ride one?
We bought one.
Okay.
So after we started Stark, I rode it, not before.
Okay.
Where'd you find one? Just in Spain?
We bought it in US actually.
Oh, did you?
Shipped it over.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Kris, you know way more about this than I do, but it wasn't the motorcycle that the reason Alta didn't work.
No.
I mean, there were staffing, business issues, capital issues, building it, right?
It wasn't the motorcycle.
Yeah, like it wasn't like no one bought
motorcycle
them.
was promising, and
Right.
I think they were they bit off a lot, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting when people say, "Oh, electric bikes fail because of Alta." It's like, not really, and that's not the whole enchilada there.
Right.
So,
it's hard to start a brand new company. It's tough.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, building a electric vehicle manufacturer is among the hardest things, of all the businesses. I think, just look at the the ratio, how many are surviving, both motorcycle and the car industry. Now Livewire was, depends, maybe not put down, but I think Harley Davidson taking over it means only one thing.
Right.
And the thing is, a lot of people need vehicles to drive. Not everyone needs a motocross bike, so like it's a totally different thing. Yeah.
Replacement parts available. I've seen the website. They're all available on the website, but is that the only way to get them, or do dealers in the U.S. stock certain things? Like, how does that work for replacement parts?
Yeah, so we have, I think, around 120 dealers now in the U.S.
Okay.
And it varies. I mean, some have good stock and some have not enough. So it depends which local dealer you have. And
getting to be a Stark dealer, are they independents? Are they associated with another OEM? Are some OEMs blocking that? How tough is that to get a dealer network going?
It has depended on market. Here in the US, it has not really been an issue.
Okay.
In other markets, especially KTM dealers have not been allowed, so they've been threatened by the company to, if you work with Stark, we will shut you off.
Yeah.
Okay, so then they lose their business, they can't do it.
Yeah.
I think here in the US it seems that the dealers have a little bit more power, so that the OEMs, cannot be so aggressive. It's probably a good thing. So we work with, but mostly work with multi-brand dealers.
I just wonder how hard it is to get set up when you're the new kid on the block and you're electric and whatever. So
no, I think it's not so hard.
Can you shout out a couple of dealers in the U.S. who've been really good for you? Do you know, or do you like? Do you have some that, or maybe if you name one, another one's gonna get mad at you?
Yeah, maybe.
Exactly.
Right? Probably. Maybe that was a bad question. Can't knock.
Everyone's great.
Yeah,
all the dealers.
Every dealer is great.
All of our dealers are great.
No, I mean some are amazing and some could do more.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Like it is.
Like it could be for any OEM, right?
It's like your employees.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Some
not
are,
at Stark.
Some are really good.
Not at Stark, he said. Not at Stark. They're all amazing.
Most of them. Almost all.
Yeah. The media launch. I wish I could have made the media launch. I couldn't make the media launch. I don't remember why, but I was so bummed. And then I saw the videos and Jason Thomas went over there and stuff. And so it seemed like a lot of fun. You guys spent some money on that for sure.
Yeah.
Get everybody there riding
it was
it.
a nice experience.
Yeah. What about, and so talk about Swedish and Spain. What about America? How much do you spend time here?
Not enough.
No?
I mean, I like US.
Yeah.
And it's a nice place. So no, not at all. I spent a couple of weeks last year, a couple of weeks now. Let's see if I come back this year.
Good looking guy. English is great.
Mm-hmm.
Owns a motorcycle company that's, millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Life's pretty good.
I'm trying to get some of that aura over here. Yeah.
Could I get some of your speed, perhaps?
I'll gladly trade you for some of the looks. I'm glad you do.
Can you imagine being this guy?
I would probably get myself in trouble.
Right.
Got a little bit of money, got a company, got good looking, got a nice pony. I'm in trouble.
Got a lot of things to do, though. A lot of people that probably constantly calling you.
It's funny. When you own your own business, you think, oh, it's going to be great. Everybody's like, oh, dude, you own your own business. That's awesome. Yeah. But I feel like there's way more stress when it's yours because it's what you've created, so you put more pressure on yourself, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't, then your business is not going to succeed. So if you want an easy life having your own company, well, it depends on the business you do. I think in our case, it's an incredibly difficult business, not just for me. I think for most people, like it's a lifestyle, really. I mean, everyone in the management team are working.
Are you a hands-on boss, owner? Like, are you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you're like, hey, like. The guy in the grip department, can you tell him to put the grips on, Bet? Like that type of guy? Like, yeah.
No, I mean,
okay.
Like in general, micromanagement is not a good thing. I believe that you should avoid micromanaging, but should not be afraid to do it when necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you're always micromanaging, you're not being a leader.
You're not trusting your
You're not trusting your employees. But if you don't micromanage when it's needed, you are also not achieving the best result.
Sure.
So you kind of have to see that and be able to work at a high level and a low level, and if you need to pack some boxes, you go down and do it. It was quite nice. We did I don't know if you guys have seen we did a titanium sword this Christmas.
I did see that. How'd that thing go?
It was great. No, we had a huge interest. We sold
100 only or something, 500.
We did 1,000.
1,000. Okay,
and
did you see this thing, Keith?
No.
You didn't see this?
No. It's pretty sick. It's a 3D printed titanium sword, like 6,000 layers.
I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna bring it up here.
And we received them way too late. We promised deliveries before Christmas, and Yeah, in the end, everyone had to run down to the factory to just pack boxes to try to get them out, so people would get them before, before Christmas.
Oh, when they came in.
That's a nice experience. Yeah.
And it says something too, like when you're the CEO of a company and your employees see you doing some of the grunt work. It's
Remember in particular, I don't think there's a big difference.
I know a lot of guys, older gentlemen, that have called me or texted me and said, Eric Phipps, owner of Works Connection, just got a Stark.
Cool.
That's all he talks about. He's like, I made a Stark track in my property. Me and my buddies have Starks, and this is what we do.
That sounds like an amazing guy.
Yeah.
Well, if you need some Works Connection parts,
yeah, exactly.
He'll be happy to help you out.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah. No, like, look, going back to what we talked about at the top, like it's pretty cool. And
when you have more than one guy ride them and you have some friends, it's
Stark gang.
It's great. It's so fun.
Yeah, especially when you trail ride, then it's because you can go out in the forest completely silent together,
and talk shit to your buddies while you're
sure. Yeah, they hear you.
Yeah.
Well, Anton, did we miss anything? Did we touch on?
No, I think it was a great conversation.
Yeah,
Swedish women, unbelievable.
Oh yeah, unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I know.
The Norwegians are a little bit better.
Really?
Yep.
I went to Gothenburg once. Gothenburg, yeah, and great. Are you married?
Girlfriend.
Girlfriend.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's here now.
She's here.
Yeah.
That's probably don't.
Like in the house or in Vegas?
In the hotel.
Okay.
Okay. She's Swedish.
Norwegian.
No.
Oh. Look, dude. He's so
nice recovery, Anton.
He's so much better than us.
Nice recovery.
He's smarter. He's better looking.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm not as good as talking at you guys. Clearly. Or riding for that matter.
Wow,
it sounds better when you talk.
Better,
trust me.
Yeah. And if Stark wants to do anything about that lost 13th place, let me know.
Yeah, we should.
Like reimburse me or make me a trophy or something.
No, we will. I think reimbursement would be to help you get a top 10 position next
Top
time.
10 position, yeah. Because listen, when that guy went by me, I was cruising. I'm like, I got this.
Can you imagine like being on a Stark, creeping up on Dark, and just scaring the shit out of him?
I'd love it.
Just passing him.
I'd love to do it. Well, he's in 33rd. So how are you? What do you? Like,
I don't know. The Dark that I saw that rode yesterday had something for you.
He was good.
Yeah.
250F.
Yes.
That's why maybe he's a 250F guy.
He is.
I don't know. Man, it's really cool to have you here. I think you came to Vegas just for this trip, right?
Yeah.
For the show. So
yes.
I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Congratulations on all the success on the new model. And yeah, it sounds like it's selling well. We're fans. We're cool.
Yeah, pleasure meeting you.
Likewise.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you for being honest and open, I feel like, about the company and the pluses and the negatives and everything else. So, PulpMX Show, Anton Was. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Awesome. I'm going to get into some reads. We'll bring in Cody Webb here as well, off-road hero. And yeah, if you want to stick around, you can. Or if you go meet your Norwegian girlfriend, whatever you want.
I'll be going to the hotel. I don't know about you.
Yeah. Please check out, by the way, starkfuture.com for all the information that you need on the new model, on the MX, on the EX, and the parts and accessories and colors and all of that stuff. So please check that out. LuxonMX.com, by the way, bringing you. But okay, fine, daytime, go down and then go back up and watch the race. And again, I don't like it, but dude.
Mm-hmm.
To not even go. Mm-hmm. There's 2 races all year that you can go to because San Diego's still far, so you don't want to go to San Diego. That's fine.
Yeah.
Glendale's far. So there's not 3 races. There's 2 races. You're in the media. You know everybody in the pits. You can talk to everybody and gain knowledge. Mm-hmm. You can watch the bikes. You can get sponsors for Keefer testing, maybe some advertisers, maybe you run in, maybe you're walking out like, okay, end of the night. Mm-hmm. Now you wouldn't have been there, but during the day, I'm walking out. I see Gabrielle from Alpine Stars, the owner.
Yeah,
great guy.
Yeah,
we have a great conversation. I got something cooking.
Yeah,
I got something cooking. Got a test coming, cooking with Gabrielle.
Yeah,
never would have happened because the guy's busy as fuck. If I hadn't been walking through the pits, okay? So there's an example. You're walking through the pits. Maybe you see Gabrielle. Maybe you see Jeremy Coker. Maybe you see Rich Simmons. And maybe you get a test of a bike. Maybe you get an advertiser. Maybe you get knowledge, okay? But you get none of that on your fucking couch in Hesperia.
Yeah.
And there's 2 races a year, and you can't make it to one of them?
I made it to one.
I mean, you can't make it to 2 of them? You can't make it to both?
2's stretch. I'm going to make it
So
to
my
2.
race tech rant.
I'm going to make it to 2.
My race tech rant is you. Like, I can't believe that you didn't come down for daytime at least, maybe press on Friday. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing.
Well, can I shit on your rant?
Yep.
Okay, so first of all, I was there at Anaheim 1. And on Saturday, I have testing. So I don't think you know exactly what I do.
Oh, I do.
No, you don't. We're going to find out in Live Swap.
Yep.
But I had to go do some stuff on Saturday, so I couldn't go to the races. First and foremost, I'm a test rider.
I had to do something on Saturday.
I have certain...
Couldn't do it
No.
Sunday.
Listen.
Couldn't do it Friday.
No, this is what you're going to
So
experience
you work
when
for
you
a
go
company
Live Swap.
that tests...
No.
Chris, we need to test this
No.
widget, but only on Saturdays.
There's a certain amount of out...
And everything else at Anaheim.
What knowledge am I going to get?
Dude.
What knowledge? Besides the race itself, what knowledge off of the racetrack am I going to get?
Well, I can't tell you the stuff that I gained because I would blow some sources, but like I can think of 3 conversations I had on Saturday that have helped me immensely understand Supercross.
Do you think I not
results.
talk to people as well? Do you think my only group messages are with you and other people?
No, but it is not the same as being at the race.
It's not the
same. It's not the same.
Look, as far as watching the race and analyzing the race, you're right. You get more from being there, right? But off the track, the pits, same people that you talk to, I talk to as well.
It's not the same.
Who's been scooping you this year? Who's been scoops?
You have been scoops.
Oh.
Yeah, nope, you absolutely have been. There has been things that you've told me where I'm like, okay, goddamn.
Okay.
But still.
I agree. Your half rant is fine. I agree on Sunday.
My
yes,
half rant.
Half rant.
My half rant.
Your half rant is correct.
I can't believe that you're not.
If I was just a media guy,
you
I'd understand it.
You were at the live show Friday night.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
And then just stay for the race.
I couldn't because I thought I was going to ride, and I didn't. So, yes, you're right. You're correct on this one. I should have went. I'll admit it when I'm wrong.
All right, it's Race Tech Rant. Let's bring in our guests. We still got the motorsport.com tweet at Talon segment. We got Living with Dark. We got 250 Supercross talk. But first up, if you follow this man on Instagram, you absolutely see the incredible things that he does on a motorcycle.
He sucks, really.
It's Dark Side, everybody. No. He, of course, does Hard Enduro Cross Championship as well, and he's Blue Crew member now. This kind of shook the off-road world a little
Shocking
bit.
that he's on the show now. Yeah. Awesome.
He's been in before. He's been in studio before. He just did the what the hell was it called?
King of Hammers.
Wow.
No, it wasn't called King of Hammers.
Oh.
King of Moto.
Well,
Moto
King of Hammers is part of King of Moto.
He doesn't know fuck all about what
Listen,
you do. I just want to let you know
it wasn't called King of Hammers. King of Hammers is a fucking
King
UTV
of Motos.
But
King of
King of
Motos.
Motos is part of King of Hammers.
Whatever, Dark. It's Cody Webb, everybody.
Should've
Thanks for
stayed
coming
over
in, man.
there.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
You've been here before, so
Yes.
it's not a Blue Crew thing.
It was blue, but just a different shade last
Yeah,
time.
yeah, exactly. Sherco Life.
Yeah.
We had to change your Instagram photo today.
I saw that. I opened my notification.
Yeah.
I'm like, beep, it was gone. I'm like, oh, you
yeah. I'm
changed
like,
the
we got to change that. So you're on Blue Crew now, and you just did the King of Moto. You got a Hard Enduro stuff coming up. Keefer did a little thing on your bike today as well. We're gonna get into that. But also, as I mentioned, if you follow this man on Instagram, you will know that
he lives the life.
With the birds, he shares these lonely views.
Yes.
Dark Side, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man? Honored to be here with Cody.
Wow.
Amazing. Well,
That's
I'm always around you two, so you two idiots. Cody's amazing.
You co-hosted last week.
Yeah.
And
couldn't get enough.
Yeah. I just didn't want to sit home at Kiefer's house by myself. And
well, where's Heather?
She's working.
Someone's got to
She's got to pay the bills.
Do you agree with my rant?
Yeah, I can't imagine being this close and not going, especially if you're in the industry.
Wow.
I mean, I do know how busy he is because I see it, but still, I can't imagine not going. But he almost didn't come to the live show. Like he would have loved to get out of that.
That's the thing. Is he hides behind the testing thing?
Yeah.
But we know him.
We
We know him. He fucking hates leaving the high des.
I agree.
He hates traffic.
Yes.
And these are all the things that made him not go to the race. Nothing to do with testing.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're wasting this legend's time over here, though. I mean, it's your show, but come on, man. Cody Webb's in here.
I just asked if you agree with me on the rant.
I do.
That's all. All right, Cody, let's dig into this a little bit. But again, we have some more stuff to talk about as well coming up here on the show.
Talon's pants are off, by the way.
Whoa.
What?
Cody's on the air, man.
Oh, yeah.
You got off-road on here.
Yeah,
It's actually off, though.
Do you have questions for Cody?
I've got a few, yeah.
You're the off-road guy.
And I'm talking to his mechanic. We're working on getting some good show content over here.
All right. Why the switch to Blue Crew? How'd that come about? What made it happen? And talk about how you've been liking it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of parts to it, to the whole puzzle, but things are kind of tough. I feel like with the Euro market, things exploded during COVID, and then everyone's seen a little bit of effects of it. Obviously, the Austrian company's probably seeing the worst of it at this point, but yeah, Sherco, I don't know, was kind of stalled out there and was doing a lot anyways, and was just getting frustrated with stuff. And I'm older now and was looking for something new and exciting. And even like back in 2014, something like that, I was like, I was just still a noob to this whole thing. And I've always wanted to just have 2 bikes when I retired, and it was just going to be a YZ450 and a YZ250.
Okay.
And I got a contact at Jim Roach, head of racing there at Yamaha. So I sent him an email, and he got back to me within 10 minutes. And I was like, whoa,
What?
they actually,
Holy
within
shit.
10 minutes, I think.
Wow.
He was like, let me look at budgets. And this was on a Friday.
Yeah,
Dude, that holds a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And
Jim
then
gets a lot of emails, I'm sure, from guys looking for shit. Right?
Yeah. And then I got a phone call like that next Monday.
Oh, wow.
And this was right before we had the Tennessee Knockout, like the Red Bull Straight Rhythm thing in downtown Nashville.
Uh-huh.
So I got a phone call, and I'm like, listen to the voicemail, and I was like, I'm calling this guy back right now. And he just basically asked what I was kind of looking to do and what I wanted to do. So I kind of just said what I was interested in doing, and he wanted a proposal by Wednesday. And we had the Street Rhythm race, and luckily I won that. So that was some bragging rights for me.
That was a big deal, right?
And it just went, for being a Japanese brand, everyone says they move slow. But
They do,
things went pretty quick.
Yeah. I deal with the marketing guys, obviously, as a ambassador, influencer. What am I? I don't know.
Ambassador, I'll give you that.
Sure, ambassador. I don't know.
Influence,
But anyways,
both are correct.
I just talked to them last week. They're very excited about having you on board. They're excited for you to show the different models of things that the different bikes can do. I didn't bring it up. I didn't say it. Like, obviously, I'm a Moto Supercross guy. I know you are, of course. But they brought up Cody Webb and how excited they are and how they were going to King of Moto. And it's a big thing for them and all of that. So, like, the Yamaha guys seem stoked. And again, I think they want you – they love your following on social. And obviously, you have incredible skills. I think they want you to show all the different bikes and what they could do, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what's going on. My offer to them was like, hey, I'll race the U.S. Hard Enduro Series. I'll be on the YZ250X. And then I'm racing Enduro Cross come next fall, so I'll be on a YZ250FX for that series. I got a 450 just because Keefer says it's the best. And do some training at Thunder Valley because I'm a Colorado guy now.
Oh, are you? Okay, I didn't know that.
And then I'll get the Tenere T7 to do some adventure stuff.
Those are fun, too.
Yeah, those are fun. You'll be with Bradshaw and RV.
Yeah.
Hanging out.
I want to go on some rides with them.
Smash some beers with those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much
what's going to happen.
That's what they do.
Yeah, it's mandatory.
He's going to call you a pussy if you don't drink.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, for sure.
How do you get along with that then?
I just get called a pussy every day.
And they make fun of them later.
They just don't like them.
Yeah.
So, no, it's cool. So how did the King of Moto thing go for you? I know a Canadian won.
Yeah.
Shout out Canada, but
Tristan
you're
won.
Canadian too.
What?
I forgot you're Canadian
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
My dad was born in Canada, if that counts for anything.
Yeah, we'll take you.
Not quite, slightly.
Yeah, we're a little worried right now. We might become part of U.S. here shortly, but yeah.
Well,
but anyway, how'd you do?
Yeah, it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad. I got 4th over the weekend. I got a bad start, and it was probably my own doing. And then like a minute into the race, I just dropped the front end, went straight over the handlebars. And it hasn't rained until literally just yesterday there. It snowed even after we left. So it was really dusty. I'm not really keen on the high-speed desert stuff in the dust. So it kind of took me a bit to kind of get into a better position. And by the time I got into 5th, I'd be like coming down into a valley. You know how the valleys are out there. I could like see them climbing out of the next valley. So I just could never catch up the gap to the top 3. So I caught the one guy who was in 4th. Took me a bit to get around him. And then he followed me for a bit, finally got away from him, and then I just kind of rode by myself. It was a little lonely out there.
Yeah. And that was on which bike?
That was on the YZ250X.
250X. Okay.
Yeah.
The one when I was doing some research, you had electric start on one?
Yeah, I didn't race that one, no.
Is that the move? Just because?
That's definitely handy to have.
Okay.
There was some times when, some choice words were coming out of my mouth there near the end of the race when I stalled it too many times. But, yeah, so our next race is actually going to be in Hawaii, which is pretty sweet.
Okay.
So the container's leaving this week, and I didn't really have any time to re-prep, so
you just.
Is this the hard enduro with the wood? You got to go around the wood and all this crazy shit that they do there? Or is that just was that a Red Bull thing?
That might be a Red Bull thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, have you seen King of Motos and what they go through?
I've seen King of Hammers because I follow McGrath, so I watched Jeremy ride this.
Have you watched Tennessee Knockout or anything like that? Have you seen those kind of races? Hard enduros?
Yes.
Okay.
Tennessee Knockout doesn't sound familiar, but on Red Bull TV, I've watched.
Erzberg. He's probably seen Erzberg.
Oh, yeah, Erzberg for sure. But on Red Bull TV, I think I've watched some of those.
Okay. First and only American to podium, Erzberg. Right there.
Oh.
The Canadian did. He's North American. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I'll give him a shout out.
But he's not. Yeah.
He's not American.
Who, Tristan Hart did? Or
Tristan Hart did.
Or the other guy?
Tristan Hart.
Tristan Hart
Cuthbertson. Or
Shane Cuthbertson.
Yeah.
You know that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, he does know a couple things.
That's luck, dude.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I know him. He races World Vets, and I've followed him, and yeah, he's Canadian. So, no, listen, an Endurocross series has been it's not as big as it used to be, but I feel like it's getting some press.
There's potential there.
Yeah, potential there, right?
Well, it was Haker again. He got another fight, but it wasn't me this time.
That's what he does.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I miss the good old days of the Haker Webb battles.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Those were great. Yeah, it was. He got in a fight with a Honda guy.
It was Tristan Hart.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Tristan Hart. Yeah.
He punched him.
I don't know.
Slapped
they
him
kind
or
of
did
each
something.
other.
Yeah. It was after the finish. It was awesome.
And why Endurocross and hard enduro? Is that like you said? You put that together, plan for Yamaha, but they didn't care. You could have done anything you want, or those are the two series that interest you.
That's just what I do and what interests me, and what I'm basically fully involved in.
Yeah.
So that was my kind of proposal to Yamaha. I was like, hey, if you give me this and these bikes, I'll make it work. And I didn't really know what the technical support was going to be, and it ended up being better than I anticipated. So I'm pretty stoked on that.
I almost wonder, Chris, if Yamaha is bringing a new model out or something, because, like he said, they were really aggressive with him. They told me all about how this is a great thing for them. I almost wonder if they got something in the works.
I mean, if they were smart, they would.
And they're like, hey, we're going to use Cody in a year or two to bring
If they were smart, they would use him to help develop, and do these things. And
right.
Yeah, so, I mean.
Yeah. I don't know that. I'm just wondering, because they were, overly excited.
But Yamaha didn't really have a presence in hard enduro before, right?
Yeah, there was zero. There was I think one other guy on a Yamaha.
Okay.
He was my buddy this weekend.
Yeah.
I lapped him twice, and the second time he's like, "You're my hero, Cody."
And your Instagram is a great follow, by the way. Yeah, you have how many followers you have? I don't even know, but
190 something.
Yeah,
190.
Yeah, it's super cool. You're always kind of doing weird shit, which is neat, right?
Honestly, the Yamaha thing really boosted. I think I got a new influx.
Oh yeah.
Of people, and I was just excited again. You kind of get burnt out.
Yeah.
And now everything's on my shoulders. Like you said, you're the.
Right.
I'm like my own CEO now, so it's like I'm hustling now.
Yeah.
Whereas before, you just get too comfy,
Yeah. No, it's cool.
His Instagram is my favorite to look at, but irritates me more than anything. How? I just don't. I can't comprehend some of the things he does. And I know a lot of trials guys do those kind of things, but when I see what he does, it's mind blowing how much skill a person can have.
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't really think about that because I'm just like, oh, that's not really me. That's
not real.
That's that's not a human compared to me.
Yeah.
It's like seeing a supermodel.
Cyborg.
Yeah. You're just like, well, that's not even. I'm not even the same class of human as that person.
Right.
So or like Anton.
Yeah.
Like Anton.
Although I don't think he could throw goggles the way I did. So
Yeah.
I do want to admit it was. I think King of Motos this year was one of the first hard enduros I did the whole time without even taking my goggles backwards and putting them back and forth.
So it wasn't that hard.
It was a little bit easier this year.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So so when you have time, you stop, you take the goggles off.
Get a breather.
Yeah.
Who puts the court? Is it Max? Is it Jimmy now? Who is it?
It is Justin. Lena Bieber.
Okay.
But he's a local to the area, and he kept it going after Jimmy was done.
Okay.
So yeah. Cody Webb here in studio, and he is brought to you by the folks at Fox Factory. That factory, we've had these guys on the show for a few years, but new name, same company, foxfactoryvehicles.com. They partner with GMC, Chevy, Ford, Jeep, Nissan. Your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, Shelby, American, and more. No hassles of do-it-yourself customization. These trucks are backed by the original manufacturer's factory warranty, easy financed. Foxfactoryvehicles.com, bringing you Cody Webb, Blue Crew rider. And I saw you talking to Anton from Stark there. Were you showing him something or what?
Yeah, I felt like I should have been in on electric.
Oh,
tell him about that.
So yeah,
what?
I went to school for mechanical engineering.
Oh, that's right. I remember this.
He made his own.
And we had my senior project or whatever it is.
Yeah.
my capstone thing to graduate was
Right.
an electric dirt bike conversion kit.
Oh, wow.
Funny enough, it was a
Why didn't we
YZ250.
Why didn't we think of this?
Well, yeah, it's your show, man.
Well, I don't know. I forgot about his education. I remember making fun of him last time
Yeah.
for being too smart for motocross. Or for
When I was with
dirt bike
Alta,
racing.
he'd call me and we'd be talking about
Yeah.
electric stuff.
Yeah, I rode the Alta too because I was originally from NorCal area.
What? Did you show him your bike that you made?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, "How was it?" I was like, "It worked."
Cody Webb brought to you by FoxFactoryVehicles.com. And also, too, I want to thank the folks at FCP. They had the title sponsor of Fast Freddy Norris team this week. Did you see that? Oh, no, you weren't there. You never saw it.
there.
Didn't see it.
Freddie
no idea.
Should beat Jet. So,
What?
Nothing. Just go.
Oh, okay.
That was great. Max's tires.
Maxis.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah.
It's a review up on Pulp.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Factory Chassis Parts, founded in 2018, to offer one goal in mind, to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. They've got the engine mounts, of course, that they've used for a long time. They've got the FCP race cups now. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years, but now they offer an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Cody Webb should try this on some of that shitty rods.
This is where DV laughs a lot, right? When you read these.
Yeah.
Too many reads, too many sponsors.
Check out fcpracing.com.
If you're a Yamaha guy and you're a YZ450F, I will say the race cups make a big difference on the new chassis. So, FCP.
All right, well, who's laughing now?
Nothing. I'm just saying it works.
All right. PulpMX, what's the code?
Pulp 20?
No. It's Pulp 25 chassis.
There you go.
Yeah, to save with FCP. So thank you to those guys.
Riveting.
And also, too, speaking of another one of our partners, Get. You're a Get guy.
Yeah, it's funny. I just talked to Dan a little bit ago.
You tell him you were on the show?
Yeah, he knew.
Oh.
He knew
Oh,
I
he
was
knew.
on the show.
Oh, okay.
But I was
Dan.
looking for more bottom end, so he's sending me a Get CDI.
Nice.
So I'll get to test that out
Well,
now.
if you want to use the same CDI or ECU that Cody Webb uses, then email us using the contact form on Pulp. We'll get you a deal from Get and Athena. And, dude, Eric from Works Connection is going to love the fact that you threw in the mention to
Yeah.
Anton. Yeah. Stark guy.
He loves that thing.
I know he does. I
Yeah.
know. I've talked to him about it. So, yeah, interesting. So what's next for you then after this? What's the next thing?
Well, honestly, literally from tonight, my mechanic and I'll drive to St. George. We're doing like a filming thing.
Okay.
This week. It's called Hard Enduro Burrows, but it's just a bunch of the top guys doing stuff you don't enjoy.
Yeah, like a
but Dark Side would like to watch it.
So like a Crusty Demons of off-road.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Not as much metal. We need more metal in it, maybe, but it's close.
Dark. So then what's next? Like, when's
then next up is the second round of the U.S. Hard Enduro Series,
Okay.
which will be in Kauai.
Oh, that's coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in like a little less than a month.
Okay. How many hard enduros are there?
There's 10 premier rounds this year.
Shit.
Well,
We're bouncing around all
that's
over
more
the
than I
place.
thought. Yeah.
Yeah. There's more this year.
And you will do Erzberg?
Yeah, I plan on going to Erzberg with Red Bull and Carson Brown and seeing what we can get out of Carson this year there.
Carson Brown's doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, Hammer.
He did it last year, right?
Oh,
he did it last year.
Oh, he did?
I think he had full body cramps about 2 hours in.
This is all Hammer. This is all a Hammer thing.
Love
Yes.
Like, hey, Carson.
Hey, we need you to go do this.
Go do Erzberg.
That's so awesome.
I know. It's cool to see that deal though with Red Bull and Carson. That's great. The
There's
era
some
stuff and
quality videos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really he's so talented, right?
Unreal.
Are you gonna do one?
I'm trying to. I want to get like a 92 WR250.
And then who do we put you?
and try and do
Who do we put
something.
you up against though?
It'd be me and Carson with
Oh,
something.
you and Carson?
Yeah, me and
Okay,
Carson.
yeah,
Make Carson do some hard enduro shit or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
I like that.
It has to be medium enduro.
Dude, he's
Yeah.
like half your size.
Otherwise it won't be fair.
He's like half your size. You just break him, whatever you try to do. Yeah. So is Erzberg still like the king?
Yeah, it's like the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Like that could make someone's career.
It's like
if
the
they're
Tour de
young and-
France of bicycle
Yeah,
racing,
exactly.
right? Like everybody, there's other tours, but everyone just knows the.
Yeah, that's the main one.
Right.
Why
Same
is it
thing with like Dakar for rally. Like there's
Yeah,
other rally
yeah,
events,
yeah.
but Dakar's the main deal.
Why isn't Romaniacs bigger than what it is?
I don't know. Romaniacs is great for like your average guy, but just in terms of like exposure, I think it's just like one major massive race and it's like Burning Man for
Okay.
gearheads out there.
Got
So
it. That
I
makes
think it
sense.
makes sense like spectator wise that Erzberg's the biggest.
You did Romaniacs as well?
Yeah, it's pretty miserable.
Let's say that's harder than Erzberg, right?
Yeah, it's like Erzberg like 4 days in a row.
Exactly.
It's like easier and faster, but it's pretty brutal.
Jeez.
Yeah, I only did it one time and I'll just wait till I like Yamaha sends me on a T7, all right, the bronze class.
Yeah, Lenny Lichtenberger. Is that
yeah,
Manny's
Manny's
really
won it.
Manny, yeah, he's really kind of dominates that.
Yeah, he's won it multiple times now. I think his dad's won it too.
Oh wow.
I've competed against him and his dad, so now I'm kind of becoming at that point where I'm like, dang.
Some
still here.
Aiden and I favorite stuff to watch is the GoPro from Erzberg, and just watching on board from Erzberg is fucking mind blowing.
It's insane. That rock. What do they call that rock section?
Carl's Diner.
Is it dinner or diner?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I've heard both ways.
I think it's one end.
Like,
so
fuck off with that.
There's not. You can't.
No, yeah.
Where are you going?
I don't know, but then you watch a guy go through it, you're like, oh, that doesn't look that hard. You know what I mean? Like, you watch a good guy go through it, you're like,
dude.
And then the amateur guys get there, and it's like helmet off, laying in the rocks.
Yeah, we got a call for you, actually, Cody, from Mike on 3. Mike, what's up? What do you want to talk to Cody Webb about?
Hey, Cody, I just was curious about how that race is on Kauai. Like, I just heard you mentioning it, and I had a quick look at the results, and it seems like in prior years, some of the locals have actually held the upper hand. So I don't know, is that just like the conditions there? Do they know the track better, or just what's that race like for you guys?
Yeah, so last year was my first year there, and I think that was the first time they actually had that race, and it pissed rain the night before, and the Hawaiians know what they're doing on the Hawaiian ice. Like, they all run a tubeless setup. I was running moose balls last year, and Steve probably doesn't know what that is.
What is with the shit talking? I know what moose balls are.
Could you shit on off-road?
It's just like...
So
like
it's a
just,
bunch of individual mooses cut up, essentially.
God.
But yeah, anyways, they definitely kind of knew where they were going.
That red clay slick
Yeah, but
shit.
the red clay was so slick, and I couldn't get up a single hill out there. I don't know what they were. They were freaks. And then I fried my clutch.
Everyone's like, I can't wait to see Cody Webb. Oh, he kind of sucks.
He's pretty good.
Really sucks.
Dude, if he can't make it up a hill, fuck.
That's what I'm saying,
Hey,
right? Yeah.
Kalana Humphreys out there kicking your ass.
Yeah. So anyways, it was a multiple. My tire setup was not good. They knew what they were doing. They were laughing at me probably on the starting line.
Oh, yeah.
And then I smoked the clutch, and I barely got out of there alive.
This fucking Howley can't ride a dirt bike.
Yeah.
You have a trick for him now, though? I heard something about 9...
Yeah, I got
9
it's
rim locks.
New Tech. I don't know. The guys are from Vegas, but the tubeless company, they got a new rendition of tubeless.
They used to have in Moto for a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Same
guys probably.
Yeah.
But it's like a mechanical inner bead lock system.
Okay.
So you have to drill a bunch of rim locks, and they're narrower, longer rim locks, so they cover like 4 spokes at a time.
Okay.
And they clamp down and hold the bead in place, and then they also seal off the spokes.
Okay.
So you can use air. So I got like a half moose setup.
Good luck with that.
So it's pretty easy to put on. Taking it off kind of sucks.
We just did a walk around on Cody's bike from King of the Motos, and he explains it a little bit more. So we'll post that up this week over on Keefer testing. So
yeah, so the Hawaiians, I'll be a little bit better off this year.
All right, thanks, man.
That's good.
Yeah, thanks for the call.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Chris, so you've been on the show 3 or 4 times, especially last year, talking about how Cody Webb could win a Supercross.
Yes.
In the like mud. A mud one. Yeah, mud one.
Yes.
You're still...
I'm still on board. Even the Jet era now. This is before the Jet era, right? I claim this.
I mean, we had some horrific mudders.
Here's my thing, and I expressed this like, Betts was here, says I can go make a May in the mud, and this is real. I feel like this is real. If it is so muddy, talk about 2005 Anaheim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Where no one's doing the jumps, guys are getting stuck. It is fucking mud.
Guys are always doing the jumps.
No,
something.
In
doubles,
the main, if you watch this
doubles.
back, they stopped doing it. So Carmichael did it in the opening laps.
They
and
were doubling. They
I
were
think
doubling.
He is good enough to where he can double. Okay.
Yeah.
So my thing is, if it's snotty, just loose mud everywhere, for sure he would podium. But if he won, it would not surprise me. Like, this is how good of a rider he is.
He's a great rider.
Great rider.
Come on.
But if it's just nasty, he'll find traction. He'll get around it. He'll use his big-ass bird legs and paddle his way through. Like, he knows. Like, trust me on this. Like, I still believe it.
You're crazy, but I would love to see it. And I know Hammer from Red Bull was trying to make this happen. He talked to me at a race and said, I want to build a bike for Cody, leave it on a truck, and if it just pours, he's going to get here on a Friday, and we're going to enter him. But, I think Hammer said there was an issue with your Supercross endorsement, which is BS. But they were really trying to do this. It was a talk. It was a thing.
There was a talk. There was a lot of excitement about it. I mean, there also, I don't have pro points, but there was a workaround if I had an FIM license, which I have from Racing International with stuff. So, I could probably weasel my way in. I don't know if I'd have to race lights. I'd rather be in the 450 class because there's less work to do to the bike.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm sure you do well, but Kris needs to calm down.
Yeah, I'm not going to claim I would win.
Right, yeah.
He's not going to claim it because this is how he is, right?
But like, I could get around the track okay, I think.
I have no doubt about that.
Do you watch some of these guys, and help me out here, these Supercross guys, they're off of the track, they get on the cardboard, they slide out. It's like they don't fucking know what to do. I crashed. I don't know how to pick up my bike. I fall back over. Oh, I hit a hay bale. Like, they don't have true bike skills. They're great. They're in shape. They could jump. They could scrub. They can rail ruts. But when you talk about complete bike skills.
Nail sluts.
Yes.
Yep.
The mud requires complete bike skills. He has all that.
He does. He's not winning a Supercross.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's completely impossible, but in a massively mudder race,
yes,
where there's not.
I mean,
a
I'd
lot
love
of,
to see it.
What are your on a good Supercross track? What are your skills? You can ride a little Supercross.
I mean, I raced arena cross once.
Yeah, so you have
on
that too,
soft on a bike that's inferior.
Yeah, the arena cross guys were like, "How are you tripling out of that corner with your suspension?" I was like, "I jump off logs. This is kind of."
Yeah, it's like not a big of a deal.
It's actually a nice lip here.
I just think these Supercross kids are just wired in for one thing.
Yeah.
They don't know how to reterrain very well. They don't know how to use their legs and pivot and do these natural things that he does. And in the mud, you need all of that.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be awesome.
I don't know if it'll happen.
Yeah.
It would be nice if we could at least
What a podium.
try.
Cody Webb, Eli Tomac, Chris Betts.
I know Hammer wanted to do it. Yeah, he was like talking about it. He had it all planned out. So, I mean, that would be awesome. It'd be great. But,
Yeah.
I mean, hey, maybe you're on Blue Crew now.
Yeah.
More access to,
the bikes. I'll just sign up under an alias.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So Endurocross. Or I should say, actually, let me get back to this. I don't know if you can say it on the show, but talking about Yamaha's involvement, they sound like they're going to support you pretty cool ways, like with some parts and stuff.
Yeah, so they've already I had like a couple different meetings with them, and Zoom calls and this and that, and they asked what my biggest concerns were, and I was like, I'll figure out the bike. Like my biggest concern is a fan, because no one makes a fan on the bike. So they custom made, took the FX fan off the off-road bikes, and they don't make one on the 250X or YC50 in general. So I have my own custom modded out radiators.
Yeah, it's cool.
With fan brackets. So they did all that for me.
Yep.
They were at my race this weekend, so it wasn't Jim Roach, but another guy there, Steve, who's head of four-wheel department.
Okay.
But he loves the Hammer stuff because he's four-wheel.
Right.
He was out there, and some of the marketing guys and production planning. So it was cool to actually have someone from Yamaha at one of our events, because I don't know if they've ever been at one before.
Yeah.
So they were asking stuff, and it just things that need to actually make sense if we're gonna develop and try and do more.
Why 250F in Endurocross?
It's easier to jump and be more consistent on the four strokes.
Yeah.
The two strokes are a little trickier in Endurocross, and the tracks kind of favor that four-stroke thing now. It's kind of more like arena cross with obstacles versus a hard enduro course.
And 250 over 450, just easier to
easier to manage. They feel way lighter.
Right. They just
clutch pulls a lot lighter.
With your body too, you can just probably grab one and just
throw it around.
Whatever way.
But I'm a Get Athena guy, so I got some testing to do whether I go 272 or 293 kit on the big bore. Athena.
Okay. So
there's options to do that, because it's not like Supercross where you're tied in to be stuck on a 250.
You need to get a dual injector on that.
Dual injector?
Yes. That's
293 or 272?
I'd go 272 dual injector money.
All right, it's time for the X Brand Goggle Tear-Offs with Kris Keefer, Cody Webb, and myself. X Brand Goggle Tear-Offs.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X Brand Goggles. Kyle Chisholm flying through the air this weekend with X Brand Goggles. Freddie Norn, X Brand Goggles, of course.
Great dismount, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
Great.
And Pulp Show 25 is the code to save with xbrand, eksbrand.com. And Dark uses them as well. So
does this guy, just different strap. I mean, come on.
Great point. You're right.
Dick.
Yeah, they look a lot like the factory.
They
ride
sure
goggles.
look a lot like them.
They do.
That's a good goggle.
It is a good goggle.
Yeah.
That's Goggle Champions.
And even the clarity of the lens is nice. Yeah, it's great.
Nice.
Yeah, good to hear. All right, these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar at all? No?
No.
Okay. Rapid fire. Here we go. These are rapid fire questions. 30 seconds.
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go.
All right, first question for Steve. How much blame pie is PulpMX for Deegan putting Juju down in the heat race?
I don't think that there's anything wrong with that heat race pass. I don't see anything wrong with that. Not at all. So I will take 0% of that blame pie. But Deegs obviously is a big listener. He mentioned that Julian said that he ran his mouth, or no, Julian ran his mouth, and what he meant by that was Juju said last week on the show that he's been dealing with Deegan since he was 6. And for the record, Dark would like everybody to know that was his question. So,
True.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. Next question for Keefer. How would you, quote unquote, fix the factory Honda 450 for the Lawrence brothers?
I don't know.
Since you're on that level.
Yeah. I have no idea, man. I can't answer that question.
Cool. Next question for Cody. Do you have exceptional bike balance with everything in life? Slackline, surfing, maybe a unicycle?
I cannot slackline for the life of me. I can ride a unicycle pretty good on a bicycle, but slackline's out of the question.
But a unicycle tells me right there that, yeah. So are you good at tennis and ping pong?
I don't know. I've never really played tennis.
Golf?
I'm not very good at golf.
Okay.
My problem is I'm semi-ambidextrous, so like I can't master everything.
All right.
Are you have your ACLs intact?
They're intact right now, yes.
Okay. All right.
Cool. Next question for Steve here. Are steamroller whoops better or still TBD? And which obstacle are you personally going to fix next?
TBD, as Ross was saying earlier on the phone. Obstacle I got to fix next. Got the nets, got the whoops.
Bring dragons back.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. You know, that's like asking Superman who he's going to save next. You never know until the opportunity comes around. You never quite know. But when it is, I will spring into action like the hero that I am.
How many seconds?
I don't know. I stopped it.
Oh, you fuck yourself then.
Well, it was around 30.
That's close. Next question for Keefer. What's been the most dark thing that Dark has done this week?
Oh, maybe we save this for the Living with Dark?
Yeah, let's save it.
Okay. All right. I mean, he had a classic one literally on the way up here.
There's just, yeah, we'll save.
Okay, all right.
Just save.
Okay. Dick.
All right, next question.
How many times you had Cody on your show, though? A lot?
2 or 3.
Yeah?
2, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is number 3.
Dark actually likes off-road, unlike you.
Oh, my God. Here we go. I did 2 GNCCs, dude.
But I have GNCC riders on my show and hard enduro riders on my show.
Okay.
We had Caleb Russell on like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
We have Cody Webb on now.
Yeah. Thank
Yamaha.
you. Thank you. Thanks, Talon.
Just following in our footsteps.
All right.
All right, for Cody, what's the most common thing you break on your bikes?
Probably my header pipes. They don't break, but
Yeah, just smash.
Yeah, header pipes.
All right.
What he means by that, in case people don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm dragging my bike through boulder fields.
And he means the pipe on a 2-stroke, not a header pipe like a 4-stroke.
Yeah.
Like
Wait,
my expansion chamber.
He just meant pipe on a 2-stroke?
Yeah, pipe
Why
on a 2-stroke.
Why did he say header pipe?
I don't know.
Expansion chamber.
No, just say pipe.
My pipe.
Just say
He's
pipe.
new. It's all right. He'll come back. He'll be all right.
Yeah, but they
He'll
don't
get
know
there.
shit.
He'll get there when it's time.
He'll get there. Yeah.
Yeah, we race Rider D. We'll get there. We'll race when it's time.
All right.
All right, for Steve, what has been the biggest moto agent scandal that you can recall?
This one?
Yeah.
I don't think there's been too many.
Jerry Maguire.
Yeah. I wonder if Mirtz, like when he left WMG, grabbed his goldfish and said, "Who's coming with me?"
Who's coming with me? It was just a mission statement.
Listen, I can't believe he wanted to come on tonight. He didn't say much, but it was good to hear from him, and I'm stoked he called in. But yeah,
I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah.
Seemingly.
You complete me.
A human head is 3 pounds and 4 ounces.
I just want to hit a motor.
I didn't shoplift the pootie.
Yeah.
All right, for Keefer.
No one's got any.
I got it. I laughed.
No one else
I've
got
seen
a
the
Jerry
movie
Maguire
one
coat?
time when it came out. I haven't seen it
Any
since.
Jerry Maguire
Need to
coat?
watch
I
it
don't have a
again.
good one.
Clearly, I need to watch it again.
All right, sorry.
Fuck my ass.
I was with you. For Keefer, can you think of another rider that enjoys shit talking as much as Deegan?
Phil.
Okay.
Pretty good. Last question here for Webb. What do you consider the gnarliest race you've done?
It's got to be Erzberg, probably. Just in terms of one big day. Yeah, Erzberg.
It's a 1-day race.
Yeah.
What time does it start?
Usually like noon.
And
You have 4 hours to finish.
Oh, you got 4 hours?
Yeah.
How many miles is it?
I don't know, maybe like 25. It's not even that much.
And it is how many people race? Is it qualifiers and stuff?
Yeah, it's just qualifiers. So like normally 1,800, 15 to 1,800 people that sign up. And then 500 people qualify into the main event that starts in the bottom of the mine.
So do you make the 500 just by being a fast?
Yeah, you got to go
rider?
fast up the mine. Like you race the road,
Oh.
the mine roads.
Oh.
So it's like
There's a
That's-
prologue the day before.
Yeah, there's a prologue.
Oh, okay. And so you
2
have to
days
do
of
that?
qualifying.
You
Yeah.
have to do that. Like no matter who you are, you
Yeah.
got to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just a race up a road.
Yeah, except I've taken myself out of the race twice in the prologue.
It's sketchy.
Because you slid out and went off, or what?
you hit rocks or you tumble. Yeah.
But I feel like a guy like you could probably ride half throttle and make it.
You got to go pretty hard.
You do? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, wow.
You
Well,
got to
it-
go hard.
If you're not, if you don't qualify, what's that first row? 25,
50.
If you
Top
don't qualify
50.
50, you're not on that front row, and you're screwed. You're not making it out of the
It's pretty
out of
tough.
the first hill.
No, you'll make it out. But
Have you seen
you
the
got,
start?
you got a
You
lot of
will
mess to
make it
get
out.
through.
No one else will make it out.
Look at Talon. Dropping
He's getting all
some-
excited.
Yeah, he hasn't talked that excited for
Yeah.
4 years. You'll never make it out of the mine. You'll never make it out of the mine.
Steve wouldn't make it if he was the only one in there. So
Yeah, I've seen the first thing up the gray hill.
Puddles,
Yeah,
people
just-
getting jacked up.
yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like.
Are you kidding me?
So yeah, 500 riders, 4 hours, and like the year I got second, 9 people finished.
Yeah.
What?
So
Just
it's pretty
nuts.
rough.
Right. Is there good money for that?
No.
I don't think
No-
there's any
no
good money in
bonus
any
money?
off-road.
It's probably the worst. I mean, like I had a pretty no, it's not much at all.
There's not money.
You
in
win a
any
rock.
off-road.
There's no purse. Like you literally get a rock from the mine with a plaque on it. It's just like,
You guys are idiots, you off-road riders.
yeah, but it's the race you got to do. It sucks.
All right, X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. It's been X-Brand Goggles. EKSbrand.com, Pulp Show 25. Please check it out. Get the Lucid Goggle. Be just like Dark and get the Lucid Goggle.
What's an off-road rider contract nowadays?
I don't even know.
I mean, like, can an off-road guy, let's say Tristan, can he make 6 figures from a contract?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kyle's on 3 for Cody. Kyle, go ahead. What's your question for Cody Webb? Not Cooper Webb. Cody Webb.
What's going on, guys? Hey, that's the best Webb number 2 there is.
Oh, wow.
Hot take, maybe.
Yeah,
But
that's
anyway.
a hot take, but we'll take it.
Hey, so yeah, my question is, I kind of shared a similar opinion to y'all when I saw the Cody Webb announcement with Yamaha and Caleb Russell. Also, that maybe Yamaha is kind of cooking something behind the scenes. Maybe some kind of enduro project or something like that. I'm just kind of curious, with Cody's, diving into working on the YZs. What would you want to see out of Yamaha? Or what do you think is lacking in the YZ platform?
Are we going 2-stroke or 4-stroke on this question? There's 2 answers I can go here.
Whichever way you want.
Yeah, I mean, for what I do, obviously I'd like to see a modernized 2-stroke. The 4-stroke model is really not much you can do on those to make them a little bit better. Maybe just a bit better chassis and hydro clutch would be nice. But for hard enduro stuff on the 2-stroke, the YZ250 obviously is 18 years old now, more or less, with minor updates in the process. But a hydro clutch would be perfect with an E-start and a mid-size flywheel weight. But that would also be part of the E-start combination. So updated clutch, E-start, and it doesn't need to be a 300. I don't care about that part. That's just that's mainstream media lying to you.
Wow.
Well, here you go. Now we're getting
okay,
somewhere.
goddamn. Shots fired.
So Yamaha is in the process or has already got you an electric start?
They're in the process there.
Thanks,
but,
Kyle. Thanks, Kyle, by the way. Thank you.
But I got one from Canada. Canada
Great
makes 2 of
country.
the E-starts.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
They make them for Kenny's RMZ, too.
Yeah.
By the way, he was so excited he missed a phone call. Somebody was calling in, and Talon didn't even notice and didn't even care.
Oh, no, I noticed. I just didn't care.
He's just
I did notice.
Cody Webb's here.
Yar is going to get it tonight.
Yeah.
I'm coming home, baby, and I'm fired up.
So I was talking to Gator over here.
Just call me
I was
Cody.
hoping to bait you into that with the E-start question, but I was talking to Gator, and you guys have tested it. Why
Who the
did you
fuck's
choose
Gator?
not to run
Fuck
it?
is Gator?
Gator's
That's
his
Gator,
factory
my
mechanic
over there.
Okay, all right. Didn't know we're all in these nicknames
There's
now
that
and
movie,
shit.
the other guys were Gator.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Will
Gator don't
Ferrell-
play no shit.
Gator don't play no shit, yeah. Gators pimps are out on the street or whatever.
That's awesome.
So I thought he was talking about that, Gator.
All right. E-start question. I'll get that to you, Talon. So Fishmoto's the E-start I'm running. And the problem with hard enduro is like I'm going up these nonstop rock gardens, and the clutch gets hot. And in motocross, supercross, you can adjust the cable when it gets hot. I can't do that one-handed while riding through boulders. So I put a Magura on there because I can't fit my fancy Brembo I got from Italy. So my kickstart bike has a bitchin' clutch. I love it. The Magura one is not my favorite. The rider feedback sucks. Eli Tomac style, he claims
he's a hater.
He's a hater.
Yeah.
I hate the Magura, but I like the cable for 80% of what I ride, but I can't do the extra 20% or so with what I do. So I'm still figuring that part out. That's why I did not run eStart this weekend.
Okay.
Testing.
Anything else, Talon?
Any off-road stuff you need, Talon, with Gator?
I mean, me and Gator are just having our own conversations back here. But
Start your own
Dark,
podcast.
you have anything that we didn't cover?
I think I've asked you this before, but I'm sure not everybody heard. What's a bucket list event you want to do?
Yeah, nobody heard the Pony Pod, man.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't, but they heard the Moto X Pod.
Okay.
There's one race in Turkey called Sea to Sky that I like to do. It's like a 3-day format race, but it's like you start at the ocean and go up on some
All
crazy
these
mountain.
Fucked up races out there.
Sea to Sky.
The promoters are like, just how can we just
how can we
just
make everyone suffer?
Yeah, how can we kill someone?
But a supercross would be cool if a mud race worked out.
Hell yeah.
Just to say I did it.
Yeah.
God, if he fucking won, I would look like a genius.
Well, okay, so
would, but I don't
you
know
have
if
made
that's
some
happened.
people very angry on one of my
Oh,
group texts.
here we go.
Oh, yeah.
All the Supercross guys
Yep.
are very angry.
Yeah, they are.
These guys,
They are angry right now.
Hey, Supercross guys, calm the fuck down.
Grow up. Be a man. Take it
You
like I
guys
do.
are great riders. Awesome riders. Great. The elite of the elite. But when it comes to mud, I mean, come on, dude.
I think Stu Baylor would do better than me.
Like, maybe they haven't even gone riding with this guy. That's what they need. Like, go school.
No.
I don't think they want to.
No. What you said was Supercross riders don't have bike skill.
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
They know what I'm talking. I'm not talking bike skill. I'm talking when picking up their bike or going off the track. There's plywood. It's like the bike reacts a certain way. Off-road riders understand that more than Supercross riders.
I mean, we work on our own bike, change our own tires too.
I'm not
change
saying-
oil. Like the last race on the qualifier, I bent my shifter and I got stuck in second gear for a bit, and I just like leaned the bike over on the side, grabbed a rock on the ground, and pried it out, and I still passed.
And let me
positions back.
rephrase. Not all of them. I'm just saying a lot of them.
Okay.
So calm down, Fragile.
There's certainly a different technique for off-road. I think off-road riders can probably ride moto better than some moto riders can ride off-road.
I don't know. I'm staying out of it, man.
Of course. Oh my gosh.
What
I'm
do I
going to
re-
agree with Darkside.
There you go. Pony Pod. 702
Oh, by the
586
way,
7857.
who knew all I needed was a turtleneck? I didn't have to cut my pony.
No, man.
No,
No,
dude.
a
man.
He's good.
turtleneck and a shower.
He's a
Bandana
good
off
looking
and a
guy.
turtleneck.
That
He
pony
wears
was,
a lot of turtlenecks, though.
Yeah,
Huh?
and that pony was different
Yeah,
than
but
your
he-
pony. That pony was stylish, contained,
No bandana.
you know, all of that. Your pony was fucking crazy.
Take care, man.
No, it's just different.
I don't know, man. I think me and Anton, same.
It's classic. Do you want that for your show?
I have it.
Backdrop?
I
Oh,
have
you
it.
do?
Yeah, but I certainly don't really
You
ever
don't use it much?
No, I never use it, but it's on the board just in case anybody ever asks, but it's there.
Trevor, what's going on, man? You got a question about HEP?
Yeah, first time caller here.
Thank you.
My question's about HEP and how long do you guys think they can continue to ride for a brand like Suzuki, even though they've had some recent success here? They haven't developed a bike in how many years now? 6 years now. How long do you think they can continue to ride on that?
Well, they get a little bit of help from Suzuki, not much. They get cash and bikes and parts, so that's something that they wouldn't necessarily get from another OEM, right? Like if you went to Honda would be like, no man, we got firepower and we got Phoenix,
Quad lock.
and we can't do that. Or if you went to Yamaha, they'd be like, no, we got Rock River, so there's no openings for HEP to get money and parts from someone else. So that's one thing. They just re-upped with Suzuki for a few years, the other like last year. So I think they're good, man. I think they're happy to do what they're going to do. And I think, Suzuki's happy with just minimal support. And Keefer says a new 450 is coming, but
I did not.
No, but
they're not going to build anything now. They're
no.
leading the points.
They did talk to Ducati. I know Dustin Pipes talked to Ducati, as did other people, about doing that, but nothing worked out. So I think they're with Suzuki to stay, man.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. No, I was just curious.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right,
Appreciate it.
2012 RMZ 450,
I mean,
great bike.
They got Twisted Tea. They got Progressive. Like, they have some good outside sponsors, paying some bills. So.
X-Star, right?
That's a Suzuki thing.
What?
X-Star is Suzuki thing.
Suzuki oil.
That's what we're
Yeah.
talking. Oh.
Wow.
I didn't realize that.
Wow.
Really didn't.
Okay. Well,
cool. Now I know.
When you have a weekly podcast, people are going to want to know that you know.
Are you not at the races every week?
No, I'm not.
You need to learn.
I'm at a few.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I drove from Texas to be at Anaheim too.
Exactly.
You couldn't drive
Just
from
stand by.
Experience.
Exactly. And this guy went from fucking live show, Costa Mesa, up the goddamn hill, probably got home at 4 a.m, turned around, back at Anaheim. This guy, this gentleman right here.
An idiot.
All right, listen, Cody, we still want to talk to you a little bit, but let's also move on a little bit. We got the tweets at the Talon segment. We got Living with Dark segment. Just chime in whenever you can. Enjoy the conversation. 250 Supercross. We didn't touch much on it. Deeks had to win that one. If he lost more points, 9 race series, whatever. And then so as great as Deeks rode and he got it done, Juju only lost 3 points, which is counting the minimal damage. So really, I'll start with you, Cody. Deegan needed that, and he rode great.
Yeah, honestly, he did really need that. I think it was in his head. Like, it was starting to play with him pretty hard.
Yeah.
And in qualifying, I watched, the end of the qualifying, just when it was on the screen out there at King of Motos.
Yeah.
And you could see how hard he tried to push to, last second get that qualifying time to prove a point and didn't get it.
Yeah.
So that was huge for him.
And then coming through the pack in the heat, though, and catching Juju, right, and passing him, I don't care about that pass. It was fine, whatever. That's a statement. So
I also think maybe you guys could chime in on this too. I didn't see anything wrong with the heat race pass.
Yeah.
But Juju got put down regardless, and maybe because he rolled over the top of the berm and fell. I think that's basically what happened.
Yeah, I think it was more his fault, honestly.
I would have thought, and I would have bet a lot of money at the second corner in the main event. I thought Juju was going to tee him up, and here it comes. But he didn't. He was really nice about it, and I was like, wow. But that was me. I think I just went and went full DV and Kevin Windham style right there.
Oh, that one's a little dirty, but
I would have thought that, and he didn't.
Yeah.
So again, just kind of like what we were talking about earlier with Roczen, I think Juju knows, hey, I'm in this for the long haul.
Yeah.
I know I can maybe win this thing, and I'm not going to do that to myself.
Yeah, I think Dark, for me, it went Deeks did his job and all that, but for me, it went from, Juju, great Anaheim won, but whatever, first round, and then San Diego, oh shit, this kid's for real. And then on his worst night, or on a bad night, quote unquote, he got second to Deeks and only lost 3 points. And like Keefer said, he is in this thing, he's legit.
Yeah, and I think we talked about that when he was on the show last week. Is now you can't have a bad race. You got to just play it smart. If it's not your night, still got a podium. Be consistent. It's a short series. And he's smart. I think he's a smart kid. He's not acting like a kid his age, and he's got Davey in his corner, kind of keeping him calm. So yeah, I think it was just a smart ride. Hey, I don't have it tonight.
Yeah,
I'll stay right here. Be good.
You owe a lot of that to Davey.
Yeah.
You see a lot of that when he talks. He's very even keel. He doesn't want to get too high. Doesn't want to get too low. He's just very yep, I'm here to win. This is what I'm doing.
Well, even to what you said, he's not overreacting to the drama. Yeah, he could have taken him out. Maybe he crashes himself. Maybe he damages the bike.
Right.
No, it's not worth it.
And Deeks needed the start. He needed that heat race. All of it was what he kind of had to do. Because again, like you said, he wasn't fast qualifier. So going back to the truck for the night show, he's he wasn't the man, right?
Yeah.
He knew he was in for a battle, and he rose to the occasion. So that was pretty good. Although if you were there, Chris, you would have saw. I didn't think Juju's whoop speed was that good. It was not bad, not Justin Cooper bad, or Jet Reynolds bad.
I saw it on TV. They showed it.
I asked him about that in the press conference.
Yeah.
I really felt you struggled in the whoops. It wasn't good, and he said he made a change, and it wasn't a good change. And then they made a change right before the main, and it didn't help.
I don't think struggle would be the word, but he was just okay.
Well, compared to everywhere else, he didn't look very good.
Yeah.
I may or may not have jinxed Jordan though.
Oh.
I saw it coming 4 or 5 laps before.
Oh, you did?
I was sitting there with Dana, and I go, oh boy, he's going down here. And it's getting edgy, and he was still giving it the same amount all the time. Yeah. And then sure shit, he went over. So.
I talked to him after the race. I said, hey, man, full props, dude. You're 38 years old. I was just kidding. And you got a podium wrapped up. You got bonus money.
Yeah.
Everything. And you're still fuck, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah.
Full props, man. I said, I probably lost 10 grand there. He's like, whatever. But,
whatever.
But yeah.
The shock, you could tell the shock wasn't I don't think was working really grit and that stuff. So, it was kicking side to side, and then I was like, oh man, he's need to calm down or else he's going to go, and he did. So.
It was in that rolled set of whoops. Get the steam-rolled whoops effed him.
Yeah, the moment the rain started coming down, you can like see their rear ends like sliding across the top.
Yeah,
of
and
each
it was
one.
again. If you were there, Chris, you would have saw it was raining pretty hard at one point. Coming in, you could see it.
I saw it on TV, like you.
Chris, what do you make of? We talked about REP stuff with Kenny a little bit, but let's just expand on that a little bit. Like Active Ride Matt, good job, good guy doing it in Florida last year. Kenny really liked it, but I do think when it comes to somebody like Mark, who worked at the factory level on WP, really smart guy, right? A real high level of suspension knowledge.
Yeah,
like not hard to.
His every time I've worked him, he's very open-minded, and he doesn't have one certain way that he valves or the direction that he wants to go to. I think he's a little bit like what we were talking about, like Jamie. He's really listening to the rider and what they want, and he watches the rider. I know every time I go with him, he's very like observant on what the bike is doing and how I ride. He's like, well, you ride like this, so I think this. So he's very analytical, and I think between Kenny and Mark, they're very similar in a lot of ways how they think. I don't know Kenny that well, but from what I've heard from other people that are tight with him, Mark and him are very similar. So I think not only is Mark good at what he does, but those two together, I think, also mesh well. And for me, just watching the bike, and again, I don't know much about last year, and I think that was Chiz's guy last year, right?
Yeah, yep.
Pretty much.
Yep.
I just think this fits more for Kenny.
Well, he went Showa to KYB too.
Yeah.
Once he had the shock blow up on him, they ditched the Showa and went KYB. So
and from what I've heard, it wasn't the way it was put together or anything. It wasn't on the suspension tuner's fault.
Yeah, I don't know if they know. I don't know if they ever found out. Like,
okay.
I don't really know. I know there's a full investigation going from Showa's end. We're like, what the hell happened?
Right.
What do you make? Okay, I did have someone close to Kenny also tell me this, like, and this goes back to the Honda days. He looks for something new, and whenever he gets it, it's the best thing ever. And mentally in his mind, it's the best thing ever. So Factory Connection at Yurev's team was the best thing ever, right? And he was never so happy. And then Matt at Active Ride was the best thing ever. And I'm not doing this to belittle Kenny. It's a mental thing with riders where you're like, this is the best thing ever.
Yeah. Kind of need it to be.
You need it to be.
Yeah.
And you think about it,
Yep.
Like so I had somebody tell me that, and I was like, that's interesting. Like, because honestly, I mean, Kenny praised Matt at Active Ride a ton.
Yeah.
A ton. You probably heard it
last
too, Dark,
year,
right? So I just think it's a rider thing a little bit too, where it's like, this is new and this is the best thing ever.
I think also, too, it can't be a complete piece of shit and then have them mentally say it's the best thing ever to get them through it. I think they honestly believe that it's really good.
Yes, absolutely.
Until they have an issue, have a bad race, and then all of a sudden, maybe it's not.
And again, to his, that's just not Kenny. That's a lot of racers,
yeah, of course.
right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that's why I asked him what his base setting was and how long it's been in use and where he created it, because, he's at his home track. He's comfortable there. He gets a setting with Mark, and he likes it. That's my shock. And I'm like, okay, so now we're going to hardpack West Coast, and how long does that stay the base setting? Because you're going to come out here, and maybe Phoenix will be a little bit different. So that's why it was really interesting to me that he still went with this base setting out here. I would have thought that base setting would have been good for back east.
Yeah. I made a joke to him on Saturday night about, well, you got to stay in Southern California now, and he was like, fuck no.
Yeah, they're all ready to get home.
Yeah. What do you make of Tomac's switch to Air Fork?
He's been on it for a while.
How long?
It's been a while. So
last year, I think.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So
yeah,
if you knew people and like talked to people, maybe you would know.
Instead of just going to the race and hanging out.
Like
shoot the shit.
Like since he got back from nationals?
Yeah. He was on Air Fork for a long time.
Those 3 nationals and then SMX?
Yeah.
What about before then?
He was on LSF for a while, the stuff that you like.
So he was on it for 6 races in 2024. And that's a while?
Well, last year. For a rider, that's quite a bit of time.
But he was on LSF for 5 races?
And LSF is closer to air than what you think it is. So,
sir, I rode with one of those.
I know. Okay. Yeah, so he's on PSF1.
Yeah.
And a lot of the guys, ask Phil about it because he even preferred it outdoors, which I would have thought would have been the other way around.
Yeah.
But, of course, new style or the stuff that they have within PSF1 gives a lot of comfort and a lot of ground feel, so front end traction. Where the old style PSF1, I think a lot of people went away with it because it was crusty feeling, didn't have a lot of front end feel, but it was good in hold up, and that's why a lot of the star guys were running it. But now they've created a setting for him where he has a lot of front end traction. He can feel the ground. I mean, the guy's on production tires. We talked about that.
Yeah.
And he's running an MX3SF front and then just a standard rear now.
Yeah. Just because he's so hard on the throttle is what the guys are telling me.
Well, if that's the case, then he would have went to race spec tires because that's a stiffer carcass.
They said it folds. The race carcass is folding.
Yeah. When I was told from Dunlop, it's a stiffer carcass. That's why they can push it harder. Maybe that's just the front tire. I don't know much about the rear.
Yeah, I think the rear they were telling me that he folds it because he's heavy and on the gas, and so the production one holds up.
Yeah, but he likes PSF1. He's been on that for a while, and I don't think he's changed much. I don't think he's changed much internally.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah,
he looks amazing.
Yeah,
and going back to 250s, what about Cole Davies? What about this kid?
Very impressed.
Yeah,
yeah, like.
Dude, I can't believe how good he got in the last 2 years.
Me too.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything in futures where I'm like, oh my god.
Last year he won, right?
Yeah,
in futures,
but he was
I'm
just
like,
okay. Like
2 or 3 rounds last year.
But, but he was just okay.
Dude, if you go back 2 years ago, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
I'm like,
he reminds me, and I don't know if it's the number 100. Maybe it's that.
Or it's like Ernie.
Yeah. We don't have time
he
for all
looks
that.
like Ernie. He looks like.
Oh, so you think that too?
Yes, but is it the 100?
No, he kind of how he rides the bike. It looks like
little
Ernie.
and like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dude, his whoop speed.
No, you don't
his
see
whoop
it.
Speed's
You don't.
unreal.
I don't know, maybe I guess, but I feel like his first year doing it, like he's so consistent right off the bat and putting in good performances. It's not like he's like up and down, like he's running up.
No, he's
His racecraft's really good.
Yep.
He doesn't panic, and if someone's up his ass, he doesn't freak out.
You think he gets a win? I do. I think he gets one.
I don't think he wins.
Maybe this weekend, Triple
Crown.
Crown.
Look, in San Diego, he had a nice lead, looking good.
Yeah.
Looked like he got tired, pumped up.
Triple Crown this weekend.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't see it.
Okay.
I think Deegs and Juju are just that much better. But I mean, I think he's in the mix with all those, with Jordan and everybody else for thirds and stuff. So,
anybody in the 250 class that you're surprised with?
We did this last week, sir.
Oh, you did?
Cody Schock again this week.
I think that's what he's. I think
he's beating
5
factory guys. You know, Lux Turner's been really good. Lux Turner rode from 18th to 11th.
That was my pick. Is Lux? Yeah.
Yeah, he's been really good.
I think I said Hunter or Yoder last week when I was on, but I still feel like his starts, and he's not as fast as the top guys, but he rides really well. He gets a good start, and so I'm pretty impressed still.
How about
with
Colin
Yoder.
Jurin making a main?
Dude, first main since 2014. They said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
11 years ago.
Crane operator.
11.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Did he take time off, or what was?
No,
his story?
he's been. He shows up at Seattle every year.
He raced like Canadian Arena Cross and does those things.
So he's still riding and racing, just doesn't do the whole chase the whole thing.
No. He's older. He's got to be 35 years old.
Yeah, he's friends with my brother.
Oh, really?
So how old is he?
I think you're in the right range there.
Yeah. I know he fucked me in fantasy a few times, and then he apologized, so that was nice to do that. But motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. This is a cool job. Upload your resume for free today. Events and PR coordinator, power sports for Honda. This is salary range 71 to 106.
Pop in.
You're
what?
in.
Really? Damn.
They are looking for qualified individuals with diverse backgrounds, experiences, continuous improvement values, and a strong work ethic. You're out on that.
Yeah, I'm out.
To join the team. Power Sport Equipment Shows and PR coordinator will support the department divisions by coordinating and managing all aspects of shows and events. Pretty cool job for Honda. Based out of Georgia, 71 to 106.
$100,000 in Georgia?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today, and it's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry.
Georgia's a great place to go live, by the way.
Cody Webb, brought to you by FoxFactoryVehicles.com. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, not to tell you how to do your job. I don't think you ever mentioned who's bringing me in. It's one of the companies that I love. So just in case you forgot.
Your show now or my show?
No, it's just, I don't want you to forget a read. You've done it before.
I did forget.
Yeah.
OGO Power Sports bringing you Dark Side. Pulp 15 is the code to save. Love the OGO guys. I talked to Frank and Mark and Alex Ray from OGO this past weekend. Again, something that you would have done, and one of those people that I got some great knowledge from because I was in the pits talking to those people. Okay. OGO Power Sports, great backpacks, roller bags, 98. Are you an OGO guy?
I do have OGO.
Okay, OGO. Cody Webb.
But Pilo's my guy.
Pilo was there. Dr.
Okay,
Pilo.
yeah.
Pulp 15 code to save, 9800 dozer bag.
Dozer.
You like the dozer?
I do like the dozer.
Yep.
Fucking huge.
It is big, yeah.
Oh, that's the big one? Yeah, I got that one.
With 3 wheels.
Too big.
Yeah.
It's got 3 wheels on it.
Maybe I don't have the dozer.
Yeah,
There could be 3 wheels in mine. I never paid attention to it.
It's a little larger than
You
the
got the
9800.
trucker.
Yeah, it's a
got
big
3
rectangle,
compartments.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
three compartments.
Yeah, I got
Pulp
that one.
15 is the code to save. I use their backpacks and carry-ons bags every single week. So thank you to Ogio for bringing you Mr. Side, Mr. Guida, Pony Pod, Dark Side,
Moto X Pod,
Moto X Pod,
Vital MX,
Gas Dealer, Vital MX.
Can we give a shout out here?
Hold on. Spencer, what's up, man? What's your question?
Yes. Okay. So my question is, why don't any of the Japanese manufacturers make a 350?
Oh boy.
Okay,
That's my
so the Cowie 2-stroke announcement.
Oh boy.
Okay,
I heard.
I'm talking for.
Oh, okay.
Oh god.
What do you say?
I don't know.
Like,
Chris thinks Yamaha's coming out with one.
I did not say that.
Yeah, you kind of said that.
No, I did not.
Like, you think it was brewing. You were bugging Ulrich about it.
I was just bugging him to see if anything. I don't know.
I didn't say you knew. I said
I don't
Chris
think they're
thinks.
coming out with one.
Okay, Chris
No.
doesn't. Okay, Chris does not think they're
But-
coming out with one.
You've got the KTM group that has 350s and Gas, Husky, KTM.
You want
I
to
don't
know
know
why?
why none of the Japanese have adopted that, because I'm kind of I ride Mesquite a lot, and I guess now the jumps are kind of set up. I could ride a 250 there. I'm like 160 pounds, but a 450 is just almost too much on the track. And I just rode a Husky 350 the other day.
Buy
and
one of those. Buy an Austrian one. What's the problem?
I know.
Nope, it's not the same.
It's not the same. It really
you.
isn't. And
Nope.
so, anyways.
Hold on, sir. So let me answer your question.
Take a breath.
Yeah,
The reason
I'll
why the Japanese think differently than the Austrian brands. Okay, so from what I was told, and this is from more than one manufacturer, the Japanese think if they make a 350, it'll take sales away from their other 450 and 250 sales. So this is why they don't make one.
So they think they're going to sell 40 bikes, whatever number.
I don't know.
Whatever.
Yeah.
They're going to sell 40 450s, and if they put a 350 out, they're going to sell 20 and 20 or whatever, 10 and 30. They're not going to gain any more market share.
Correct.
Right.
So like this is why they're not making them. And to answer his point, the reason why it's different, because having a spring fork, aluminum frame 350 would fucking, I agree with him, it would kill. They would sell every single one of them they made.
Yes. I have never bought a brand new bike. I've always just bought used. And I would for sure go to the showroom and buy a 350 if one of the Japanese manufacturers.
I'm with you,
made
man.
one.
I do the same thing. I would buy one as well.
Anyways, one more quick question. I wonder why do they do an A2 and why do they go to Anaheim twice? Why don't they go to a new city? Or what's the reasoning behind that?
Steve goes to races. He knows about it.
Well, they rent Anaheim Stadium for the entire month of January. There's Monster Jams, and then there's 2 Supercrosses. Like, we used to have 3, right? They sell out.
Right.
Southern California is the mecca of motocross, Supercross history, and they rent the stadium. So why not put 2 races in there?
A jam on it.
Yeah.
I got you.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
Alrighty.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Do you want to do motorsport.com tweet at Talon?
To Moran's as well.
What?
Moran's.
Yeah, Moran's is Moran's.
To Moran's as well.
What?
Moran's.
Yeah, Moran's is Moran's.
Moran's is Moran's.
Well, he gets a good start. He's gonna
That
give you,
saves his ass.
You're gonna get what you're gonna get from Moran's.
But last year, Moran's wasn't good.
He was all right. But Cade can ride through Moran's, in my opinion, and has, and never even came close to that the first 2 weeks, and he's better now. Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want to do?
Tweets
or live with dark? Live with dark.
Let's do dark at the end.
Okay. Motorsport.com, tweet at Talon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Talon segment.
Motorsport.com, please go there. OEM Aftermarket Parts, great company. Great company, Cody. Motorsport.com.
Yeah.
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 He's trying to get out of me right now.
He's trying to gang
realize
up on
who
us.
the sponsor
Oh, I
is?
know.
Okay, just making sure.
Oh, I know. He wears the gear.
Yeah.
And the title. I know he's all in. So, that's fine. But motorsport.com.
Yeah, great.
If you want to get anything that Cody Webb uses outside of his gear, a few other things, motorsport.com. OEM and aftermarket parts, great guys. Go through the banner to help us out, and dedicated team of gearheads there. And listen, since the one gearhead left, things have gotten a lot better over there as well. So that's
he's
great.
gone?
No, he's been gone.
What's he doing?
No one knows.
You got a different job?
I stay at home with the children right now. Keefer?
Oh my!
I put
God.
Yari to work.
He's father of the year.
That's awesome.
So please, motorsport.com, check him out. The number one online ordering place in the world. Dark's on his phone, and
That's what he's at, like at home too.
Is he?
Yes.
Because you know
Always
why?
on his
You know
phone.
why? Because he's famous now.
I know.
He's a somebody.
He's
now.
different.
It's working.
So
Stop it.
I mean, it was my boss.
go through the banner on PulpMX.com to help you out, and these questions are submitted at PulpMX Show for all of us.
All right, first one from Blackwater Stout for Keefer. How much better is Kenny's bike when compared to Colt and Chiz's? Does Colt's bike have the same parts, or is Kenny's bike built to a higher standard?
Kenny's bike's a little bit different than Colt's. I'm sure Kenny gets a little bit extra sauce than Colt
Yeah, I don't
does.
know if Colt would have those transmission gears, for
No.
example.
And I rode Kenny's bikes last year, so I know before the transmission how good it was, and it's a lot better than what we think it is.
I rode it at PAX Track, too. It was
Yeah.
a full race bike.
There you go.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I thought it was good. It was really mellow, but yet
Torquey.
Torquey.
Yeah.
Like didn't rip your arms up, but like you were like, it was all there.
Right.
It was good.
Yep.
Cross-rutted. Is Shimoda's one handguard more of a PR stunt than protection? Why not just run both?
No, of course it's protection, yeah. Maybe he doesn't like them. I mean, I don't know.
It's 100% protection, but to me, it'd be like riding with like a crooked front fender. Just put 2 on.
Yeah, I thought that was strange because
No.
it would look. I would think it would look off, like it would look.
No.
Yeah.
You guys are ridiculous.
No, it's
I've run one handguard with many riders. It's fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Flag handguards though?
Huh?
Flag?
He had a wraparound at
Yeah.
the
flag guards,
A2.
not bark busters. That's what I'm asking. When you
What
did
the
it,
fuck's a flag?
flag
The
one.
flag is not. It's just a not full wrap handguard.
Yeah, just a handguard, man.
Yeah.
Just a handguard. What
He
you're
had,
calling
he had full wrap at A2 though, right?
You're
On
calling
the
bark
left hand.
busters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's what it looked
when
like.
you have
He
the,
didn't
when
race
you have
with
the
it on,
aluminum
but
bar.
they-
That's a bark buster.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
That's what
But
Joe
I'm
had.
asking you when you put them on.
What's a flag?
When it doesn't have
Just
the bark
the
buster.
flap.
Yeah, called a handguard. There's a handguard and there's a bark buster.
Got it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Canadians.
It's fair.
Did you see Joe's sign in the autograph line?
Yeah.
That's great. That was awesome.
Carnow did one too.
Yeah, I saw
Oh,
that
yeah.
too. Yeah, that was cool to see
Yeah.
that Joe did that. So I was talking to one of the Honda guys, and he didn't. Now I saw the pit board thing, the slow mo and all that, but I didn't really pay attention to it. I just assumed that he was pulling his pulling the thing away, and it twisted because it did look like it got a little sideways. So like you're going, say like you're putting it out in and you're pulling it away like that, right?
Fuck.
That's what I assumed. The Honda guy told me, and he didn't know for sure. He thought Shock's mechanic was leaning on the pit board on the tough block with half of it over, which is also a no-no. Like, don't do that. The Honda guy said that's what he thought had happened, not in the aspect of pulling it away.
Does Joe know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I talked to Dakota this weekend.
Okay.
I didn't ask about that, obviously, but he just said he did not realize how close Joe was. He was watching Cody.
Yeah.
And he was going out because Cody was right behind him, basically.
Okay, so he didn't say that he was laying on it or anything
No, he
like
didn't.
that.
I
Okay,
didn't think,
all right.
obviously, to ask that because I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
know that was a thing.
Right.
But
Well, the Honda guy wasn't just like he was doing it. The Honda guy's like, I heard this is what he was doing.
And they did talk to Joe this weekend. They weren't allowed. I guess last weekend the AMA's like, hey, don't come over here because it's heated. But they did talk this weekend, and he felt like everything was okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a total accident.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it.
But in the heat of the moment, they were not happy, obviously. Joe.
Yeah, because it's something stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, literally.
He
like,
felt really bad, obviously.
Think about
Yeah.
a factory team and the work and the effort and the money that goes into
Yeah.
for a championship, and then you're out.
Yeah, and then Duff told me, like, you know, he just got annihilated in the DMs because everybody thought it was him.
Yeah, no, I sent him a DM too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So also too, by the way, vented number plates on Star bikes.
Oof.
I like it.
I think it's only on Hayden's, though, isn't it?
No, it's not everybody's.
Okay.
But
And they're painted.
they're not. It's not for just ventilation into the bike. Their airbox covers are super raised. They're from Europe, I guess. You probably know about this more than I do. And so the raised airbox cover is the flow from the number plate helps that
Yes.
out. You know what I mean?
It
so,
opens that up.
Yeah, so like it's not done just for air through the number plate and in underneath the tank and all that. It's actually for that, specifically for that airbox cover.
Yeah.
So.
And it's pretty cool that they're painted on.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I had them painted on.
Shout
also.
out Corey.
I had
'cause
them
he
painted
does
on
them
also.
all.
Corey Barbie.
Yeah.
I had them painted too. KTM days.
Did you?
Yeah, we painted them.
Flag, handguards.
I'm just saying, like it was shout out Star. Like we did that in 2000, dude.
Okay.
So not that big of a deal.
All right.
He just needs credit for everything, don't you?
No, but he's like
one
oh,
of those guys we talked about.
No.
Yeah. He's the reinforcement. Yeah.
Tell you what though.
Words of affirmation is his love language.
There's
poor Pookie.
There's you know those
Exhausted.
journalists that get Nobel prizes and they get Pulitzers.
Yeah.
They embed themselves in with an army unit, and they're like they Afghanistan, Vietnam, or whatever, and they're just taking all the shit and they're just documenting everything. They win Pulitzer prizes and these great stories. Well, I've got my own version of that this weekend. Basically the same thing. I'm doing Reno Arena Cross on Friday.
Oh, jeez.
Saturday morning flying to Phoenix for the Supercross. So like,
oh, you're only doing one night.
Yeah, you want to talk about like
grinding.
I go to all the places. I try all the cock. Media hero, journalist hero. Yeah, I'm on that list.
Well, if you Dark's driving to Phoenix and then driving to Texas.
That's not that big of a deal, sir.
That's driving. That's a big deal.
I feel like that pales in comparison to what our Lewis Phillips did this week with his incredible journalism and breaking the Lawrence Mirtl story.
I know you're just saying that. I know you don't mean that.
I do mean it.
He told you to say that.
He did not.
You're doing it to poke the bear.
Nope.
Yes, you.
I know he's been with me for 2 weeks. I know when Lewis calls. It's almost clockwork every day. I don't even have to ask who he's talking to, and I know who it is.
Okay. Lewis never once said, like, this was great journalism on my part, or look at the journalism I did, or, Lewis never said that. So I'm not, and there's been no one who supported Lewis more than I did. I had him on this show
I'll give you
when
that.
he was MX Vice.
Yep.
I had him when he was a nobody, when he was a loser.
Yep. On the record and off the record, I would say you've given him the most support.
Of course I have. Now he's on the LVK show. It's a runaway hit. But I got all these people saying, like, what a journalist that Lewis Phillips did. What a journalism that is. I'm like, his fucking buddy texted him, here, put this out. Like Hunter Lawrence was like, here, put this out. And that's what Lewis did, and good for him, and good for him to having the contact of Hunter and the Lawrence family to trust him, all of that. Like, good job. He is a great guy, and he's plugged in. But that is not fucking journalism. That is not fucking journalism when your buddy says, here, post this. That's not journalism. What journalism is getting a tip, calling this person, texting that person, putting together a story, trying to get the facts, all of that. That's called journalism. Not, here, put this on social media. That's not journalism. Thank you. Welcome to my TED Talk.
I could say more, but we'll move on. I'm sure that's not where you got more to get to.
All right, next question.
From Deegan's Temper for Cody. As a taller rider, what adjustments do you make to your cockpit, and would you make those same adjustments if you switched to moto?
You got to see his tank.
Bro,
right
I'm
now.
6'3". I mean, I could ask me that question, but that's all right. Go ahead.
You're not a pro racer, Darkside.
That tank, I mean, you could really rack your nuts on that thing.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
No.
That's not. I would like if I wasn't. Yeah.
It's got a sharp edge to it. They even made it like a nut breaker.
But I can't. The 1.8 gallon tank won't cut it.
Okay.
For
That's
stock.
wild with the Yamaha because that tank goes so deep down.
Yeah. So
deep.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes deep.
I run lower pegs, lower and further back. 5 mil down, 5 mil back.
Just wait till the video comes out.
I
Just
don't
give
run
all the way
bar
the
risers. I run Renthal 996 or 827 if it's fat bar.
This dude runs a twin wall.
So what's wrong with that?
It's stiff.
They're
But
stiff.
look how big he is. Look how but
How
look
much
how
do you
strong
weigh?
he is. Like
Probably 190.
He's dick and ribs. He's fine. He's not that
okay.
big.
Actually, I would have thought you were more.
Yeah. Somewhere around there.
Okay.
I got no legs. They're skinny.
I got no legs. Magic legs. Lieutenant Dan.
Sounds gay.
LL Cool James. Cody, what is your ideal style of hard enduro race? Challenging but rideable features, or a race where you are slogging it out and ghost riding your bike?
Challenging but rideable for the average person. I kind of, if it was only me riding, probably sludging your bike around, but for the sport, I'm here for the sport. So
There was a hard enduro. You were the only one to finish, right? And you were like laid out at the end?
Yeah, it was way too much.
That was this last year, right?
Yeah.
Dude,
what was the time on your bike? Because it was
5 hours and 54 minutes, I think.
And you just barely made it in before it was
Yeah, it's
cut,
6
right?
minutes to spare.
Yeah, crazy.
It sucked.
Almost 6 hours.
What did Gator think of that?
Gator was there. I don't know. Was it good, Gator?
Gator said he was in a terrible spot.
Yeah.
So,
He was
Guess
like,
he missed
I
it.
just want to get out of here, man. I want to go home.
I imagine Gator was
6 hours, a long time.
Gator was getting busy with the ladies.
Gator single? Gator
No,
single?
he's not single.
He's married?
With a mullet like that, you know he's not.
Like I can see Gator have a shirt that says Gator fucks, and it's just a picture of Gator.
I might have to make that for him.
Gator don't play.
Just a picture of Gator sitting back and goes, Gator fucks.
Gator doesn't rap, no Jimmy.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's all fucking
Prepared.
flustered.
Yeah, he's flustered because of Cody.
Yeah.
Thirsty Steve, how much will FMIP charge for a weekly midnight call-in? Maybe we can call it the Post P Power 5.
Okay, so
Let's announce this.
Let's announce this. So we have an announcement. I'm going to announce something that you don't know about.
Okay.
But the announcement is Keefer and I are going to do live swap. It is happening. We don't have a date yet, but we have changed the terms to make it more amendable, feasible for all of us. And we just want to say that every time Randy brings it up on social media,
it's going to go back.
It's going to go back one further day away.
Yes.
So if we're not doing it, blame Randy.
But you don't even know when it is
blame
yet.
FMIP.
Oh,
you don't have a date set, so
we have tentative plans,
Yes.
and if Randy brings it up, that will be one day longer. So people, I want you to know that if it doesn't happen
It's
soon
on
enough for
Randy.
you, it's on Randy Richardson, FMIP 222 on social media.
I like that stipulation, but I don't think it should go into effect until you announce the day.
This is our thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Why don't you stay out of this?
Yep, I will.
Okay.
Get out of here with your logic.
Yeah, this isn't the Pony Pod, dude. It's a Pulp Show.
Fair point.
So we're going to change it from a week to 5 days.
Yes.
Much easier. Monday to Friday. It's gonna
Monday,
happen.
leave the show. He'll drive home like
Yep.
me. Him and Greg will drive home together.
Friday, we pass each other on the 15.
Yep. Friday, go back.
Yep.
So I'm happy about this because Pookie and I are going to have a great time.
They are. They're going to get along great. Heather and I are going to be electric.
Like two electric eels hitting each other.
It's going to be up and down.
Man. Who's filming all this? How does this work?
There'll be no filming.
So it's just
This is
just
story
your
time.
story. Okay.
By the way,
Story time.
we did this baseball thing that'll come out this week on Friday morning. And at the live show, it was about me stealing a base on Chris Betts. And at the live show, we talked about live swap because Randy was there. He didn't push it back a day. We're going to enact that starting today.
Right.
Starting today. But obviously live swap came up with Randy. And then some other baseball thing was mixed in there at some point. And someone said, "Did you get the first base?" I don't know what they were talking about because I was on first. And then I said, "Yeah, I got the first." And Chris still thought it was live swap. So Chris is like, "You got the first base with Heather?"
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that?
And I'm like, "Yeah." And then someone said, "Did you film it?" And I said, "Yeah," but that was answering the baseball part. And Chris is like, "Hey, you fucking filmed it?"
I'm just catching all these points. I'm like, you fucking filmed it?
It was really funny. It was really funny moment of the live show.
You know what else is funny?
What?
Watching the clip of you trying to slide into second.
Yeah, one of the slides was not good. One of the slides was great.
You only made it 87 feet?
I don't know. Either one was great.
You didn't see both of them.
I only got one of them.
Either way.
Yeah, you got the
I don't
one
want to give it away.
It's going to be good when you guys get to see it.
Stay tuned this week on YouTube
Good
to
stuff.
see what happened. And Chris Betts was a star of this thing. Wygant played first.
Bad throw.
Kellen Brower second.
The picture I got from Betts of Betts.
Yeah.
He's got to blow that up.
Yeah, he wants to make it his contact on his phone.
Yes.
He doesn't know how to, but he
That's
wants
great.
to. All right, next question.
Dumbass race fan. It says, Chris, what's the weirdest thing Mr. Side has done on this trip? And I would like to add a part 2. Mr. Side, what's the weirdest thing
We'll get to
Chris
that.
has done?
We'll
get there.
We're doing
We'll
this
cover
after
it all,
that.
dude. It's not even weird when he says it. It's going to sound natural. It's coming from me. So
So we're just skipping that one for now?
Yeah, we're going to answer it. Living with Dark. In a second.
Dave 737, what is the chanceability that Filthy Phil rides for Pro Circuit? Phil's in.
No.
He said he's out.
Yeah, he's out on Supercross. But he did tell Scuba at Triumph, do you guys need a rider? I'll fucking save the day again.
Right.
Because when he got a podium for Rockstar Husky when Scuba was there.
Yeah.
Blair wants to know from Keefer, what happened to the yellow anniversary edition bikes, Yamahas?
I have no idea.
We don't have any. We don't have. That was like fucking so long ago. We don't have any Kawasaki 2-stroke questions. Talon.
We do. I didn't know if you guys could get into that. Let me see.
He's distracted by Cody's beauty.
Yeah, it's not a great show for him.
Nightshade. This is a great show for me. Are you kidding?
My name is Johnny Night Train Monfries.
Do you want a photo with Cody? Yeah.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Wow.
What about with
go
Gator?
fuck yourself, Cody.
What about with Gator?
I think the only people I've gotten a photo with was MC and RC.
Gator fucks.
And you don't put Cody on that level for off-road?
He is kind of on hard enduro.
Fuck you, you're fired.
Goaty. Nightshade. Keefer, what do you think we will see from the new Kawasaki 2-stroke that's supposedly meant to be released this year? Do we see an all-new 2-smoker or just an 08 MX with a restyle kit?
This is speculation. I've talked to no one from Kawasaki. This is purely speculation. But from what I've heard outside of the green team, that it will be actual bigger sized motorcycles. I heard possibly 125, 150, and then maybe a 250 or a 300. This is what I heard. I don't know anything. I haven't talked to anybody. I think Steve is at the races, so he talks to more people than I do.
Yeah, another example of going to the races.
So
I talked to a Cowie guy.
But he didn't tell you. He didn't tell you.
He told me they are not like a KDX. It's not a play bike. It's nothing like that. It's legit race bikes.
So I heard from someone else that
was from
heard
going to the races
that it's going to be of 125, 150, a 250, 300 kind of deal.
Okay, and it will be serious race bike.
Yeah. I also asked, I said, everybody's like, oh, it's just going to be a trail bike or something like that. The person I talked to said they're not going to be disappointed.
Do you know anything about this?
You just followed up Keefer and I saying the same thing.
Yeah, but I heard from another person, probably not the people you talked to, a different person.
So, You heard the same thing?
So it sounds...
I heard maybe a big bore.
So like a 300.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But it was nothing.
So,
back.
yeah.
And I heard that it's not even for sure out this year.
Yeah, I heard it's going to be a
Might
while.
take a while.
So we're going to leak this sucker for
I don't know.
milk it.
I
for
said
a
to
bit.
them, don't be like Triumph. And they said, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, good for them. Honestly,
yeah.
On the piggyback of that, like if they do this and they do it the right way, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yep.
We need that.
We got Ducati. We got Triumph. We got KX.
We got smokers coming back.
And hey, and fucking Cowie was the first fucking guys to change that bike from a KX to a KXF. Like the designation. It used to be KX 450F.
Yeah.
You know, and they were like, no, we're losing the KX name. KX is like iconic, right?
Yeah.
And they're like KXF.
Huh?
What?
They're just KX450 now.
It's not KXF?
No. They dropped the F. That's what I think that's
what
you're
I'm
trying to
talking
say.
about.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I got confused.
Yes.
I didn't like that.
Yes.
Like, fuck you. Like, KX.
Now they call it KX250.
Right.
Right.
That's what I didn't like. Thank
Yeah.
you. I was confused.
I got you.
The KX.
He's confused why he was
They
upset.
should have said. Listen, fucker. You want to get into your fucking number thing?
Hey.
Okay, so.
You can't beat him down anymore, dude. Like
Dude, I didn't like the fact that it should be a KXF 450 or whatever.
Right, I get what you're saying.
That's what they should have stayed because they're 4 strokes, F4, all of that shit. And instead they were like, no, these are KXs. And I was like, no, fuck you. That's not a KX. That's what I thought.
Oh.
Fucking Gator knows.
Yeah. Gator does know.
Gator knows. Those are fucking 4 strokes.
I feel the same way. I'm
so
on your side.
Right. So now I hope they bring back the KX, 2 strokes.
And then they go back to the F?
Yeah, and then put back an F.
It sucks for us guys that are typing about it because every time you got to type the F, it's fucked. It sucks.
Did you hear about Dark's mix-up, by the way?
No. You didn't tell me this.
Okay.
Because I knew it was coming up here tonight. You'd hear
So,
about it.
no. You fucked me on this. So there's a guy named Preston Michelangelo,
Yeah.
Canadian kid. He rode Futures. He made the main this week for the first
600?
time. 800.
800, yeah.
That comes into play.
My rant on the show last week was, and you know this, and Cody would know this, but Dark doesn't know this, but for 30 fucking years, the AMA kept 100, 111, and 101 for world champions. Prado, 111, Albie, JMB, Stefan Everett, Travis Parker.
Townley.
It's a great rant.
And those numbers were reserved for special riders with championships
How
that
the
come
fuck's
over.
Davies get it?
Yes. How does Josh Hansen gets it? That's where it started. When Haney got 100, I was pissed because that signifies, that those numbers were saved for these people. So they just abandoned that. Fuck tradition. Fuck that. And they gave it to Haney and they gave it to Cole Davies, and I don't like any of that. That's my rant. Side note, I also, as a rider, would never take 800.
An iconic number.
No, I would not say iconic. I would say controversial.
Okay.
I would never take 800. I would also never take 259. I just would never do it, right?
Yeah.
That's such a stew number. And then Mike is such 800 guy, and Mike always didn't,
I don't know what that means.
Just Mike did some things. So I just wouldn't want to be, and fucking Gator and I would not do that. So I didn't even tell Dark that. I just had these 2 thoughts on my show, 2 separate thoughts. I wouldn't take 800, and then fuck the AMA for letting these. Dark tells the fucking Michelangelo's dad,
oh boy,
that Steve Matthes doesn't think he should have 800. He thinks it should be protected.
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you
not
told
exactly
what
I
you
said.
told me in the press box.
Spin shit.
That's what you told me in the press
No,
box.
I told you we were talking, and I said you got a lot of press, a lot of talking about last weekend,
to the dad.
Monday on the
This is
show.
to the dad.
Yes, because Justin's reached out to me to get Preston on the show, so we've already been communicating. I said, yeah, there's talk about not using the 100 or 101 or 800. It shouldn't be, and I did say, like, rookies shouldn't come in and use those numbers. So I did loop the 800 in with that. So, yes, that is on me. But I didn't say.
You mixed up the 800 with the 100 and 100.
I definitely mixed them together.
Yeah.
I didn't separate.
So you just told the dad, like,
And he listens anyway. He's a fan of yours. He listens to your shows. He was just laughing.
But to be fair, I'm going to have Darks back on this. How many times have you said something on the show that he didn't want to get out and you mentioned anyway?
Well, he doesn't care about that because he said it. He
don't
cares
care
that
about that.
he thinks
mixed up
I
my
said
point.
Got it.
Don't use the 800 because it's reserved for world champions, which isn't.
No, it's not
exactly what I said.
It's not. The 800 is just 800. You just don't be 800 because Michael Lessie was 800.
I agree. I wouldn't never choose it either.
Right.
But they made a huge ordeal out of this.
Got it.
And
is
the
this
100
press box talk?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking
Yes,
about.
I know.
Yeah,
This is 100, 111, and 101.
He told me I should just stay home Saturday, too, so I don't have to deal with that kind of
Press
shit.
box talk is too much.
What do you mean?
All you
You're
guys
not even there.
I've been there. I've seen it. You guys are a bunch of yentas fucking talking shit up there.
We have a great time.
Yes, I know.
We have a lot of laughs, sir.
Some of you do.
We need to record the press box.
No, we do not.
Talk.
No, we do not.
No, we do not.
No, we do not.
It's just a lot of this kind of stuff.
I know.
That's really,
It's a
it
lot.
doesn't mean anything.
I'm just there to try to do a professional job and work, and you got
Yes.
these guys over here.
Sir, 8 months ago, you're holding hands with your chick in the press box.
Ooh,
Up
that
and
is.
away from everybody. Like, you're not trying to do professional work.
I'm out on that. You know that. That's fucked.
Okay.
If you're racers out there listening to this and you hold your chick's hand in the pits, you're fucked.
He's not talking about the pits. He's talking about in the press box.
That's fucked
But
too.
Regardless.
You know who wouldn't do that? Gator. Gator don't
Gator
fuck
would
with
never do
that.
that. Gator would never fuck. No. Gator would have bitches after.
Yeah.
He saves the
Hey,
bitches
I ain't
for
showing
after.
emotion at the race. I'll get you after the race.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what you do, racers.
So,
are we done with tweets?
So you just mixed up the point that I made.
I don't feel like I mixed it up. I just didn't specify.
Mixed it up.
Okay, fine.
This is something to go with living with dark. This is similar stuff.
Okay. All right. Next question.
All right. Keefer, Rogers MX 93. Did Mitch call Little Keefer to fill in? Is Aiden planning on doing SMX next?
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
No.
Aiden's not ready.
Aiden's hurt again.
Oh.
Breaking news.
So Aiden had shoulder surgery, got better, went and raced, won, killed everybody, went riding with Dad at a sand track after a rain, washed his front end out, popped his ACL. So he had surgery in Nashville last week. He got his ACL reconstructed from Dr. Bowman, great doctor. He did Christian's knee, Chance's knee, RJ's knee. So we are out once again until the area qualifier. So that's where we're at.
I literally asked you how Aiden was doing when I got here, and you didn't mention that at all.
Yep.
No, I just...
He's fine. He's good.
It's a touchy subject right now.
I understand it's a touchy subject, but my friend Chris here is one of the first ones to be like, why is everyone so weird, man? It happened.
Yeah.
About injuries or about team swaps or, my friend Chris here is one
I'm
of those.
not weird about it. I just was going to wait till after his surgery. So that's all.
Okay.
So he had his surgery.
It's a real bummer, but it's also motocross, and
Yep.
it sucks, and it happens.
Yeah.
And let's not be weird about it.
Well, we're not. It's out there now.
Wow. Okay.
Studio Cat 5. Keefer, you've proven the 08 Honda to be a great model despite being older. In
Great
your
bike.
opinion, what year YZ250F was the best?
2022. 2022 YZ250F, besides the cam chain that had some problems, people were going through cam chains, eating cam chains, the chassis, the engine, good torque. Like, I feel that was the best package.
Weren't you doing this again with a? What
Yeah,
happened with that?
I just got the 2009.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're probably going to do that in February.
Right. It's happening.
Yeah.
That'll be cool.
Finally got it.
09 YZ. Right?
450.
450. Yeah.
Yep.
Good bike.
That's a good bike.
Yeah.
What's going to happen if it's good, like the Honda? Like,
Well,
some
okay,
people at Honda were happy, some people
Yeah,
weren't.
yeah. No, the first thing I want to talk to Travis Preston right away.
He's going to hate. He's going to hate.
He is going to freak out.
Yeah.
But I want to be there for that.
He even thought it was a good bike, too. So, to be fair, he likes that bike as well.
Right.
So.
And does this bike need work, or is it pretty good?
It does need work. That's why we're
Right.
working on it.
Right.
We got to find some couple parts.
Okay. I might have some in the garage.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hit you up.
Tell me what you need.
All right.
Because they're not far off of the 06, 05.
Yeah, it's close.
All right, last one from Blair Parked for the Sphere guy. It's 2026, and you're the Ducati North American team manager. You have to choose between J. Coop, Roczen, and Hunter for the premier seat. Who you picking?
2026?
26.
Probably Hunter.
Yeah, I think, Roczen's on it. Doesn't have many years left. J. Coop hasn't really proved himself yet. Hunter. I guess Hunter hasn't really either, but I think he has more upside, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Talon segment. Ken Roczen, Phil Nicoletti, Ross Blankenship, Lucas Mirtl, Cody Webb, Anton Wass. Best interview tonight.
I liked Anton. It was really nice.
Yeah, really nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cody,
it was good.
Cody's right there, though.
Yeah, no, but
It's okay.
he knows we.
All right. Dark?
I'm not from Sweden.
Yeah, I'll go Anton. It was interesting.
All right. Talon's going to say Cody Webb, so we'll see.
I'm going to go Mirtl just because when you told me
Just to save
he
face.
was thinking about coming on, I really didn't think he would actually come on. So props to Mirtl for coming on.
All right. Nick?
Yeah, same. I was shocked with Mirtl, but I mean, I always got to go Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny was great, too. All right, Living with Dark. Weeks?
Not 3 weeks. but
2.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
I love, though, the first thing you said today is sucking classic fucking Dark. You're driving up here.
Yeah.
You stop at a sub shop, and he's like, I forgot my wallet.
Yes.
Left it on the bed.
And then he asked you to buy him 2.
He didn't ask me.
Oh.
He was in line, and I saw him laughing, so I knew something was up.
Oh, he just started.
And I said, he's like,
because
I
you
forgot-
knew what was going to happen.
Oh, yeah, I knew it was coming.
He's like, I forgot my wallet. But here's my thing, and peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace
Dark
and love.
is a great human being.
By the way, Cody, do you want to get out of here, or do you want to stay for this?
You got 10 more minutes. I got to ask you a question anyway.
Okay. All right.
Great human being, lovable dude, great guy. Love him. We
He's
love
really-
him.
he's- I'll
This
tell
is
you what-
why
I'll
we
tell-
give him shit, because
I'll
we
tell you
love
what,
him.
I'll tell you what about Dark.
Okay.
He's a really nice guy.
Yes.
Like the way I see him talk to these fans and shit.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Nice guy.
Yes. And I'm going to tell you, you work hard. He works a lot at home. Like I see him work. He's a hard-working guy. Okay? So, but this is what I've learned from Dark. Although all of those things, he is very he reminds me of a child in a lot of ways, of how he forgets a lot of things. He's very loose. Like he doesn't really have like, if he's out of his element, he's lost. He's very lost. Like I go on a mountain bike ride.
Out of East Texas, he's lost.
I don't have water.
Just don't have a place for it. Well,
We've been mountain biking twice. Never brings water.
Forgot water both times. That's true.
We go.
Both times. Well, all
hold
right,
on, can I finish?
Yeah, I was like to
we
defend
go
myself.
somewhere. I forgot my wallet.
Yeah.
You know, it's just Heather and Aiden come home from Aiden's surgery. He's sitting on the couch, doesn't get off of the couch, and just says, "What's up?" to Heather.
She comes back from
And
Nashville.
I didn't
It's
say
not my
anything.
wife.
Hold on. Heather's the one that brought it to my attention. I wasn't even the one. So Heather was kind of like, "Well, what the fuck?" So the reason
Is
why
that
these
why
things
he made
happen.
the other compliment?
Yes.
Okay.
For sure. He's just kind of a dirt-to-dur. That's what I look at when he's out of his element. He's a little dirt-to-dur.
Yeah.
And I have to kind of like get him in line. So he's like my second child.
And
while
that goes
he's
along with, hey, look, VP race gas. Glug, 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 glug. Like,
that goes along. I'm very forgetful. Like he just loses his shit when he gets to my house. I don't understand.
At my house, I have a place for everything. And
But
yeah, when I'm here,
to live life, you have to understand things when you go other places.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you though.
But that's the only thing. It's you know.
He's like absent-minded. Like he's Mr. Magoo.
Like he walks by
He's
Heather
Mr.
and I's
Magoo.
bedroom. We're up drinking coffee. He doesn't say anything. He just walks by.
Okay.
Hold on.
I feel like I'm not
you've
said
done
like 10
yet.
points.
I'm not done.
I'm gonna.
You give me like 10 points.
I
and
know.
I
I'm
gotta
just
defend
bringing.
myself at
You
some
guys
point.
can rebuttal.
I
I'm just
might
giving you
side with
things
Dark
that
on that one.
like
Like,
you're
maybe
in.
you guys are like maybe you're
if,
like
no,
blasting
the
each
door's
other.
wide open.
I don't know, man.
He looks in there, and then just walks to the bathroom. So like you're living at my fucking house. You know, we're spending time together. We're eating food together.
Bedroom's a private thing.
But the bedroom door is open. If him and Amber are in the bedroom and I'm walking to the bathroom and I see them and they're sitting there and they look at me, I'm going to fucking say, "Hey, man, how would you sleep?" Just 30 seconds. Okay? That's fine. So
You can't do that, dude.
But you're in my house. He knows how I am. You think you would adapt.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get it. Like, fuck, man. Just lock in. Just lock in for fucking 2 weeks with me.
Lock in.
Can I? Okay, so we'll start with that one.
Okay.
So in the past, I would just walk by the door and I'll say anything, and he'd be like, "Oh, good morning to you," or "Fuck me," or whatever. So now I walk by and I say, "Good morning." And he's like, No. I want to like basically want a conversation. So I'm sorry that I didn't turn and go into the bedroom first. I mean, the door
Hey,
is.
Heather, you got a nightie on? Or
Like,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sure she's decent because the door's open, but still, it's weird.
Yeah.
I'm not going to just on my own walk into your bedroom.
I wouldn't either. Yeah.
No.
I don't
So,
walk into my bedroom.
Yeah.
Please.
The water bottle thing, yes. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't want to go on these fucking mountain bike rides. I was tired. He's bullying me into going. So I'm like, in the last second, trying to get my stuff together. And
I like how he says bully.
Look, because it's like, oh, really? Fuck, let me call your boss because I'm working.
Oh, I had to
Look,
call Mike for permission.
No, you didn't
to
have
actually-
to.
'cause this is what he does, Steve. This is what he does. I have so much fucking work. I can't go for an hour and a half to go on a bicycle ride.
So-
You don't got that.
So instead, I was
Maybe
told, it's my fucking turn. Shut up.
Chris Goggles.
Fuck you, Gator. Fuck you,
Can you hand
Gator.
me those X brand over there? So anyway,
Fucking Gator.
Instead, I was up till 11 o'clock working because we went on a
'Cause you
mountain
went on a
bike ride. I
mountain bike
didn't
ride.
want to go on the ride. I wanted to get all my
Oh
work done
my
last
God.
Sunday.
I mean, he's got a point.
No, he doesn't.
Look,
You want to? You
I
should hear
told
his
you
workload.
we talked
You should
about
hear
how
it.
much back and forth driving here Monday,
Yeah,
driving to
yeah.
Menifee Tuesday, whatever. Right, Wednesday back to Anaheim. So I was trying to get everything I had to do done on Sunday of last week. Everything for the week I want to get done. And he's just bound determined to get me on a bike ride. So the last second, I'm getting all my shit together. He's standing outside. He's ready to go. And I know how he is. If I'm not ready, he's going to be like, what the fuck? So I'm in a hurry. And then we get on the mountain bike ride, and I go, oh, shit. I didn't
It's
bring
pretty
water.
bad when your friend wants to, help you out. Okay, go ahead.
So that's that one.
How's Heather doing?
But what about the
Heather's
two?
great.
What about the
How's
two?
Heather?
Yes,
How-
I didn't.
You forgot twice.
Yeah, the second
water.
time was
And
kind
you
of
forgot
similar,
your wallet.
but whatever.
And you forgot a wallet.
The wallet, I was changing before I came here.
I
Put
mean,
my wallet
dude,
on the bed, forgot.
I couldn't
didn't
tell
grab
you how
it.
many times I check phone, wallet, keys.
Yeah. Oh, I usually do.
Dude, first thing you do when you walk in the door, do I have my wallet?
Almost always. But I threw it on the bed when I was changing, and they were already at the door, so I was trying to get
Don't
going.
blame it on us. We weren't rushing.
It's my fault, but yes, I forgot it. And I don't even remember what I didn't tell
then-
Heather
so-
hello when she
Well,
first got home.
I
don't
mean, they
think.
got back from a 4-day trip, stressful. You can.
I should normally I would do that. I just didn't. In that
then what
moment.
about
I was
this-
also working then too.
What about this rumor? There's a wild rumor going around that you're like, hey, Heather, going to the gym? You look good.
Yeah. So he mentioned, hey, Heather's been getting up, going to the gym. She's been working hard. So I see her outside. She's dressed, going somewhere. I'm like, hey, Heather. Yeah. I said, I hope this doesn't sound weird, but yeah, Chris said you've been working out. Yeah, you look good. You look good. And she said, thank you.
He's horny.
And somehow
He's fucking
that's
horny.
a crazy thing too. I told Pookie she looked good.
He's horny.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
2 weeks, no boning. He's
Yeah,
horny.
yeah.
I mean, it's basic math. We get it.
Sure, man. What are the other ones? I think that's it.
He's just very like dirt to dirt, and I just need to tighten it up.
Yeah, TIE.
Yeah, like at my house when we go
Pookie's- is Pookie
riding,
yelling?
everything's lined
Pookie
up.
yelling at you?
She might be.
Oh.
I don't know.
I'm just
I got
saying,
headphones
but
on, man. I
you
don't know.
travel to races and you travel and do the things. Just like, when you go somewhere, you got to like tighten it up a little bit.
I need to tighten it up.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Dark, do you not have your card connected to your phone like everyone else for tap to pay?
No, there's a lot
No.
of things. I'm not even going to go into that stuff because that's his personal stuff. But we've talked about some of those things that he needs to do to make
That
his
you
life
think I
easy.
need to do.
No, that's what you need to do.
It's so easy to just tap to pay on your phone nowadays.
I don't even know what he's fucking talking about.
I can't. It's
Like
just-
Apple
it's-
Pay or with your
Oh,
phone.
yeah, I don't
guess?
do that, man. I'm
Yeah.
not doing that.
Yeah, I don't really want that on my phone
Right.
personally.
I'm trying to help him so it's easier for his life to navigate around. That's all.
Do you have these problems with Gator?
No, he's pretty self-sufficient.
Gator, yeah.
Yeah, he packs all his shit perfectly. He's dialed.
But
I
otherwise,
feel like I do too when I'm at home.
But Dark is
Actually, he did leave his wallet on the dashboard like 2 nights in a row. That probably wasn't ideal.
No. Come on, Gator.
In Hesperia, it luckily was still
Oh,
there.
shit.
Imagine the numbers he has in that phone, in that wallet, I should say. Gator and the contacts he has, the business cards.
Do you think it's like Jim Hawley's book that he has?
Yeah,
black
probably,
book.
probably. Just tighten it up, man.
I guess I just need to tighten it up.
it's not that bad. Just tighten it up. That's
Okay.
it.
Done.
He, he does work hard. At
Yeah, he does.
At the races, like
He's a hardworking guy.
he's working harder than I am. Like I'm not doing all. I watch him. He's got this camera and he's fucking walking around.
He's-
And then
yeah.
and then he's like, I was talking to Scuba, and he's like, hey, I got an appointment with Scuba. Like, beat it. I'm like, fuck,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Like he's got appointments. Like he makes appointments.
Yeah.
I don't make appointments. I just fucking, hey, you around? He's making appointments and shit.
Yeah. Look at, and
So-
we've both talked about this away from the show. 10 times better than he used to be on the show, with his show, work environment. Like he's learned
Yeah.
over the years what it takes, right?
Yeah.
So it's not that bad.
Thanks, man.
But he is very thin-skinned.
But now I will side
He
with
is
him.
very. He's
If
very.
I was thin-skinned,
I don't think
like,
he's
Yeah,
thin-skinned.
I'd be
I mean-
angry at you guys by this point because
No.
all the messages I get from listeners and friends are like, I would not put up with the way you two assholes treat me.
We've been hard on him here and there.
Here and there.
Here and there. And
what is
so-
your definition of here and there?
Are you weighing in the things that we've helped you with along with the things
all
that
the time?
And you say
No, you
we
guys have
fuck
been
with you
great.
more than we've helped
I
you.
defend you guys all the time to all these people that the things that you don't see off the air that they do, it's just busting balls, but it never,
Did
ever,
you hear what I did?
stops.
Let me rephrase.
Did you hear what I did for our friend?
No.
Oh, yeah, this weekend. Just another example.
What'd you do this weekend?
Reaching out for my friend. He did not have anywhere to go. He was like a lost puppy.
False.
That's shocking
around.
that he's lost.
Yeah,
shocking.
walking around. He had nowhere to go after press day before the live show. So I said to my friend,
I could have went anywhere. I could have went to a
you
restaurant.
said you had nowhere to go.
I didn't have anywhere scheduled to go, but I mean, what we have 3 or 4 hours? I could have found something to do, but I was like, hey, what are you guys doing? I'm like, well,
I said, we're going to the hotel. We're just going to hang out at the hotel. Like,
Yeah.
not going to do anything.
Right.
So, and I'm like, so he came to the hotel and he just hung out with Liz and I.
Yeah.
We watched Raiders of the Lost Ark, and then we went to the live show.
Yeah.
What I do like about
And
Dark,
then I took him to the live show there and back.
Yeah.
He's like, I got no money. I got no gas.
Fuck you. That's a lie.
I made that up. I wanted to see what if he throws.
oh,
goggles
that's
again.
what he's gonna throw some shit across.
So
the room.
but I took him to and from the live show. No problem. Picked him up, took him around.
I should rephrase. Maybe the thin skin is not the correct word. He cares too much about what people think. Like, he gets very upset on certain things. I go, Dark, don't worry about him. Fuck him. Like, you do a good job, or
Right.
you do something correctly.
Yeah.
Fuck everything else. That's all you got to do. And I think,
he's not going to do that. There's a lot of people like that, though.
like I said, you got to stop because he gets worked up. And I
Yeah,
go,
but
just stop.
I guarantee you there's people, I know there's people that listen to this show that don't really know my show or whatever, know what I do with Vital, and they just think, I'm a punching bag. I'm a joke.
No, that's false.
Because
That's false.
No, there are people that believe that. I know there are. I see it. Yeah.
But those aren't the people that are fans of you then.
Well, that's true.
And look at the interviews you get and the people that you talk to. So
Right.
you're more than just some sort
So
of.
that's what I'm saying. You care about those people that aren't going to give a fuck anyway.
Sometimes, yes, I'm human. Yeah, that stuff does. It frustrates me.
Well,
It doesn't,
I'm trying. When
that-
I was talking you through
yeah.
that, I go, you don't need to care about
That's
those
true.
things.
I mean, but it's not. It's easier said than done sometimes.
Absolutely.
You need to get Gator as your PR guy.
Yeah, I do. Maybe I'll hire Gator.
We got a question about Keefer to you.
Okay.
There you go. Great.
Gypsy fails.
Gypsy fails?
That's what it says.
Gypsy fails. How's it going, boys?
What's up? You got a dark side question?
Well, mainly it's a little bit of both with Darkside and Keefer. First of all, Darkside never sent my fucking socks from last week. Called last week about it.
Yeah.
Not my show, bro. I don't know what show. Yeah. Maybe he called here.
You were in studio last week.
Okay, I didn't promise anybody any socks.
Wasn't there something about you not sending socks to Australia? I remember this.
Yeah,
coming up.
That was
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Guy wanted socks, and Doc just said, "Fuck it, it's too expensive."
I mean, this guy's not letting something go. I mean, we let stuff go all the time.
But, okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, mate. I'm just kidding. No. Listen. So, anyways, Keefer, I've been, basically following you since I've been listening to Pulp Show, a long time. Kind of going into like parenting style a little before Doc. How would you say, like, as Aiden's gotten older, how is your parenting style? Like you've had to raise, it sounds like Mr. Side here as well. Jesus Christ. How's your parenting style evolved as he's gotten older? I saw him on like a Kawasaki commercial.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how are you handling this as he's becoming like his own person in the sport? Because I listen to how you handle Aiden sometimes at the races, and it sounds a lot like when my father and I were getting into, some arguments and whatnot. As it's a passionate sport. Just kind of talk about that because it seems like you've done a good job with him.
So I'm a pretty mellow dad as far as like racing goes. I mean, as long as he gives it his all and he's all in on what he wants to do, because I ask him all the time, what do you want to do? And he's like, I want to be a racer. So then I act accordingly, right? Like I know what it takes to be a racer. And if you want to make money in the sport, you got to do certain things. And when he doesn't do those certain things, I'm in his ass a little bit. So I would say my wife is a little bit more overbearing than I am when it comes to racing, but I'm more worried about how he's going to be as he gets older and what he's going to do or how he treats other people. Like I'm more pro human being than I am pro racer dad. So that's how I raise him. So like everything we do in the house goes back to what kind of quality of a human being he's going to be. And I'm sure Dark can attest to it. He's seen me get in Aiden's ass a lot about just like dumb shit that he does. So for me, I just keep doing that. and whatever happens with his racing career, it happens. And this latest injury has kind of really hurt me more, I think, just because I know there's a window for him, and if he doesn't get into that window ASAP, it slips away pretty quick. So if he wants to become a racer, he's going to have to get some fucking results in the next year or two, or else it's pretty much, mom and dad and Aiden going racing on our own, and that's it. So that's basically how.
Would you say?
Go ahead.
So I was just going to say, would you say he's kind of realizing it's like, okay, it's kind of on me now. It's like I don't have to have mom, dad.
Yeah, he's really good about it. Like, he knows. Like, he even jokes about it, but it's like half joking. He's like, man, I got to go to a job here pretty soon. So he's aware of it. He's not completely blind. He doesn't want to be the 24-year-old privateer trying to go make it, And I want him to use dirt biking as a tool to relieve himself a little bit when he has a hard day at work or life or whatever. Just and all, just those kind of things, because in the end, when all of us are done trying to be a professional or do something, we're going to have dirt bikes to have fun on, right? And that's what I need him to learn, So that's basically how we raise him, And his thing with the Kawasaki commercial, I think it's really cool. I see it when we're watching Supercross and people text me, and yeah, he got that on his own. Ryan Holiday called him up and asked him to be a part of that, and he looks good on a bike. He's technically really good on a motorcycle, so I think that's one of the reasons. So yeah, we're proud of him, man. I love how he is. He's a great kid. He does dumb shit, but like every other kid, but he has a good heart. So
thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And also too, Dark, in your defense, Keefer keeps asking you to go naked in the hot tub, and you don't want to.
Nope, not happening.
Yeah,
but he insists, tries to, and he last night, yes, we were all in the hot tub, and he came out butt ass naked.
Yep.
It's my house.
I was already in the water. Yeah, I just scooted closer to Heather and
fucking Gator would
told
get
her how
naked.
good she looked.
Gator would get
you
it
think
naked.
Gator would get it naked?
Fuck yeah, Gator's in.
Gator looks
and
like
Greg,
that.
Greg over there on the couch. Yeah, Greg for sure.
By the way, I got another text from another rider. Tell Keefer to try riding in the mud with 2x4s in your forks. Suspension.
That doesn't mean he
Do
has
they
to.
not have the ability to adjust their
Thank
suspension?
you.
What? That's a terrible excuse.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, again.
Cody's pissed.
Supercross riders.
They don't have like a suspension guy in the truck to fix that for him.
I think these guys are getting pissed because an off-road guy. I'm saying this, but all I'm saying is they are great riders. They can win as well. But this guy is technically really, really good. And if it was a full mudder, not jumping, he has the chance to win. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying everyone sucks.
Troll Training, trolltraining.com. Dark was once on the Troll Training program, and now Jason Anderson is. And
Will Hahn, backed right here.
You're still doing that?
Great. Will's really good.
Yep, trolltraining.com. Sign up, whether you're a vet rider, whether you're an up-and-coming amateur, whether you're an off-road guy, whether you're a vet dude. Trolltraining.com for more information on that. And
Can we ask an after dark question really quick?
Hold on. Markets are scary right now. I understand that. Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals, Dark. Brian Stone, Edward Jones Financial Advisor. He can help you focus on what you can control. Give him a call. 816-761-4066. Brian Stone used to race, and now he's in the financial world with Edward Jones. So give him a call. Try to help him out, and maybe he can help you out. All right. Did we get Living with Dark? Are we done?
That's great.
We're done?
Okay. Done?
I like Dark because he's not a lot of work. I don't have to babysit Dark at the house. He does his thing. I do my thing. It's fine.
Yeah.
But he just needs a TIU.
We have took, I don't even know, like this cactus.
Oh, boy.
And we have turned this cactus into a beautiful flower in the motocross world.
And people think we're joking. Like, it's a real thing.
It's a real thing.
It's a real thing.
You guys have helped me tremendously, but you're not 100% of the process that has gotten to where I am now.
What's the percentage you think?
I don't know, man.
Advice.
Put a number on it.
Financial advice.
Put a number on it.
Career advice.
I'll give you 50%.
That seems a little low.
That's fucking low, dude.
I mean,
I've worked hard. I've built relationships before I knew you guys and
Do
started.
you think you'd be here if this didn't happen?
No, probably not.
Okay, so how's that 50%?
But I wouldn't have gotten to the point where you guys could help me to get this spot if I hadn't worked my ass off getting to know these people and building my show to what.
If you had never had the pony or the greasy bandana, I think we wouldn't have helped you because you would have just been a guy.
Yeah.
You would have just been a guy.
Never thought about that.
Yeah.
Cody's ready to go.
He gets upset.
I'm
I
not
think
upset
deep
at
down
all.
he gets upset.
I'm not, hey man, if you don't care about Cody Webb, that's fine.
We care about Cody
Last
Webb.
time I do this goddamn show.
All right. Use the codes, save. Don't forget Troy Lee Designs, LA Wildfires auction going on with helmets. That's super cool. It's awesome to do. So the riders gave away a bunch of helmets. And Glendale this weekend, Triple Crown. I'm excited for that. Triple Crowns are great. You a fan?
Yeah, I'm a big
Triple
fan.
Crowns? Yeah. They're
exciting.
exciting. Yeah, they're great. And this Glendale track's always really good. So, yeah. Cody, thank you.
Yes.
Congrats on the Blue Crew ride.
Yep.
Good luck this year.
Thank you.
Great Instagram follow, everybody. Please follow Cody Webb and watch the shit he does on a dirt bike. Yeah. You have fun coming in?
Yeah. No, it's perfect.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah. Come back again.
Yeah.
You know?
Come in the area.
Maybe like I see what Dark's been doing on the pony pod, where he's been getting a lot of off-road guys. Maybe I'll start getting more off-road guys.
They don't want to do your show.
Caleb Russell did. Cody Webb did.
I know a few of them. I think we can get
Stu
them.
Baylor's been on.
Yeah.
Stu asked Randy for my address. He was going to ship me some Trump plastic.
I know. He told me about it.
I go,
you know, he's just going to throw it in the trash, right? Like it's not going anywhere.
I mean, I'll light it on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not coming. Don't waste your money, Stu. If you're listening, don't.
Shout out. Stu's wife just had her baby today.
Oh, okay.
Congrats.
Yeah. No, Stu's a good guy. I just don't want his Trump plastic.
No, I understand. I know.
I don't want a plastic with Biden's face on it.
Right.
I don't want plastic with any politician's face on it.
What about your own?
No. But if I could sponsor somebody, put my face on it.
Isn't there some right over there? I think there's some right over there.
It doesn't have my face on it. A-Ray's jersey's got my face.
I thought it was on that graphic too.
No, I don't think so.
I don't like your face.
I don't like your face. Dark, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me hang out.
Listen, I got your back on the bedroom thing, and I got your back on the naked jacuzzi thing. Just know that.
Okay.
You and I are simpatico on that.
Yeah, we're not like northern Germany. You don't have to get in the sauna and hot tub naked.
Right.
With each other.
Yeah. I went to Finland. The guy's like, let's get in naked. I'm like, no, man.
Anton would probably be about it, though.
I'd love to see a poll.
That was a bad spot to pause.
Deep down, he wants to fucking see it.
Wow.
Sounds gay.
But if it's normal to be.
No one said no. Normal is the wrong word.
How do you say it? Because you always say it's. I always say people think it's weird. You're like, no, it's normal. It's weird
It's
that
not
you
normal.
don't think. Okay.
I'm saying that we all have the same fucking parts, and if everyone is in clothes, I only do this to you because I know it makes you feel uncomfortable. I'm getting in clothes. It's fine. But like, if you got in naked, and I went in naked, I don't care about your dick. I'm not looking at your dick. It doesn't make me feel uncomfortable. I don't care. You have a cock. Big fucking deal.
But you think it's weird that people are weirded out by it.
I think that you're so fucking like homophobic about it. That's what I think.
That's strong, man.
That's what I feel. That's the strongness that I get from you.
Strongness.
Strongness.
I mean, I feel like Cody's on our side.
Yeah, of course.
I think most people
I think
would
just
be.
Gator would be.
Gator's in.
Gator's in.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Gator fucks, dude.
Gator fucks. Gator.
Yeah, and if you're barebacking, be careful, dude. Yeah, exactly.
All right. So Keith After Dark or no?
It's just kind of like a general question for everybody because we always have these dumb questions that come in, right? And this is for you too. Like we talked about this on the way up.
Ask Nick.
Yeah, Nick too. We all have you're married. Most of all us here are married. If I have sex with Heather, I feel like I'm not as good as a human being after I have sex versus if I hold off for a little while. So, for example, if I go 3 to 4 days, I feel like I'm more attentive. I listen to her more. Like, I'm not as big of like, yeah, whatever, I don't give a fuck. And then I'll have sex. And then the next day, I don't give a fuck what she's talking about. Like, I don't care.
Wow.
Like,
no, I don't have that feeling.
I feel like the question is, do you feel like you're more attentive and a better husband / human being because you haven't?
If I say yes, Pookie's going to hold it out even longer to make me a better human being. So I'm not going to agree with that.
How are you pissed off more when you don't have sex, or you listen more?
I feel like you're pissed off more internally inside, but you act like you're like trying to be better.
And that could be too, right?
Yeah.
So you listen more because you're acting because you're trying to get it.
Like
yeah, it's more of an acting.
And you take the garbage out, or you didn't do the dishes or whatever, because you're just like, I'm better.
Yeah, and afterwards, it's like, leave me alone for at least for a little bit.
You know how like
30
Christmas
minutes.
morning, you're really excited to open your presents,
Yeah.
and then you open your presents, and then you have nothing else to look forward to the rest of the day. You're like, fuck, it's already over. That's how I feel about sex sometimes. Like I do it, I'm like, fuck, man. I got to.
And then Heather's just turns into the Charlie Brown teacher?
No, it's not like that. Like, I listen to it, but it's like I'm way attentive if I don't have it.
What?
Nick?
Complete opposite. Yeah, we need to drain the tank.
To be more attentive.
To be more attentive, yeah.
And that's what I feel like that's more normal, I think.
Yeah, I'm clear-headed afterwards, like more patient.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm the opposite.
Talon can't answer because he's just looking at Cody.
Yeah.
Talon.
I feel like I'm drained
after
right
you're
now, I
done
don't
looking
know.
at Cody and you expel what you got to expel, how are you?
I'm with Nick. I think I'm more like chill after.
Okay.
Well, Dark, you can let us know next week when
I get home.
When you get home. Yeah.
Man, Monday night.
What's been the highlight of your trip?
He's a little uptight.
The
for
ride
getting his wallet
yesterday
and stuff.
The ride yesterday.
The ride yesterday in the Des.
Really?
Yep.
It's a highlight of your trip.
Yeah.
Supercross.
Didn't want to go either.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He
He bullied me into that too.
And look how much fun you had.
Can't argue that one.
Wow.
I said, hey, we're going to go run.
It's exactly what I sound like.
Yeah. It's like walking around like a fucking ape pissed off.
You get anything?
I couldn't even get words out.
So I said, hey, you're going to ride 250. So he rode a 250.
Yeah.
And he fucking rode great.
Yeah.
He rode
Dark,
good.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He rode really good. And he had a great, he's like, dude, this is the most fun I've had in a long time.
And he got a free loading ramp. Chris
I
Betts.
didn't even tell him that, yeah. I didn't tell Chris that.
Oh, nice.
Betts left his loading ramp after the baseball thing, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, just take it. I'm like, no, man, I got enough loading ramps. He's like, no, just take it. And then I saw Dark. I'm like, you want a loading ramp? Yeah. I'm like, you're taking
Is it a folding one?
No. No, but
So-
it just slid in the back of the van.
It's
and-
basically a 1970s
Yeah.
ramp. So, all right.
Yeah.
I'm glad you had a good time.
Yeah, I'm glad you made me.
Cody Webb, everybody. Thank you for coming out. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Kris
Legend.
Keefer, thanks. Darkside, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Rick, that's a legend.
Thanks to Kellen. Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Marks.
All these Supercross guys are going to hate Cody Webb now.
Yeah,
What-
exactly.
what
Fuck
Mark-
you, man.
Because
Fuck
I told
Cody.
them just change their settings on the fly. Like,
Yeah.
What'd Marks do?
I don't know,
He
man.
didn't even show up.
He didn't even show. I don't know, man. Nick, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Nick.
Mark's helped out. He was telling me how to fix the internet.
Okay.
After he broke it.
Yeah, exactly. Talon, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Steve.
want to say anything to Cody Webb before we go?
Nice to see you, Cody.
Nice
I'll
to
see you tonight in my dreams.
And thanks to Pookie, of course. Thanks to Gator.
Fuck yeah, Gator. Let's go, Gator.
What about Greg?
Thanks to Greg, too.
Thanks,
yeah.
Greg.
Yeah. Thanks for the
Thank you, Liz, since no one else is saying
Oh,
it.
yeah, listen more, too.
Thanks, Liz.
Liz was taking photos.
That's karma for
I know. But Liz was taking photos. We should have thanked them. That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
That's what you do, though. There.
I'll be all right.
Thank you for wearing that shirt today.
Yeah,
Thank
Keefer
you.
Inc.
Thank
merch.
you. Thank
Check
you.
it out.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Ogio.
Yeah, thanks, Ogio. All right, we'll be back next week with Phil Nicoletti and Trevor Reese in studio.
Nice.
Should be a good lineup there. I'm looking forward
Got
to
a
those
mellow
two
guy and an angry guy.
Yeah,
Perfect.
exactly. Should be fantastic. And again, thanks for listening. Use the codes. Thanks to Lucas Mirtl, Ken Roczen, Phil Nicoletti, Ross Blankenship, the great Cody Webb, Darkside Keefer. I'm Matthes. See you next week.
Darkness inside of me. It wants to get out, wants to walk around. It wants some walking around money, and it wants to buy some shoes, and it wants to walk up with the people and say, hey, Gator don't play no shit. You feel me? Gator never been about that. Never been about playing no shit.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.